Good afternoon, good evening, wherever we're watching around Australia. We have a severe thunderstorm situation now beginning through southeast Queensland. This is a significant severe thunderstorm threat that we're talking about, and it's appearing like it's really going to get itself kicking off in the next hour or so. This is your latest update here. We're going to be running live coverage throughout the duration of this event, and if you are brand new to my channel, then please do consider subscribing and also leave a like as well on the stream. But we could be seeing some monster severe thunderstorms throughout the course of this afternoon and this evening, and with the way that they're already beginning to develop, I have no doubt in my mind that we really are going to see something significant, potentially special. Now, if you've got any questions or comments as well, leave them in the chat, and I'll get back to them as soon as I can. Now, I believe we've got audio as well, but if there are any issues, just let me know too. And again, I will rectify them as soon as I can. So we've got a couple of thunderstorms now beginning to develop out towards the west, but especially towards the northwest of Toowoomba. We've got a nice line here moving through Dalby right now, and a good series of storms out here around the Chinchilla area, plus some powerful developing storms now moving up towards Cherbourg, Proston, and eventually up towards Goomeri and Kingaroy. We've also got one or two storms here just moving towards the south of Toowoomba. That looks like it's going to be on a collision course with areas south of Ipswich. And we've also got a good storm down here, or we did have a good storm here that's just now carked it towards the south of Warwick. So it's a busy picture right now through southeast Queensland, and it's going to get a whole lot busier. So seems like there's a lot of questions coming in as to who's going to who's going to be impacted and at what time people are going to be impacted. And I would just like to say that it's a little bit too early to say exactly who's going to be impacted and how badly you're going to be impacted right now. This is not like Monday's severe thunderstorm outbreak where we had these storms just right up into the Brisbane area. This is a little bit different. We're talking about these thunderstorms being a little bit more isolated in nature, and as such, the risk is dare I say, a little bit more minimal for a majority of locations. So there's not as much concern for as many locations, if that makes sense. But in case by case, Boonah, Beaudesert, for example, your chances are more elevated than Brisbane, but no one place is guaranteed to see severe thunderstorms today, and conversely, no one place is guaranteed to dodge these severe thunderstorms today as well. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning current, and that's for the Dalby storm, which is this one here. This one's warned for damaging winds and large hailstones. If we just pause it on the latest radar frame and have a look at this thunderstorm here, you can see it's likely got a pretty good hail core in here, 62 or 63 decibels here, and some good rotation as well. This is very likely a solid supercell thunderstorm now in the making. We've also got this good thunderstorm up here. This will be the next one to get a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Proston. This one's also got a bit of a hail core in it, and a couple of other stronger storms here outside of the Miles area, a bit more multicellular in nature. Now this one's really interesting, the Toowoomba one, because this one has fired up in the last couple of minutes, and it is already looking like it's going to get pretty powerful. I just want to give this one a little bit more time to fester before I really make a call as to what we're looking at here on the South Toowoomba cell. But this is the most immediate threat to anywhere around Brisbane. This cell here is heading basically due towards the east, and that could bring it in towards Ipswich in about an hour or so. But in terms of these thunderstorms here, they're taking a very, very rigorous track. We're not expecting these thunderstorms to dive in many different directions throughout the course of today. They're going to be taking one track and one track only, and that is west to east until later tonight. Then they'll be coming out of the southwest and moving towards the northeast, and that's going to be a little bit more of a northern problem as well up on the Sunshine Coast. A lot of questions coming in about why there's nothing happening right now through Brisbane, considering the forecast was around 1 to 3 o'clock this afternoon. Well, it's not quite 3 o'clock just yet, but we're 2:30, potato, but there's nothing in the Brisbane area right now. Now, why is that? Well, these thunderstorms, they need that heat to develop. We've got very strong capping today, and they needed that heat to develop, and through southeast Queensland, we just haven't had that heat just yet. It's very, very warm, but it wasn't warm enough to break through that cap, which is holding these thunderstorms back a little bit for now. But the key point is, for now, these thunderstorms, once they get going, and they're going to be wildly severe in the places that they do impact. And in terms of the more broader severe thunderstorm warning as well through southeast Queensland, it's a pretty widespread one. We've got severe thunderstorm warning parts of the Wide Bay and Burnett forecast district, a wide swathe of the Granite Belt and Darling Downs, parts of the Central Highlands and Coalfields as well out to Roma, and then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning also current for the Capricornia district, a severe thunderstorm warning for heavy rainfall in the northern tropical coast, Herbert and Lower Burdekin, Atherton Tablelands and northern Goldfields, area, and also parts of the Peninsula and Gulf Country. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings around, and they're all for a variety of different types of severe thunderstorms as well. It's a very, very stormy day today through Queensland. And yeah, the Brisbane forecast is still very, very ominous. The wording that we're seeing from BOM is similar to what we had on Monday, and these storms are now beginning to come online here into the Brisbane radar. So it's not going to be long until we're talking about a severe thunderstorm threat rolling into the Brisbane area or into the Brisbane region, and it really looks like we're going to see something special develop through the scenic rim. I expect strong thunderstorms in this black circle. I really think that we're going to be seeing something significant in this black circle. I don't think there's any two ways about that at this point in time. Now, just pushing things out to the Marburg radar here, which is another great radar to look at. You can see we've got this cell now developing right on top of the Laura, very quickly getting its act together. And these are the types of storms that we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours. We've also got this Toowoomba one here, which is struggling right now, but it looks like it is going to hold its course and might be an Ipswich problem shortly. And these thunderstorms up here into the northern parts of the radar, I think my mug is covering these ones, but we've got a Blackbutt storm and one that's just south of Kingaroy. Neither of those are severe, and neither of those are storms that I'm overly concerned about right now. Grafton, we've got a good thunderstorm here that's trying to get itself going outside of Casino. Another very warm day in this part of New South Wales, and we are looking at some pretty significant thunderstorm potential down here as well. So, again, another place to keep an eye on throughout the course of today, that's for sure. No, it's going to be calm tomorrow. The conditions, this is the last day of really mean severe thunderstorms through southeast Queensland. This is the last one. And then after that, we're looking at much calmer conditions for at least a day. And then Saturday, we return to severe thunderstorm conditions once again. Yeah, with my new cap, this is the Coastwatch cap. You can head over to the Coastwatch store, which I'm partnered with, and get yourself one of those caps. And you get a second one free as well. I'm working with Coastwatch to bring their southeast Queensland marine weather forecasts. That's another little project that I'm working on as well. Now, just to zoom in on that Toowoomba cell here on this radar imagery from the Bureau of Meteorology, it looks like this thunderstorm is kind of struggling, and it also highlights our point very, very clearly here that these storms are going to be extremely isolated in nature. I mean, this storm here is smaller than a town. It's about the same size as Toowoomba, to be honest, in terms of area. So these storms are going to be very isolated in nature, and there's going to be a lot of people left high and dry in southeast Queensland today from these severe thunderstorms. A lot of people are going to completely miss out on these severe thunderstorms through southeast Queensland today and left completely disappointed by them. And that is good news, because you want to miss these thunderstorms, let me tell you. JL, thank you very much for the kind donation. And of course, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing, everybody, and leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it. So definitely things now beginning to ramp up. We can see that dry line now beginning to push in. We've got that good cell here now over the top of Allura, just north of Warwick here, and that's about to push into the scenic rim, and we're expecting a pretty significant development from this storm here. Also, puffy clouds are now beginning to get themselves going towards the north of Ipswich, and that's going to be the start of our Sunshine Coast outbreak, which is already beginning to develop a little bit further north. So it's now a pretty hectic picture beginning to develop through southeastern Queensland, and that's only going to increase as the afternoon rolls on. Yeah, well, Ipswich is now on the firing line from this thunderstorm here. Actually, it looks like it petered out, and now it's kind of... Oh, no, so it did completely peter out. Now we've got that second thunderstorm developing just behind us. That's an interesting feature, that's for sure. And a little bit of a cell try and bubble away at the Rathdowney area as well. I mean, one thing that I would like to say is it is incredibly warm through southeast Queensland today. 36 degrees in Ipswich. I believe it got to 38 in Gatton. No, 37 right now in Gatton. But our dew points, which is the a very important metric, it's a key metric for predicting thunderstorm intensity and severity, 26.4 at Ipswich. So if you're wondering why it's humid, that's why. Our dew points are through the roof. Humidity is sitting at about 60%, which for high 30-degree temperatures is absolutely ridiculous. Very, very warm indeed, extremely humid, and I'm sure everybody will be able to testify to this. It feels like Monday all over again. So yeah, dew points above 23 degrees gets nasty severe thunderstorms off the ground, and dew points above 26 degrees Celsius gets ridiculous severe thunderstorms off the ground, and that's again a bit of a threat that we're looking at throughout the course of today. But to keep things, to kind of draw things back to where we're looking at right now, conditions aren't crazy right now. We've got a couple of small thunderstorms here and there. I mean, we've got our Laura cell down here, which maybe has a little bit of hail developing. We're beginning to see some stronger wind gusts in this one here as well. Oh wow, that's really, really elevated in the last radar frame now, 63 decibels. So that cell's getting its act together, and the Ipswich one as well has likely got some large hail developing too. But yeah, this is really, really getting itself going now. Really, really quickly getting itself together. Okay, so these two thunderstorms are going to be ones to watch, that's for sure. 64 decibels in both of them, that's large hail, now beginning to develop. And they look like mature storms, or they're becoming quickly mature at this point in time. So I'm going to say it now, we're going to give our first warning for the day. Gatton, Forest Hill and Laidley, get the car inside. That also includes adjacent suburbs and towns, including Helidon, Grantham, Flagstone Creek and Mount Whitestone. And then this Alora cell here is no threat to Warwick. However, I would say Townsend and Thornton, and then down towards Aratula and Mugera, which got smashed last night, might I add. Monitor this situation very closely. These thunderstorms are strong and they are quickly developing, and they could be in your location very, very soon. So we're going to continue to see these thunderstorms get going very soon. Will the storm make it to Gympie or die out as usual? Well, Gympie is likely to see a thunderstorm today, and we're beginning to see thunderstorms developing close to the Gympie area. Let's go and have a look at a composite radar image right now, actually, through the Gympie area. Yes, we've got Gympie here. Yeah, this thunderstorm's on a collision course for Gympie. And considering the size of it, plus we've got another storm behind it here out in Miles and Chinchilla, I struggle to believe that that thunderstorm won't actually make it to Gympie in a significant capacity. I think Gympie is going to get something very, very soon. As that thunderstorm rolls in. So probably about an hour or two for the Gympie area. I'm watching out for more cells developing between this here along this black line. So another one here I'm expecting, and maybe another one down here in the Stanthorpe area crossing over into the northeast of New South Wales. So it's going to be a pretty complicated picture. It's not going to be anything like Monday where we're only looking at one cell. We're going to be looking at a lot of different thunderstorms throughout the course of today. A lot of different thunderstorms, and it's going to be busy. Here we go, our first local cell to the Brisbane area. We've now got Mount Nebo beginning to develop here towards the north of Ipswich, and this one here is beginning to quickly ramp up. Now, as we normally see in the Samford Valley, thunderstorms can get themselves going very, very quickly, so we're going to be watching that like a hawk as well. Definitely expecting some significant thunderstorm development shortly into the northern areas of the Samford Valley. Things could get pretty ugly pretty quickly up there. So that will be a place to watch. And just to get up a bit of a satellite loop of this thunderstorm as well, radar loop, sorry. Yeah, that's really getting itself going now. So the next radar frame is going to be pretty interesting. Narangba. This one here, I mean, this cell is going to be pretty local to the Narangba area. It's still a bit early to say exactly how bad it's going to be for any one location, though. It's going to be a case by case. And like I say, for all of these thunderstorms, if it gets going in your location, it's going to be bad. It's going to be pretty nasty indeed. So that's a tough question to answer right now. And because thunderstorms are likely up towards Narangba, particularly north of Brisbane, which includes Narangba up towards Caboolture, I'm saying 50-50 you get a strong thunderstorm up there. 50-50 chance you get a strong, significant thunderstorm in the Narangba area. So make sure you are ready and watching out for these severe thunderstorms as they begin to develop, because they're developing very, very quickly. They've just gone nuclear down here outside of Toowoomba and Alora. Very powerful supercell thunderstorms now beginning to get themselves going. And just in case you're tuning in right now, Grantham, Gatton, Winnell, Helidon, Mount Whitestone and Flagstone Creek, and then Townsend and potentially Aratula. Prepare now for an imminent supercell thunderstorm impact. A very significant thunderstorm is in the vicinity, and it looks like we are going to be seeing a pretty significant hit from both of these thunderstorms as they roll on in. This could be pretty significant, that's for sure. Blackbutt's just copped a pretty significant hit as well. We haven't seen any crazy supercell thunderstorms developing just yet, but this Blackbutt one's probably the strongest storm. And I reckon we're going to be seeing some large hailstones coming out of the Blackbutt area around the 4 centimetre size, just looking at the reflectivity on this storm. So that's threaded around Dalby. I think Toowoomba could be in the firing line. We've got another thunderstorm here that's about to cross in towards Cecil Plains. Now this one does look like it's got a bit more of a southerly track to it, but that means that it's either going to go into Toowoomba or just towards the south of Toowoomba. And yes, somewhere kind of along this line here, which includes locations south of Crow's Nest down to about Nobby outside of Clifton, we may be looking at a severe thunderstorm risk in about an hour. So that is also something to watch. Toowoomba, you're now on notice. But these are the two thunderstorms here. These are the ones that we're going to be watching. These two thunderstorms here that are now moving into the scenic rim. They could be significant, and as they cross in towards the scenic rim, I'm expecting some very significant development of these thunderstorms. Yeah, I'd wait a while to move the car in Beerwah, especially if you do need it. I wouldn't be racing home right now. Thunderstorms are imminent and they are developing, but they're still a while away for some of these locations, particularly closer to the coastline like Beerwah. Yeah, this is going to ramp up very, very quickly. These are two strong thunderstorms in the making now. We've also got a storm chaser on the ground. This is Trent Moore, his stream, which has since ended. He always does this to me. Trent Moore from Southeast Storm Media. Excellent, excellent coverage on these thunderstorms. We're going to be checking in with him over the next couple of hours. And then this is a look at Brisbane as well. You can see all of the shading over on the top right-hand side of your screen. This is bearing down from that thunderstorm that's over Mount Nebo area right now, and that's keeping things a little bit shaded over the Samford Valley and then Mount Nebo area. But it definitely looks like a stormy picture for Brisbane. I'm already beginning to see some big puffy clouds a long way away from the Brisbane metro area, and this could bring some pretty significant thunderstorms imminently through the Brisbane area. But that's another thing today, is that Brisbane is a little bit on the weaker side for severe thunderstorm chances. We've got some significant thunderstorm chances around Brisbane, but the biggest thunderstorm chances are going to be through the scenic rim and then into the Gold Coast, and then towards the north of the Wivenhoe outlook up through Caboolture and then into the Sunshine Coast. So there's going to be a bit of a corridor through here by the looks of things that's a little bit calmer, where storm chances are just not as high, and where storms are going to be weaker if they move through. Now, that's not a guarantee, of course, but it's still an interesting feature that I've noticed on the models. What's likely to hit Kenilworth today? Well, severe thunderstorms are definitely possible for the Kenilworth area, and if they do go severe, we will be talking about giant hailstones, damaging to locally destructive wind gusts, and moderate to heavy rainfall. So, Kenilworth, expect the possibility of hailstones between the 4 to 8 centimetre size. So many reports coming in of the humidity. It must be absolutely brutal through southeast Queensland today. I do not envy any of you there. Now, just checking back in on our Allura cell here. Still going very, very strong right now. It's definitely dropping some hail, and we're beginning to see some pretty big numbers here in terms of the gate-to-gate rotation. So this is a small, isolated, but powerful supercell thunderstorm. And that's very much getting itself going. That's ramping up very, very quickly right now. And then this is Flagstone Creek, this thunderstorm here rolling through. There's definitely some large hailstones still in this thunderstorm. This is definitely a storm to be watching out for quite closely, and it appears to be on a collision course with Gatton. It's going to move just towards the south of Gatton by the looks of things, but I'd say Marmar Creek, Winwill, Grantham, and Gatton, just to be safe, put the car inside now, and then Forest Hill and Laidley, you'd want to be looking at making some preparations ahead of this thunderstorm shortly. It's really beginning to kick off now. And we don't have hail just yet in this Mount Nebo storm, but it is throwing out a bit of lightning now towards the north of Ipswich, and that's going to move into the Samford Valley shortly, and then over towards the Ferny Hills, which got smashed on Monday. Definitely a significant thunderstorm threat, that's for sure. And that's going to be one to be watching there. I would just like to say I want to wait and see what this one actually does over the next couple of hours, but next couple of minutes, sorry. But Mount Nebo, I'd probably put the car away. Samford Valley, Ferny Hills, and adjacent suburbs, I'd also consider making some minor preparations right now ahead of this severe thunderstorm's passage through, and that could include putting the car away if you've got the time to do so. So the next update from BOM should be out in about 20 minutes or so. Be very interested to see what the Bureau of Meteorology have to say in regards to this severe thunderstorm warning. And the Brisbane webcam is still pretty boring right now. It's nowhere near as interesting as what it was last week, that is for sure. Yep, and we've got hail in the Mount Nebo storm, and likely some rotation now beginning to come back as well. Alright, so Mount Nebo, this is a significant severe thunderstorm threat right now. As mentioned, Mount Nebo, you should have the car inside by now. Samford Valley and adjacent suburbs, including Ferny Hills, Upper Brookfield, and then across to Windsor and Wavell Heights, basically anywhere in the direct passage of this potentially severe thunderstorm. It is now time to put the car inside. This may end up moving into the Brisbane area or the Brisbane CBD. So this is going to be a thunderstorm that we need to watch. It's small, it's very isolated, but it is a strong one. And it's definitely got some hail now in it as well. So very much a thunderstorm that we want to be watching quite closely. Let's go back to the Brisbane radar imagery and see what we can see here. Yeah, that's blown up really, really quickly. Yep. Alright. This is now a bit of a concern, this thunderstorm, and this is what we were expecting today. Once these storms get going, they are going to get going, and the Bureau of Meteorology have now updated their severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds, large hailstones, and heavy rainfall. We have 4 thunderstorms of note right now. Have a look at this. We have our thunderstorm here, just towards the north of Ipswich. Brisbane CBD is now under an immediate threat of severe thunderstorm activity. I would like to say that those between Brisbane and Strathpine across to the airport, put the car inside now. This thunderstorm, best to be safe than sorry. It's rapidly developed and it's expected to continue developing over the next couple of minutes. So stay safe, stay informed as this severe thunderstorm ramps up. Our Laura thunderstorm here is now moving into the scenic rim. I think the track is a little bit southerly biased, but Boonah in about an hour and adjacent regions around Boonah, very sparsely populated area of southeast Queensland, all things considered, but there is definitely some impacts to be had from this severe thunderstorm, and as mentioned, it has some large hailstones and maybe even some giant hailstones developing in it right now. South Burnett, Kingaroy in about 20 minutes. Make sure the car is inside now. And then we've got this Dalby one here, which I don't believe is on a collision course with anywhere major, but let's go and check on this one. I believe this cell here is severe warned. The Kingaroy one is severe warned solely for the rainfall side of things, but it's still something worth moving the car inside for. This is the Dalby one here. That's going to track just through Bell and then up towards Nanango. If you're in Bell or in an adjacent suburb, or not suburb, an adjacent community, I'd recommend putting the car inside as well. And when I say put the car inside, make your preparations for or ahead of this severe thunderstorm. Interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. It is definitely beginning to ramp up now through southeast Queensland. Exactly what we expected throughout the course of today. Stay safe, because this is going to be a prolonged severe thunderstorm outbreak with a lot of impacts. A lot of impacts are going to happen, and there's going to be a lot that goes down here. Alright, we don't have any warnings or updates yet in terms of what rainfall we've been getting. These thunderstorms are still very isolated in nature, so we're not sure how much rain they're dropping or how much precipitation is coming down just yet. But we will keep checking back in with some of those numbers and seeing what we can see. But yeah, really beginning to ramp up now. This is a rapidly evolving situation. We've got 2 thunderstorms that we're particularly concerned about. That is, of course, our North Brisbane cell here through the Wivenhoe outlook. That's very quickly developing. And our scenic rim storm here just outside of Elora that is moving towards Boonah. So get ready, southeast Queensland. This is going to be a long afternoon of severe thunderstorm coverage. And as these storms continue to ramp up, I'll be giving you the latest live information. And of course, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing. Now, Mount Nebo, this cannot update soon enough. Let's go and check back in on our Elora cell down here. This is a strong thunderstorm. It's in a sparsely populated part of Queensland, so not impacting too many people right now. But 65 decibels and some solid rotation in this one now. This has got a very pronounced mesocyclone appearance, which means it is a powerful and rapidly organising supercell thunderstorm. And for those in the firing line, which include now Aratula, Kalbar, Boonah, Roadvale, Mount Alfred, Mugera, and surrounding communities and regions through this part of the scenic rim and the granite belt, you need to prepare now for large, potentially giant hailstones and a significant amount of wind to come through. Probably talking about some gusts nearing on 125 kilometers an hour already in this severe thunderstorm. Mount Nebo, you need to make your final preparations now. This severe thunderstorm is pretty much on top of you. and then across to the Samford Valley as well. Final preparations in the next 5 minutes ahead of this thunderstorm. This also includes Yougar and up towards Clear Mountain, Wrights Mountain as well, High Vale, and then Ferny Hills. Make sure that you are prepared for this severe thunderstorm's passage because it is now beginning to really ramp up. All right. Here we go. Now, if we have a look at this one here, you can see the radar site's located down here in Queensland, but we've got this glitch in the radar here and a rogue reflectivity down here just outside of the radar, all in line with the beam to this severe thunderstorm. Now, this tells me that giant hailstones are developing. If it's managing to glitch the radar beam already, this thunderstorm here is going to become very dangerous very shortly. It's very quickly developed, and I would just like to say now for locations between Brisbane up to Strathpine, and this includes Windsor, Wavell Heights, Zilmere, and then out towards the airport, because this is a very quickly developing thunderstorm. Also including Upper Brookfield, Kenmore Hills. You need to be watching the situation very closely because this could get very ugly very quickly. This is a quickly developing thunderstorm, and the fact that it's now making the radar glitch with some of these reflectivity beams, I could nerd out for this for the next 20 minutes, but this just tells me, this exclaims to me in all caps with alarm bells, that this is a very quickly developing severe thunderstorm. It's not one to be panicking about, but you need to make sure that you are prepared for it. And now our scenic rim thunderstorm, checking back in on it, 66 decibels, it's getting stronger and stronger. The 66 decibels number, for those of you that may be a little bit confused by it, that's the estimated reflectivity of these thunderstorms, and that gives us an idea of how big the hailstones are and how heavy the precipitation is in this severe thunderstorm. That number tells me that this is an intense, potentially dangerous thunderstorm already. And interestingly, it looks like we've got a Rathdowney cell now beginning to develop as well. And that's going to go in towards Murwillumbah in about 25 minutes, 30 minutes or so. Wow. And now we've got our Sunshine Coast thunderstorms developing along this line here. So it's about to really kick up for parts of the Sunshine Coast and the South Burnett, Kilcoy, Jimna, Maleny, Landsborough, Birwa, Birbarum, Caboolture, Narangba in the next hour or so as these thunderstorms begin to develop. I'm going to revise my forecast right now. I still expect there to be a bit of a corridor somewhere between these lines here where severe thunderstorms are not overly likely. Now, this includes most of Ipswich and also some of the immediate southern suburbs of Brisbane, but everywhere else looks to be getting smashed this afternoon. That's not a guarantee, but some powerful thunderstorms are now really on the cards. Really on the cards outside of the Brisbane area, but Brisbane and her immediate southern suburbs may just be spared. In fact, I don't even think Brisbane's going to be spared at this point in time. Albert, thank you very much for the kind words. I'm very, very happy that I've sparked an interest in weather. And thank you to everybody that's been sending me messages today. I've had a very busy day responding to as many messages as possible. So thank you very much to everybody that has sent something through. Alright, this is going to be a sell to watch, Brisbane. This is very much going to be a sell to watch. I think it's heading a little bit further south than what the initial estimate was. My analysis of this thunderstorm here, the Mount Nebo cell, is that the hail core is going to track somewhere between these black parallel lines, which could throw, I guess to an extent, Brisbane into the mix of some hail. Okay, so maybe we're talking about a hail risk in the Brisbane City area very soon. Yeah, just the way that it's shaping up right now, it looks like it may be going into the Brisbane area. If we have a look at a convective sounding here, the winds in the upper parts of the atmosphere, so as these thunderstorms develop, right now, because it's still relatively new, it's being pushed along in this direction, but the winds turn, as you get a little bit higher in the atmosphere, the jet stream turns a little bit more towards the north, so it's going to push this thunderstorm up in this direction, which I think might be the saving grace for Brisbane, but it's still very much a cell to be watching. Now we're seeing this cell now move over the Kings Creek area, just outside of Elora, and that's going to move out towards the Bremer River area. It looks like Thornton and Townsend might miss this, but there are some farms out in this part of southeast Queensland that are definitely going to see some large, potentially giant hailstones as this cell really gets itself going. And our Bell cell is now also really beginning to ramp up as well. We've got a few little properties out here just outside of Bell, and this storm here looks like it's going to make a beeline for the Bell area. So I would just like to say, if you are in Bell or around Bell, prepare now for a powerful hail core to move over your location. Right, and just checking back in on the Brisbane live cam. Yeah, it's looking stormy. It is looking pretty turbulent now. We're not going to be able to see this Brisbane cell roll on in just because of the angle of that camera. Oh, yeah, okay. Can't wait for our next radar update on that storm, that's for sure. Still, oh, okay, so this one's really getting intense now. 67.5 decibels now in the hail core of the Aurora cell. That is up from the last update. This is getting stronger and stronger by the minute, and it's likely dropping borderline giant hailstones now. Again, buckling the beam back to the radar, and if we have a look at our Bribie radar as well, which is getting a good look at this storm too. Yeah, getting close to 68 decibels now. Wow, okay, yep. This is really beginning to ramp up now. This cell is really beginning to ramp up. This is definitely our strongest cell right now of the day. And just checking back in on our Brisbane cell right now up in Mount Nebo. 65 decibels. It's now really picking up. Alara, thank you very much for the pronunciation. I apologize for that. But yeah, Mount Nebo really picking up. And again, this storm has moved just south of Mount Nebo as well. Just looking at this cell's current direction, it's now making a turn for Upper Brookfield. Upper Brookfield, prepare now. Same with Wrights Mountain, Ferny Hills, Everton Park, and then out to the Brisbane City area. If you are immediately west and immediately northwest of the Brisbane City area, get ready for this severe thunderstorm. Just outside of the Caboolture area, I appreciate the donation. Right now it is clear, but we are beginning to see storms developing along this line here, and they're going to be pushing into the Caboolture area in about an hour or so. So school pickup has been avoided today from these thunderstorms. That is very good news indeed. But yeah, these thunderstorms now really beginning to ramp up. All right. So I've just had a photo sent in from Trent, who is, I believe, on our Alara cell, and it is very, very impressive what he is looking at right now. This is a very powerful, a very tall thunderstorm in the making. This is the cell in question, and this is what he's looking at right now. That is very impressive. It's probably a little bit difficult to see on the stream, but very, very impressive structure now beginning to develop out of that thunderstorm. This is a powerful supercell thunderstorm in the making. It looks really, really, really good. All right, let's keep this going because this is going to really pick up in the next hour. Now, latest update on our Mount Nebo storm, not just in yet. I'm wondering if BOM has issued a second update here. But this Alara cell is very dangerous. This is a very dangerous severe thunderstorm now. And even this Mount Nebo one, it's got a hail core. I think 3 to 5 centimeter hailstones in the Mount Nebo cell. Nothing bigger. This one here will be dropping 6+ centimeter hailstones now, for sure. But then that boils back to what we were looking at here from the Mount Nebo cell, and it's refracting the beam to the Brisbane radar in a pretty significant capacity as well. Yeah, so this, I've been told that makes these thunderstorms, when it refracts that beam back to the Brisbane radar, which it's doing, it means that these storms are very, very powerful indeed. Now, the Marburg radar would be a great one to get a look at here. Well, I lied. Marburg radar, I forgot about that. The Marburg radar is absolutely terrible. All right, just checking back in on our Alara cell down here. Oh, yeah. That's really ramping up now. 67.5 decibels, really, really ramping up. These thunderstorms are unleashing. Thank you for becoming a channel sponsor, and if you haven't already, then please do consider clicking the join button and become a channel sponsor today. It's the best way to support this channel. What's everybody else looking at through southeast Queensland as well? I'd be keen to know what the scene is. And just check back in on the Brisbane weather cam. Again, very hard to see what's going on here at this point in time. Trent is not live right now, so we don't actually have our live storm chaser on the ground. Hmm. I know Bomb doesn't update that frequently. They're about every 40 or 50 minutes or so. Oh yeah, look at that one go. Boona, you're in the direct firing line now. I would recommend for Boona, just get ahead of the curve. Make sure you are prepared for this severe thunderstorm immediately. That is uncomfortably close to Brisbane. Now, it's kind of on the edge. It's on the fringe of these conditions right now, this Samford Valley storm, this Mount Nebo storm. So, it may fall apart in the next half an hour before it gets into Brisbane, which is located right here. Oh, but it doesn't look likely. It doesn't look like we can bank on it falling apart. Okay, back to the Brisbane radar, and let's have a look at what we're talking about here for this Brisbane cell. A little bit patchier. Doesn't look like it's as organised, but we've still got some pretty strong winds now. Pretty strong gate-to-gate velocity, which is the estimated rotation and winds in this severe thunderstorm. 65 decibels, that's really beginning to pick up. This Mount Nebo storm has got some large stones dropping out of it, that is for sure. And look at the hail core now on the Alara cell. That's massive. Going back down to the Toowoomba radar here. Wow, this one here will be dropping some big hail. This storm that's moving now well to the east of Alara, this is dropping some very big hail. And we've got confirmed 3 centimetre stones northwest of Brisbane now. That checks out, honestly, that really does check out just considering the appearance of this storm. Still no update. I don't know why. I'm expecting them to. Very, very sheared environment. We can see that because all of these clouds are like pulling away from these thunderstorms right now very quickly. And that's one thing that these storms are going to have working in their favour today, is that the wind shear is just through the roof. Still got that Alara cell as well. That's really pushing along. That is getting itself ramped up very quickly now. In fact, if we actually just have a look at that satellite imagery alone, look at the overshooting cloud tops that we're now beginning to see on these thunderstorms. Now, overshooting cloud tops is a very good way at estimating how intense these thunderstorms are. When we start to see these numbers get close to minus 60 degrees, indicates a very strong thunderstorm in the making. When they get below minus 70, very, very strong thunderstorm, and minus 80 here, which is on this Kingaroy storm. It's either a massive rainmaker or it's dropping some absolutely gargantuan hail, which is what that Kingaroy storm is doing. It's a massive rainmaker right now. Should have made that a bit more clear because it's not dropping gargantuan hail. Caboolture definitely looks like a go, that's for sure. Will the Gold Coast get another storm today? It's possible, to be honest, because this supercell thunderstorm outside of Alara that's tracking into the Boona area, that will be on a beeline for the Gold Coast in about an hour or an hour and a half. It's definitely still a bit too early to say, for sure, but yeah, that is a feature that we're going to have to watch. And do we have an update on this one here? Not quite. Let's go back to the Brisbane radar and see what we can see on that Mount Nebo storm. Again, no update on that one just yet. But yeah, this is really, really beginning to push together. This is coming together exactly as expected, these thunderstorms. Definitely a concern now. And for Brisbane, very much a concern as well. 4 centimetre hail in the Boona area. There's no way that's happening right now because Boona is still well out of the way of this severe thunderstorm. And not to mention, I expect this to be dropping bigger than 4 centimetre stones right now. This is dropping 5 plus, probably getting closer to 7 centimetres. Oh man, we need to go and check out that Bell storm actually. So back to the Toowoomba radar, our strongest storm right now through southeast Queensland is this one, Bell. 68 decibels, yep, 68 decibels. Really strong rotation as well. This is a powerful supercell thunderstorm. It's well outside of Toowoomba and it's going to miss most of the populated areas, including Bell itself, but still very, very powerful storm out there. Alright, let's see if we can get a bit of an update here on this radar imagery. There we go. Lovely. 64 decibels, looking strong up here. The worst fit has missed Ferny Hills, and in fact the worst fit appears to be going over kind of the national park, the Diagla National Park. As long as this storm weakens in the next 20 minutes, it's not going to be a risk to Brisbane, but given the day, that's just not going to happen. So it is on a beeline for Brisbane. I think the areas immediately north of the CBD, including Windsor and surrounding and adjacent suburbs, are going to get the worst of this. But it's still just a little bit too early to say for sure at this point in time. One that I like to call feature to watch. Very much a feature to watch. So yeah, we'll keep close tabs on that one. And then we've also got an update down here now on our Boona cell. 66 decibels, so yeah, holding strong now with giant hail. Or getting close to giant hail. Righto, this is going to be a very, very big storm, this one. Oh wow, and yeah, Trent is sending me photos. Trent's my storm chaser from Southeast Storm Media. And yeah, he's sending me photos of this Boona storm as it unfolds, and it is really ramping up. Geez, that is an impressive thunderstorm. Alright. Boona, I think it is in your best interest now to go and get that car under cover, and that goes for adjacent towns and communities and locations. Krulbin as well, I would say consider making some preparations very shortly. Bow Desert, it would be overkill right now, but if you're doing nothing and you're going to be at home, get that car inside. Same with Rathdowney. Alright, just looking in on this Brisbane storm now, it looks like we've got a bit more of a solid track coming together now. Tracking in this area, so it's going to go straight through Windsor and Ascot, just towards the north of the Brisbane City area. Now, that's still going to bring some large hailstones around Brisbane and potentially into the CBD. But South Brisbane should be fine, and then suburbs south of a line here. So this includes Kenmore Hill, south of Brisbane, and then down through Cannon Hill, Annalee, for example. They'll all be clear and all be fine. If we've got any reports right now what's happening around the Ferny Hills area... Oh, okay, let's look at the live cam. Oh, it's beginning to rain now. Actually, to be honest, this almost looks like hail that's coming down. Okay, bombs updated. Yep, right to the north of Brisbane, just as we expected it to do so. How is this not tagged as very dangerous? That is beyond me how this one is not tagged as very dangerous. This has got some massive hailstones in it. But yeah, very, very keen to hear if we have an update in the... I mean, this is just outside of the Inagera Reservoir, moving over the Diagla National Park. But around the gap, Upper Kedron, Ferny Grove, you guys are about to be pretty significantly impacted by this thunderstorm. Let me know what happens in your area, because then we can convey that information into the Brisbane area and let them know what they can expect as well. So all of these suburbs here, adjacent to the Gap, Ferny Grove, Everton Hills, Mitchelton, Alderley, Windsor, and then up towards Kalinga, Kedron, Wavell Heights, Nunda. Make sure that you are ready for significant severe thunderstorm activity. This is a storm here that has got large hailstones, confirmed large hailstones, and it is moving into your location. It is going to miss the Brisbane CBD, but it's going to be significant when it moves through the suburbs just immediately north of the Brisbane CBD. And it's about 10 minutes away from the Gap. Raining at the Gap, righto. Raining in the Brisbane CBD, nothing crazy yet. No one needs to panic. Panic is the worst thing you can do in a severe thunderstorm situation. But for Wynnum, I think you should be okay at least for the next half an hour or so. Actually, we should have some webcam footage in and around this part of Queensland. Just traffic cameras by the looks of things. Sometimes we get some good stuff here. Nah, there is nothing around Kermside. Oh, and another one developing just north of the Wivenhoe Outlook here. That's really getting its act together as well. That's a very robust hail core, actually. This has got greater than 3 centimeter hailstones, guys. This has got 4, potentially 5 centimeter hailstones in it. Yeah, I'd be really concerned. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be panicking, but there's no need for panic. But I'd be somewhat concerned now. Get the car inside on the northern suburbs of Brisbane. If you're north of the Brisbane River, you need to make sure that that car is inside. What has happened here? Our Alara cell is just completely carked it as it moves over the mountain ranges. That's great news. That's great news for Boona as well. And just pausing it on the latest radar frame here, 63 decibels. We're talking at least 3 centimeter hailstones, potentially getting closer to 5, and some pretty strong wind gusts as well, around 50 to 70 kilometers an hour. Yeah, we're probably getting closer to about 80 or 90 kilometers an hour, to be honest. In fact, some of the wind gusts around this storm here, or the sustained winds, are estimated at about 50 kilometers an hour. Shopping centre, undercover car parks are excellent places to be in with severe thunderstorms like this, as long as there isn't a flooding threat, of course. I mean, most of them are drained very well, and these storms also don't have much of a heavy rainfall threat, but yeah, underground parking lots are excellent places to be when severe thunderstorms roll in, provided there's no massive rainfall expected. Now, just north of Red Cedar, have a look at this thunderstorm here. That's getting its act together very quickly. And that's moving over Wivenhoe Outlook right now. In the path of this includes King's Scrub, Rush Creek, Nobble Creek, and then eventually across towards, by the looks of things, Deception Bay and Redcliffe. It could be strong by the time it gets there as well. So just north of Brisbane. Turbulent skies. Very turbulent skies now beginning to roll around here. Now, is Trent live again? I would love to see his live coverage. He's not, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, this is beginning to ramp up. Really beginning to ramp up. For Brisbane. Bit of heavy rainfall now developing around the Brisbane area too. It's pretty sporadic, I imagine. The raindrops are pretty sporadic. Blake, thank you very much. Oh, we've got some pictures coming in from the Mount Nebo storm as well. Alright, so bear with me on this one. I'm going to load that up. See if we can get that Mount Nebo cell. It's definitely a significant one, that's for sure. I mean, it's our most impressive storm that's local to the Brisbane area right now. Just waiting for these photos to load in. Oh, look at it go. Look at the anviling on that. That is impressive. Very impressive. I'll see if I can pull that up on stream. Everybody look up into the face cam. This is sent in from Bikes from Blake. Have a look at this. Very impressive indeed. That is a strong, severe thunderstorm in the making. Very impressive. Thank you for sending that in. And of course, if you've got any photos or videos of storms, send them in as well. I'd love to take a look at them. We've got another cell here developing just behind it over the Wivenhoe Outlook. That's going to be one to watch. But yeah, we've got our line of storms that we expected to happen, and then our second line of storms behind it. Bruce Transit, thank you very much. Thunder just starting at Rockley. We've also got a cell down here along the border that we tracked at the start of the stream. That could be a Murwillumbah problem shortly, but still a bit early to say for sure. Yeah, wow, Brisbane is in the mix of this. So again, around the gap, I'd be very curious to hear what's actually happening there right now. That's got some strong winds too. If we just turn off all of the fluff here. So when we see there is a little, we've got that tight area of blue, but we've also got a speckle of red in there. on the Doppler wind. That is the scale going back to where it is. So that means winds are stronger, well stronger than 90 kilometers an hour. So this is our destructive wind threat now beginning to develop on this cell here. The Mount Nebo cell has definitely got these winds pushing up towards 100 kilometers an hour plus. As expected today, very, very strong thunderstorm. Mel, thank you very much. Wow, thank you very much for the kind words, and I second all of that as well. If you haven't already, please do consider leaving a like and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already for the latest. And in my opinion, the greatest information on severe thunderstorms through southeast Queensland. Kelvin Grove, north of the city, it is bucketing down. Are they sporadic raindrops or is it just absolutely pouring? Looks like it's somewhat sporadic, but yeah. So it's over the gap, right? Well, it's over Upper Kedron, and it's about to move into the gap. All of these suburbs are very densely populated part of Brisbane. They're all about to see some pretty significant impacts from this severe thunderstorm as it rolls on in. Let's just check back in on our live camera right now. It really looks like that rainfall's picking up. Oh, look at it. Look at this. Okay, I'm going to annotate this, so pay close attention. Look at the wall cloud that's now beginning to sweep under this, and it is just teeming down with rainfall as well. That is very, very impressive. And it's spinning. I mean, it's impossible to tell because I'm double recording it. It's very difficult to tell, but I can see it right now. This thunderstorm is spinning. So it's a supercell. Obviously, by spinning, I don't mean that it's throwing out a tornado, but some very strong winds. Very heavy rainfall now developing, and likely some hailstones as well as this rolls into the Brisbane area. Wow, that is strong. And yeah, that rain is really picking up. We can see that on a minute-by-minute basis. That is really beginning to pick up. Have a look at it. Have a look at it. Let's go and get some estimates here right now. Yep, we're definitely pushing up towards the 90, ballpark 90 kilometers an hour. And again, like hail around that 3 to 5 centimeter in diameter. 90, even up towards 100 kilometer an hour winds in this storm right now. Very, very strong indeed. And yeah, that's got a powerful mesocyclone now beginning to develop in the center of this storm here, which is moving right over the gap right now. And the hail core itself appears to be on a collision course with Brisbane's immediate northern suburbs. Okay, this is escalating very, very quickly. This is getting a lot worse very, very quickly, and we're watching this unfold in real time. And that's a big development. The gap now likely seeing some large, potentially giant hailstones. Alright, hailing. Whereabouts is the hail occurring, and do we have an update as to how big this hail is falling through parts of the Inagera region, just in this part of Brisbane here? Now, just looking at this thunderstorm and its general motion, it's going to clip Brisbane CBD now, which means hail is now expected in Brisbane CBD. We expect significant severe thunderstorm potential just to the north of Brisbane, and some large hailstones, potentially giant hailstones, just to the north of the Brisbane River. And this includes suburbs adjacent and including Fortitude Valley, Windsor, Albion, Wilston, Annerley, Inagera, Everton Park, Mitchelton, Gaythorne, Upper Kedron, The Gap, Barden, Red Hill, and then across towards Eagle Farm and Hendra. And then eventually the airport as well, and just to the south of the airport, some big hail can be expected. A very quickly evolving situation now. This is a strong thunderstorm in the making, and this is likely to be a very significant impact to the Brisbane area. Now, BOM should be updating on this very frequently. Unfortunately, we don't have an update just yet. Now, of course, questions or comments, let me know in the comment section down below, in the live chat, and I'll update you to the best of my ability. Wow. Very, very quickly getting itself going now. Inagera, thank you for the pronunciation. 4 centimeter hail in the gap. That's pretty much bang on expected right now. Oh, look at it. And again, I don't know if you can see, but these clouds dip, or not that far south or down. They dip right down to here. So we've got a big wall cloud now in this storm and some strong rotation and some strong updraft, and it is just pouring here with rainfall. Absolutely pouring. Yeah, huge wall cloud coming in towards Brisbane. This would be a very scary sight indeed. It also appears like these raindrops are pretty sporadic in nature and they're really beginning to pack up as well. Okay, this is an escalating situation. This is quickly coming in very quickly. Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that Brisbane is now going to cop a direct hit from this severe thunderstorm. It's going to move just to the north, but Brisbane will see hail. Let's just refer back to the Brisbane radar. Oh yeah. Alright, Brisbane, if you're in the CBD, hunker down immediately. We've got winds of at least 120 kilometres an hour now around the Gap area, or between 100 to 120 kilometres an hour. This is going to roll into the Brisbane City area. South Brisbane is about as far south as I expect this hail to go, but we're still talking about a pretty expansive risk through here. This thunderstorm's developed a lot further south than where these storms were meant to develop, and it's got some pretty impressive rotation as well. There's a risk of microbursts. Yeah, if you're in the city and you're in the office, don't leave yet. You will get drenched. You'll get absolutely drenched. Let's get in some more nerd stuff. This is correlation coefficient, and it's a great metric to see if we've got anything in the way of microbursts occurring. No, I don't think so. Not just yet. The rainfall is heavy, but it's not microbursting, which is good. And there's certainly no tornado in this one, which I know is a bit of a question that gets thrown away or thrown around on severe thunderstorm days like this. Alright, surely there is an update just now. Not yet. We'll be looking for the update as it rolls in. So again, Enoggera, The Gap, Alderley, Wilston, Newmarket, Ashgrove, Kelvin Grove, Hurston, Windsor, Albion, Bowen Hills, Fortitude Valley, Spring Hill, Paddington, Milton, Brisbane CBD, New Farm, Hawthorn, Bulimba, Morningside, Cannon Hill, and then across towards, I guess, Mount Cootha. Yeah, this is a big thunderstorm, and it's moving just towards it's kind of following along this arrow here, which means the hail core, which is kind of this area, is going to be tracking. That's going to go straight through the Brisbane City area. Now, the good thing is this thunderstorm doesn't look to be the sort that's going to keep going for hours upon hours upon hours like we saw on the Monday one. Oh, Enoggera, thank you. Yeah, so by the time it gets out towards the Moreton Bay area, so Wynnum and Manly, which are now on the firing line for this storm, it could be a little bit weaker, hopefully. Alright, just going to be waiting in for the next radar update now, which should be in any second. Go and check out the bomb radar whilst we're waiting here. Gee, it's a small storm. And yeah, it's just taken that jog to the south as well. Now, I wonder if the airport is going to be closed. I wouldn't be surprised with a storm like this. Doppler radar is still suggesting some pretty strong winds in this one. Yep, definitely some strong wind gusts still in this storm. And again, just checking back in on our hail, we've likely got hail around the 4 to 5 centimetre mark. Yeah, this one's going to stay away. This storm itself is going to stay away from Bribie. Alright, pea-sized hail now on the outskirts of this thunderstorm. Right, just need to see what the latest radar imagery is coming in of this thunderstorm here. It's on a direct hit for the Brisbane City now. It's just dived south. These thunderstorms, of course, they always have a mind of their own. This thunderstorm has just gone a little bit further south than what we initially expected, and that's going to take it right rolling into the Brisbane City area. So it's going to be a problem storm for them. Radar imagery is about 9 minutes old now, so it's really taking its time to update. Whilst we wait, we might as well check in on our Boona storm. completely fallen apart. Wow, that just completely fell apart. It blew itself apart. So now the question gets raised is the scenic rim even going to see anything today if the storms are just going to collapse in on themselves? Interesting. That's very good news. That's going to go straight into Brisbane. I wonder what our wind gusts are right now. I guess we can check back in on our live camera. Oh, it's pouring down now. Absolutely pouring. Very slow moving thunderstorm. .5 centimetre hail in the Brisbane CBD. And yeah, just looking at this camera here and those winds, I mean, we can see that line of rainfall that's pushing across. Just those lines of rain that's pushing across. A bit difficult to see on the stream because I'm double recording this, of course, but it's very, very windy, that's for sure. And do we have Trent back on the air? I'm hoping that we do. No, we don't, not just yet. But yeah, this thunderstorm hasn't gotten any stronger. At least by the looks of things. Oh, 70 decibels. As this one rolls just north of Brisbane. Yeah, this has definitely got 4 centimetre hail, that's for sure. We're probably looking at hail getting closer to about 5 centimetres. Yeah, wow, that's massive, that is. That's a big, big jump in reflectivity. That means that this storm's got some pretty significant hail, that's for sure. Some pretty significant hail. And it's continuing to ramp up as well. It's really continuing to ramp up. But it also doesn't look like, when I say ramp up, I mean that the winds are ramping up, but from a hail standpoint, it doesn't look like it's getting any stronger or more significant right now. As it tracks off, again, let's just see what it's doing. Yeah, and that hail core, the large, potentially giant hailstones that this storm has, will pass just north of the CBD, which is good. Like, as in just north. So Enoggera, Windsor, Wilston, Newmarket, Hurston, Hamilton, Ascot, those areas, Albion, Eagle Farm, as opposed to the CBD itself. 5 centimetre hail, Windsor West. Alright. Well, that all but confirms that this is now a very dangerous thunderstorm. Why did they drop the forecast? This is a look at the Bureau of Meteorology forecast right now. 20% chance of storm, possibly severe. They did this on Monday. They dropped the forecast and they got that thunderstorm that came through. Maybe that's what we need to look at. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I bet that confuses people as well. Yep, alright, so latest radar update here has 66 decibels in Newmarket, which on this radar is low resolution. It's terrible. So, but we can see that the radar imagery is showing 69.5. And if we compare that to other radars as well, including the Marburg radar, which is another good radar to use on a storm situation like this, 65, and then across to the Toowoomba radar. Yeah, this all but confirms to me that this has got some giant hailstones in it. So I'll get to a warning in just a second. Yep, alright. Cool. Okay, so just the warning on this: Hamilton, Clayfield, Wooloowin, Albion, Windsor, Bowen Hills, Fortitude Valley, Tenerife, New Farm, Spring Hill, Hurston, Windsor, and the Brisbane CBD, also Kangaroo Point, Morningside, Hawthorn, Balmoral, Bulimba, and then Morari, I believe that's what it's called, Cannon Hill, Seven Hills, and then out towards Hemmant, and then eventually Wynnum West, Wynnum, and Manly. Not just yet, but eventually we're going to be talking about this potentially very dangerous severe thunderstorm moving into your neck of the woods. So stay safe, stay informed. The storm's dangerous hail core is going to be moving somewhere between these lines here. So if you are between these lines, This is where you're going to be impacted. This is where the significant hail is going to be moving. And we're talking about 5 centimetres plus as this storm rolls on through. Note how that does miss the Brisbane City area though. So Brisbane CBD will be spared the worst of this. Bayside suburbs. Alright. Noted for future. I do like to read out all of the suburbs just to make sure that everybody knows what they're in for. Look at that. Clear as day. Just as soon as it starts, it goes. Yeah, wow. So now it's moving through pretty quickly. That is crazy. Just as soon as it starts, it goes. And this is our friend, the Boona cell here, which has completely carked it, but it still looks very, very impressive on this imagery. Wow, that is crazy. I knew that they'd be quick moving. I knew that these thunderstorms would be very quick throughout the course of today, but I didn't expect them to be that quick, that's for sure. So the risk for Brisbane is now done. The Brisbane CBD is now in the all clear. But as mentioned, those suburbs just mentioned are still not in the all clear. Redcliffe will not be impacted by this severe thunderstorm, but there are separate severe thunderstorms that are moving up towards Redcliffe right now. But it's doubtful as to where Redcliffe is going to be directly impacted, considering that this thunderstorm here is pretty weak as it moves through Nobble Creek. And it's also going to track just north of Redcliffe by the looks of things. Well, you've got four seasons all in 1 hour in the Brisbane area. Be nice and cool down there now. Thunder on the Gold Coast. So how much hail did we get? Yes, this should be the all good for Brisbane. We will still see a couple of storms developing out through here, but they're not really getting themselves going as we expected. Boona is developing once again from a cell just towards the south, so this is going to be a feature to watch. But yeah, I think for Brisbane, this cell, that should be... Oh, not it, but it's definitely now, on the better. The situation is going to get better into the Brisbane area as we go on by the looks of things. Because now 3:30 with these thunderstorms are not meant to last too long or too late. I wouldn't recommend a game of golf. Murphy's Law just screams to me that you're going to be... You get out in that course and you'll get a storm that just develops and drops its core on you. That was over very, very quickly for Brisbane. They definitely got spared, that's for sure. But still had some pretty large hailstones just towards the north. Still no update from BOM. And yeah, that dropped the temperature down to 29 in the city. Winds peaked at 39 kilometres an hour. But it'd be interesting to see if we have some personal weather station data in this vicinity, because I imagine we had some much stronger wind gusts around the Brisbane City area. Four centimetre hail, southwest Kingaroy. Yes, we do actually have other storms in Queensland. So moving over to Cumbria right now. Kingaroy, I would like to say, get ready for a potentially serious, severe thunderstorm in the next 20 minutes or so. And Nanango as well. Brooklands in about 10 minutes. Get ready. And then, yeah, further down towards the south as well, we've still got this strong storm outside of Boona, but it's really struggling to get going. I'd still stand by it for Boona, for Curralbin and Rathdowney. Definitely get ready for some potentially severe thunderstorm activity, but it's not going to be very dangerous by the time it gets there, which means don't panic. If you can't get home to put the car inside, I wouldn't be panicking, I wouldn't be stressing about it, because that's likely to be a non-issue. Yeah, just as quickly as it blew up in Brisbane, it is now done. Done and dusted. Be interesting to see what storms develop behind this, actually, to be honest. But yeah, that Brisbane storm now tracking into the adjacent suburbs. It's still got, don't get me wrong, that's still definitely got some hail in it. We can actually check how much or how big those stones are. They're dropping in size now by the looks of things as quickly as it got itself going, 62, 63 decibels. But I'd still like to say for Wynnum and Manly, some of these Bayside suburbs here down to, I guess, Cleveland? Or no, I'm going to say Redlands. Yeah, I'd say get yourself ready for some severe thunderstorm activity. Nah, this one here's gonna... This outbreak should be done and dusted by around 6 p.m. for southeast Queensland. It's not going to be a long one. It's not going to last too long, no. Alright, let's see if we can get a bit of hail reports coming in. It'd be good to see what sort of hailstones we've had. Golf ball sized hail, 4 to 5 centimetre hail in Ashgrove. What a incredible storm that was. Very different to what we normally see in southeast Queensland, that's for sure, particularly at this time of the year. But yeah, 4 to 5 centimetre hailstones, that is a strong storm, and that could leave some pretty significant damage around. Oh, Peter, thank you very much for the donation. Super chat for... Oh, okay. Sunshine Coast, Caboolture to Noosa. So Sunshine Coast later tonight, or later this afternoon, this evening. We've got these thunderstorms beginning to develop right now. But again, further inland, this dry line's a little bit further inland from where we expected it to be. And I actually reckon, personally, particularly for the northern parts of the Sunshine Coast into the Wide Bay area and up towards Hervey Bay, it's going to be upscaled stuff again. So the heavy rainfall risk and maybe some damaging winds as well. But I don't think there's going to be much of a hail risk up into the Hervey Bay area. Now, for the wider areas of the Sunshine Coast as well, down here around Noosa, Maroochydore, Balloolaba, and then down to Caboolture and Bribie Island, I would say... We're still looking at these powerful supercell thunderstorms, but the strongest ones are going to be inland away from or towards the west of the highway. And then once they cross that highway, they will be a little bit weaker, but still expect some large, potentially giant hailstones. But I mean, this cluster of storms here is upscaling itself now, which is weird. It's not behaving as it was forecast to do so. And even this line here is really struggling. The Brisbane storm was very much a freak storm. That was not what we expected to see out of the Brisbane one. Boona's really beginning to ramp up right now, but for the Sunshine Coast, it's a bit difficult to say. But I appreciate that, and I apologise everybody for not getting back to your questions. The chat is moving pretty quickly right now. Yeah, so for hail in the Wynnum area, we're talking about this thunderstorm here, the Brisbane one, which is... yeah, really developing along, well, continuing to develop along. It's still got some solid hail in it. Now moving into the suburbs, the Bayside suburbs between the Bayside area and the Brisbane City itself, both north and south of the river, up to the airport. So this includes Wynnum and Manly and adjacent suburbs. We could be seeing some hail there. This has already dropped 5 centimetre hailstones, but I would say somewhere between the 2 to 4 centimetre size for the most part, with this scattered 5 centimetre stone. Just finished hailing in Bulimba, 1 to 2 centimetres, but a lot of it. Yeah, basically just microburst. The storm blew up, dropped everything, and now it's back up to where it was and just tracking along just outside of Brisbane. It was a weird one. Not what we expected today, that's for sure. Interesting. Very, very interesting, that's for sure. So we'll keep an eye on this Brisbane one. Still, this Boona one is going to be a storm to watch as well. It definitely appears that the Boona one is going to become an interesting one. Because, yeah, this one as well also blew up, dropped everything, and now it's completely carked it and blown itself apart. But it's kind of being absorbed by another thunderstorm that's developed just towards the south, and that's going to track south of Boonah, and then eventually off towards Rathdoney. But even this one's got a bit more of a northerly kick to it, so maybe Beaudesert, and then eventually the Gold Coast. But again, only if it can keep itself going to the Gold Coast. Bombers updated. Lovely. So no update there on the observations. Yeah, wow, okay. So 2 to 4 centimetre stones reported. We've had the odd 5 centimetre stone, but the Brisbane one wasn't very dangerous. Definitely moved a bit further south than initially expected, though, that's for sure. Oh, Coolangatta. Okay, that's escaped me. Aha, this thunderstorm down here along the border ranges, that's going to move in towards Coolangatta, Tweed Heads and Burleigh Heads potentially. Ipswich, I'll get to Ipswich in just a second. So this one here, I don't think this is too crazy. It might have some strong wind gusts and maybe a pocket of heavy rainfall, but I wouldn't get my hopes up in Coolangatta for anything significant. Keep in mind, let's just remember that even though we've got some significant stuff through southeast Queensland right now, let's just keep in mind that this thunderstorm outbreak is far from over. And that we're going to be seeing a lot more over the next hour or so. Just give me a second here. Got a lot of photos coming in right now of this severe thunderstorm situation, so it's interesting to see everything come in and everybody's messages and photos pour in. So of course you got photos or videos, send them to me over on Facebook. Alright, so Ipswich. Ipswich is going to be a feature that's kind of in the clear. We still have a couple of storms out here. We've got one that's about to cross in towards Gatton as a non-severe one, and then tracking through to Toowoomba as well, non-severe. But we've got a lot of unfavourable air now in this kind of second bigger black circle. And of course that's going to push in towards Ipswich shortly and really thwart off storm chances there. Yeah, the Boonah storm's got a bit of a northerly kick to it. I believe that's because it's already developed, and as we talked about earlier, winds in the lower levels are out of the west, winds in the upper levels are out of the southwest. So as storms get stronger, they're going to begin to move more towards the north. And this Boonah storm is definitely up there in terms of strength right now, so, or getting stronger, so we will keep an eye on that Boonah storm. BOM have got that on their forecast map as well. Alright, just checking back in on the radar imagery. This Brisbane storm is about to move out, or it's moving through the Bayside suburbs, and conditions should now begin to ease off through the Bayside suburbs in the next 5 minutes or so. Still got some heavy rainfall and again some strong wind gusts, and it's an impressive thunderstorm, all things considered, but it is now a little bit weaker, and it's moving off. And it's dry in Brisbane. And have a look at this. This is our Boonah cell here. Really looking quite promising, that's for sure. Really looking quite promising. No, there's no tornado. And there's also a really minimal risk of tornadoes today as well. So I would not be concerned for tornadoes. If there is going to be tornadoes and a tornado threat, it's going to be a lot further north. Yeah, I think our big cell here that's just ripped through Brisbane, done and dusted. Now checking in on some of our storms a little bit further inland. Pretty developed, pretty organised as they move up towards Kingaroy. Yeah, Kingaroy in about 5 minutes or so. Lots of lightning, some strong winds moving through the Kingaroy area as well, so I would get ready for a pretty significant impact in Kingaroy. And then also further north as well. I mean, this is going to eventually head off up towards Tyro and Maryborough, and maybe Hervey Bay in about 2 hours or so. That may be a feature to watch too. But these storms appear to be upscaling into those clusters of high precipitation squall lines, for example. Yeah, lots of reports of hailstones. Lots of scattered hailstones everywhere through southeast, or not everywhere through southeast Queensland, but everywhere through parts of Brisbane. What an interesting little storm. And yeah, now moving offshore, conditions beginning to ease up now. Very good. So this storm is done, no longer a threat. Coolangatta, that's a big update. And they normally do that once they get themselves off the border ranges. Have a look at this one here as it moves over the Springbrook area and the Talabagera, whatever, valley. And this is going to be on a collision course for Burleigh Waters, Palm Beach, and areas around Coolangatta. So well south of the Gold Coast, but along the border here, along the coast adjacent to the New South Wales Queensland border. And this has got some large hailstones in it, at least 4 centimetres, probably even a little bit bigger than that. And some strong wind gusts as well associated with this storm. So watch out, that's a strong storm there. Currambin is trying to get itself going, but it looks like it's just a bit of moderate rainfall, maybe scattered heavy rainfall right now. In other words, not a major concern or problem or threat, I guess. And all of the storms, as we've been talking about around the Gatton area, they looked promising when they begun developing, but then they just cucked it, and that was it. Logan area is in a pretty similar boat to Ipswich. I think anywhere, or I predict that anywhere south of the Brisbane River, down to about Logan Village and Beenleigh, kind of within this corridor here, which includes Ipswich and Logan City, and also around Sunnybank and Cleveland, and then both the Stradbroke Islands, all clear for today. I don't think there's going to be anything developing in these locations at all. Conditions are just not favourable in that little pocket there. But yeah, the scenic rim is primed for powerful severe thunderstorms. Northern Gold Coast as well is a bit of a wild card. I think that they're also on the edge of more likely not to get much, as opposed to copying something significant. Now Trent, come on. I hope that you're alive. Nah, he's not. Yeah, an interesting track through Brisbane, and it shot off into the Moreton Bay area. Basically, as quick as it was done with Brisbane, it just shot off into the Moreton Bay area. Did not hang around. I would just like to say, of course, if you are brand new to my channel as well, please do consider subscribing, and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it. All of the support is, as always, massively appreciated. What a storm, though. What a surprise storm. And I think, to be honest, Brisbane has been, kind of tamed down to these severe thunderstorms, or their expectations have been just thrown so wildly out of the water on Monday, because this is a powerful severe thunderstorm. When it moved over the gap and the region of the gap, it was a strong thunderstorm, up to 5 centimetre hailstones. It really was pretty significant. But just because of the storm that we had on Monday, this thunderstorm was nothing like that. And yeah, people just don't take those storms as seriously. Still looking pretty healthy here out in the Boonah area. I mean, it's a struggling thunderstorm, all things considered, but it's trying to get itself going. We can appreciate that. And the Coolangatta cell as well, that's going to be a storm to watch too. That's really picking up some hail now. Really beginning to pick up some hail. Yeah, so 2 to 4 centimetre hailstones, and the odd 5 centimetre stone is what we've seen reported through southeast Queensland, through Brisbane and her immediate northern suburbs. Talabagera, thank you very much. 5 centimetre hail in Upper Springbrook, wow, and I believe that as well. This is a lot stronger than that Brisbane storm, so Talabagera, Palm Beach, down to Tweed Heads, including Coolangatta and the Gold Coast Airport. Watch this situation very closely. This is a strong thunderstorm here. and it is moving in your direction. Now, if you live on the coast and inland to Springbrook between Tweed Heads up to Burleigh Waters, put the car inside now and get ready for a potentially dangerous, severe thunderstorm that is going to make its passage through the Tullamarine area and then into the southeast Queensland coastline between, as I said, Burleigh Waters and Burleigh Heads, down through Palm Beach, Tuggan, Coolangatta, down to Tweed Heads. Yeah, the progression of this thunderstorm actually may take it a little bit further north. So I would also like to say that if you live as far north as about Varsity Lakes, maybe consider making a couple of preparations for this one as well. Oh, Tugan. What? Oh, Tullabudra. Righto. Tugan, what a interesting name that is. Tullabudra, thank you. And the latest radar imagery is now here on this one. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, 60 decibels, that's still got some good hail, and definitely got some strong winds as well within this one as well. Probably pushing closer to 100 to 110 kilometers an hour. This Curralbin storm just doesn't want a bar of it. It's really struggling down there. And this storm here now moving off into the Moreton Bay area. Our Brisbane storm no longer a threat to Brisbane itself, as that pulls away from the southeast Queensland coastline. But yeah, as expected, these thunderstorms out here very much struggling, and that basically gives us the all clear for the Ipswich area and also parts of the Brisbane area for right now, for the foreseeable future, to be honest. Still got some good stuff further north, and as mentioned, further inland, further north is going to be pretty significant. Ashmore, I believe that's an inner suburb in Brisbane, but correct me if I'm wrong there. And if it is, then there's not likely to be much in the way of significant storm activity from this point onwards. So I would be inclined to answer that question with a almost firm no. Started raining in Tugan. Oh, Ashmore is on the Gold Coast, righto. Yeah, I mean, this storm here, the Boona cell is moving towards the Gold Coast, but unless it really gets its act together shortly, it's going to arrive as just a bit of rain, to be honest, and nothing else. So yeah, I really don't think that this is much of a concern. Yeah, it would have to intensify very quickly now, otherwise it's just not going to make it as a significant storm. Look, some small hailstones are possible around the Gold Coast, but I wouldn't get my hopes up or expect anything significant to roll on through. Thank you very much for the donation, though. It's difficult to say for North Brisbane right now, because Brisbane is obviously a wild card. I mean, that storm that came through earlier was not a freak storm, and we expected that to roll on through, but we didn't expect it to be that strong. But North Brisbane up to about Caboolture is also going to be a little bit of a dry spot for storms today. But anywhere north of Caboolture, so Woodford, Beerburrum, Beerwah, Glasshouse Mountains, then up towards the Sunshine Coast, of course, we're going to be seeing multiple strong thunderstorms up here, and they're already really beginning to get themselves going. And this can be an ongoing concern for the next couple of hours. It also looks like, and we knew that this was going to happen throughout the course of today, those winds are going to begin to swing out of the southwest as opposed to just the west, and that's going to push these thunderstorms a little bit more towards the north, and that's beginning to happen now. I think Bribie as well is going to be in the all clear, which is good because they're still mopping up from that awful storm that went through on Monday. Yeah, this has got a bit of a northerly jog to it, actually. Yeah, I'm going to say Burleigh Waters. Make sure you're ready for some hail as this one rolls on through. Burleigh Waters, Palm Beach, Tullabudra, and then, yeah, maybe as far north as Clear Island Waters as well. Yeah, I would probably say get ready for a potentially severe thunderstorm to come through. Hervey Bay, possible later. If we do see storms up there, which is possible, That'll be later. Dolby, you guys got a good storm last night, that's for sure. I think Dolby, there's a couple of storms in the vicinity of Dolby right now, out here. But Dolby is now well outside of that dry line. Yeah, so Dolby located up here. And if we turn on the satellite imagery and have a look at what we're actually looking at here on the sky, I just need to be able to pause this so I can properly annotate it. But in terms of what's actually happening right now in the Dolby area, you can see all of these thunderstorms are kind of developing along this line here. Dolby is now towards the west of this line, and that means that it's going to be a bit drier out there and a bit more inhospitable for thunderstorms. So I think from now on, Dolby is going to be in that all clear for these severe thunderstorms. Saturday is looking severe, but a completely different variety of severe storms. Saturday will bring our heavy rainfall storms like we saw on the 8th of November. So definitely expect some pretty severe stuff on Saturday, but mainly for rainfall. Palm Beach on the Gold Coast, I believe Palm Beach is just to the south. Yes, down here. Yeah, I would say so. Move the car inside Palm Beach and surrounds. Eleanor, Burleigh Waters, as I said, Burleigh Heads, as I said, Miami, and up towards Varsity Lakes. I would say, yeah, definitely be moving the car. Potentially Robina as well. Yeah, but I think anything else is mostly overkill right now. It's moving over the Currumbin Valley as well right now. And it's about to go into Bonogan or Bonagin or whatever it's called. Any update? Not yet. Let's go and see if we've got some observations from the Brisbane area. Temperatures back up to 30 degrees. It didn't really knock the teeth out of those temperatures in the Brisbane area. It would have a little bit further north out around the Gap. Still 37 in Deception Bay. Wow. Crazy. So Coolangatta, the temperature's dropping now down to 26, and the wind gusts have been up around the 50s. So definitely beginning to build up there. It looks like that Currumbin cell is becoming a little bit stronger. Bit hard to tell on this imagery. Maybe it's getting marginally stronger. Maybe I'm just encouraging the cell along. Yeah, I'm probably just encouraging the cell along. It doesn't look like it's getting much stronger at all. But it's definitely still one that's worth a watch, so we're going to keep close tabs on this one because that could still bring some heavy rainfall into the Gold Coast in about an hour or so. Yeah, these severe thunderstorms are by no means done and dusted just yet, that's for sure. And they're going to continue. They're going to continue through the remainder of the afternoon. Yeah, and that Brisbane one, hang on a second, look at the hook echo that this one's got. So we always look out for hook echoes, and since that storm that we had on Monday really sparked our interest in hook echoes. Let me just define what a hook echo is first. So it's the, let me just pause the radar imagery. It's the, so for hook it is, we're looking for a fish hook echo, which is, the echo is the rain reflection here, and you can see that kind of hooks back like this. It's a fish hook. And a hook echo is indicative of a supercell thunderstorm, or in the Americas, it's indicative of a tornado. So when we're looking at hook echoes like this, we've got some very cool storm structure at the beginning, but it also means that we've got a strong thunderstorm on our hands. So this one here moving into the Moreton Bay area, it may also have a waterspout in it. Waterspouts are a lot more prevalent than tornadoes, but bit difficult to say. We can't say for sure unless we've got visual confirmation. Interesting stuff though, and that's another feature that we always look out for on these streams, is are we seeing any cool or interesting storm structure? And we most certainly are with this Moreton Bay storm. That's very, very interesting indeed. Interesting enough that I might actually grab a screenshot of that. And then down on the Coolangatta front here through southeast Queensland, still strengthening a little bit. It's got some large hail in it of 3 to 4 centimetres, but nothing dramatic. This storm here is not a powerful, whopper, awful storm that's moving into the Gold Coast right now. It's a pretty stock standard garden variety type thunderstorm, so I wouldn't be overly concerned about this one here. But definitely make sure that you've got the car inside, just to be safe than to be sorry. Well, it's better to be safe than it is to be sorry. So on the southern side of the Gold Coast, that means get the car inside right now. And that Carillon cell is having a terrible, terrible time out here. I don't know why this one's struggling so much. Must be a bit of dry air in the atmosphere that hasn't actually came up or registered on the forecast. That's kind of my only explanation as to why that thunderstorm hasn't taken off, because everything else in the scenic rim is just jet fuel. And it goes to show that CAPE, convective available potential energy, whilst it's very important, it's most certainly not everything for these severe thunderstorms. So it's important to make sure that we get a full forecast and a full picture of these severe thunderstorms before we start making preparations. And that is blowing through Kingaroy, or about to blow through Kingaroy right now. So Kingaroy, hunker down. Some strong wind gusts most likely moving into your location happening right now. Now that's interesting that we're not actually seeing rainfall registered over Gympie, even though they are under a very impressive anvil cloud. And these thunderstorms aren't overly strong either by the looks of things. Still got some very strong winds. So these thunderstorms up here along the Burnett forecast district are very, very strong and very windy on a windy perspective. But in terms of intensity and hail and whatnot, they're on the moderate side, they are at best. That destructive wind threat really becoming true right now. But this also, with these thunderstorms now developing here, you can see this anvil cloud now pushing over the Sunshine Coast. Now this makes me inclined to say that the Sunshine Coast is only going to get these thunderstorms, because this anvil cloud will cool things down a notch. It'll take things down a notch temperature-wise. It already is at Maroochydore here, down to 30. Yeah. I definitely reckon we're still going to see some pretty strong stuff up on the Sunshine Coast, though, as these storms roll in, but mostly from a wind perspective. Yeah, Maroochydore likely to see something tonight, or today, this afternoon, next hour or so, I would say. Because, yeah, if we have a look at what this storm has been doing over the last hour, yeah, they're tracking progressively out towards the west right now. The east, sorry. So I'm going in this direction, this one going in this direction, and then this one here kind of merging between the two. Yeah, it's definitely building up now west of Caboolture. Here we go. We have another thunderstorm now, another imminent thunderstorm threat just towards the Wivenhoe outlook, towards the north of Brisbane. Not a massive concern right now, but this is another similar situation as what we saw with this thunderstorm here that developed just outside of Brisbane. And if this one can also get itself going, we'll be talking about the Caboolture area being under the firing line for a significant thunderstorm in about half an hour or so. Yep, of course, send all your videos in, especially if you've got hail videos. I love to see those hail videos as well. Send them into my email or send them into my Facebook page. Yeah, I would say for Caboolture, it's definitely time to begin thinking about making some preparations ahead of this thunderstorm's passage or potential passage into the Caboolture area. Let's go and check in on the latest radar imagery of it. It's nothing special right now, but it will be a storm to watch. What does our Brisbane cam say, actually? So this must be the live view. No, this is the live view here. Still pretty quiet on the Brisbane cam. Alright, so in the exact same fashion as that Brisbane cell, but just a little bit further towards the north, we now have a storm developing around the Samson Vale area. This may throw Strathpine. It probably will throw Narangba and Redcliffe under a severe thunderstorm warning, an imminent severe thunderstorm warning soon. Yeah, that's definitely a feature that we need to be watching now, or keeping close tabs on at the very least. Oh, and sent in from Jeremy, one of our moderators now. Have a look at this one get itself going. So this is that storm that's developing just towards the north of Brisbane right now over the Wivenhoe outlook. So just on the screen, it's this thunderstorm here. Very impressive structure already. And that's bubbling away. Doesn't look like it's the tallest thunderstorm yet, but as long as that can keep growing in height, definitely looking at a potentially big thunderstorm for the Caboolture area. But I'm also kind of now leaning on the side of it's probably going to be on that weaker side. Unless it really gets itself ramped up in the next radar frame. Which it kind of is. It kind of is. Ooh, yes, that Coralban cell has really ramped up now. That's got hail in it again. That'd be a scenic room problem. I'll get back to that one in just a second. Kylie, thank you for the generous donation. But yeah, this Wivenhoe outlook storm. So Noble Creek, Rush Creek, King Scrub, same locations as before. Now in the mix for a potentially hail. Oh yeah, hail is probably a little bit of a stretch, but yeah, we could be looking at some hail developing in this thunderstorm right now, and then eventually in about half an hour's time, as this moves into the area between, I guess, Strathpine and Caboolture being up here and Strathpine being here, this thunderstorm's likely to kind of thread the needle between the two. Narangba, Deception Bay, all could be in the firing line. Developing along nicely, that storm, that's for sure. So yeah, we'll be waiting for the next radar update on that. Now just back down to our Coralban cell, if we roll this back a few frames, you can see that's really just got itself ramped up now. And yeah, that's likely to continue intensifying. In fact, it's got some pretty strong rotation now beginning to develop as well. Good mesocyclone in there by the looks of things. So Coralban, you've dodged something. But then this is going to head south of Beaudesert, and then eventually into the Springbrook National Park south of Canungra. And then across towards the Gold Coast once again, which is being impacted, or Burleigh Waters is being impacted by this strong thunderstorm here around the Coolangatta area. Winds are still quite strong in that one. Yeah, so we've got now a pretty elevated storm threat for the Gold Coast area and a somewhat increased risk now further north, up towards Caboolture. Oh, Bribie, swirly cloud form. Alright, let's just get our latest imagery from this. Bit hard to say because we've got this cloud cover through here, very high base. That's not a thunderstorm risk, I would say. And let's see if Trent is back tracking these storms live. Doesn't look like he is, unfortunately. How interesting. Brisbane back up to 32 degrees. It's continuing to warm up there, and it is dead still as well. Far out. There is some strong capping. These thunderstorms, we knew they'd be isolated, but these are... Yeah, we knew these storms would be isolated, but we didn't think that they would be this isolated. This is very, very isolated in nature. So these thunderstorms are having a hard time getting themselves going. Very, very hard time getting themselves going. Surely that's wrong. Oh, that normally is a little bit wrong there. Still 35 degrees through southeast Queensland. I imagine it feels every bit of 35, potentially closer to 38 through a few locations. Corralbin, thank you. So Boona got a big nothing burger. Beaudesert's also looking likely to see a big nothing burger as well. Rathdowney's missed it. What about Tambourine? Oh, Canungra's probably more likely to cop this one. I'd say if you're watching from Canungra, I would consider making some preparations ahead of this thunderstorm now. Make sure that the car is covered and you're home and safe out of harm's way, because you do have a thunderstorm that's on a collision course for the Canungra area, but it is still just a little bit too early to say exactly how bad it's going to be. I think it's going to be on the better side. Just back up towards Ipswich here. We do have a bit of developing fluffy cloud stuff just outside of Ipswich, but keep in mind the greater Ipswich area and all of the adjacent suburbs are through here, so including, we're including our, I believe it's Redlands. My Ipswich geography is very shoddy. Amberley, and then up towards Mount Crosby towards the north of Ipswich. But all of this fluffy cloud is moving up through this direction here, and our Wivenhoe outlook storm is going to be heading off towards the Deception Bay and Redcliffe area. And I think that that means, unless we get thunderstorms developing out here south of Laidley now, Ipswich is going to be pretty much in the all clear, and we can very likely say for sure that Ipswich is going to be in the all clear. Righto. Yeah, and also what I look for is this speckled cloud stuff as well, because this is obviously, I mean, clouds begin from something, or thunderstorms begin from something. There's these smaller clouds, but you can see that these smaller clouds they've been pretty consistent, and in fact they're kind of weakening off around the Clifton and the Warwick area, and whilst they are training here into the Wivenhoe outlook on a direct line, they're too far north to be of significant threat to the Ipswich area, and they're also too far north to be of a significant risk to Brisbane and her southern suburbs. So I definitely think now that for Brisbane, the risk is probably done, but I'm saying probably, not definitely. Take that with a grain of salt, and a substantial pinch of salt as well. Oh, that's just a radar glitch. I thought we just had a freak storm developing over the Logan area, but no, that's just a radar glitch. Oh, look at this one here. Coral bin, look at this one go. So again, nice hook echo developing, and that's right where we've got these strong contrasting winds. So this one here is a powerful mesocyclonic supercell thunderstorm developing. I know that is meteorology gobbledygook, but that means that we've got a powerful storm developing down here. And again, that is on a direct beeline out towards the Canungra area, and then eventually off towards the Gold Coast eventually. Mr. Dobalina, thank you very much for the kind donation. Massively appreciated. Yeah, I'd say Logan's probably in the clear as well. Logan is dropping rain, so that's not a glitch. That just blew up in the last 5 minutes. No way. These storms are extremely strange. Wow, you're right, it is. This is the exact same as the Brisbane situation all over again. These storms just develop, blow up, drop rain. And it is. You can actually see it down through here. Dropping a little bit of rainfall. And it's blowing up quite nicely as well. It would need to be a little bit taller to be a severe thunderstorm, but yeah, Logan getting a bit of rainfall. Non-severe stuff, of course, but still getting a bit of rainfall nonetheless. Bombers updated as well, and they've severe warned. They've tagged that thunderstorm as a severe one now into the Wivenhoe outlook. Why do they have that heading south? Alright, so let's pay close attention to the development of the Ivanhoe storm up here, which appeared to be heading towards the north. We need at least another radar frame to move this into the Redcliffe area. But the Bureau of Meteorology have this thunderstorm now tracking down to the Brisbane City area along that red line. So this is Bomb's track, and then this is my track. And I just think with the way that the atmosphere is lined up right now, it's going to track over the Redcliffe area, or out towards Redcliffe at the very least. We've also got this thunderstorm here now, the Rathdowney cell, as severe warned. And as mentioned, well, it's kind of over here now. Moving towards Canungra, which is located about here. It's going to clip the southern part of Canungra, and then move into the Hines Dam area and the Springbrook area, and then through the Gold Coast. Deception Bay is just a couple of minutes too early to say right now as to whether or not they're going to be hit. Now, if this thunderstorm in the Logan area continues to develop, that's going to go off towards Macleay Island and Russell Island. It could be strong by the time it gets there. You just want me to check Talabugra. I can't even pronounce it just because you want to watch me butcher the pronunciation, but sure, I can check down on it. There's a strong thunderstorm moving into the Caboolture area, but it is now beginning to move offshore, or getting closer to the coastline, and if we actually cross-reference that now with the latest radar imagery, it is all but offshore. Still some strong winds around the Palm Beach area and north of Chuggan. I believe that's how you say it as well. Tally. All right. Thank you very much. I'll be calling it a tally from this point onwards indefinitely. Pouring in Logan. I struggle to believe that. This is definitely the type that's producing, sporadic raindrops, not an absolute dump of rain. So interesting, very interesting, that's for sure. Tugan. Thanks, guys, for all the pronunciation corrections. Oh, man, what's this? Another cell developing just north of Brisbane now over the Samford Valley. All right, so Brisbane time again. These thunderstorms are significant. We've got one now over the Clear Mountain area that's developed literally in the past 5 minutes. Strathpine, I now expect a severe thunderstorm to roll into the Strathpine area. And we're probably talking about Strathpine in the next 20 minutes or so. Our storm up here, Nobble Creek, this is very strong now. Actually, if we have a look at how strong this thunderstorm is, 63 decibels, yeah, that's really, really beginning to push up there. Okay, so these are two thunderstorms to watch very closely north of Brisbane. Now, I don't think either of them are going to end up in the Brisbane metro area again, but it's a possibility. It's very much a possibility, especially on this southern one, because that could be pushed further south. This one here could be pushed off towards the Deception Bay, Redcliffe area. We've got a separate attachment here of it. So I'm going to say between Caboolture down to Brisbane, watch the situation closely, but no need for preparations just yet. I'll get to those in just a second. I just would like to address the chat. Southeast Queensland storm free from 6 p.m. onwards, most likely. And Stu, thank you very much for the caffeine donation, mate. I need it. I don't have any of my caffeine with me today, unfortunately. Okay, so in terms of the places to watch right now, let's go and get a snapshot of the latest radar imagery. Alright, zooming in here, Strathpine and surrounding suburbs, including Cashmere, Bray Park, Launton, Brendale, Bald Hills, and then up towards Narangba, across to Daybaroo. These areas, I would recommend making some preparations now for potential large hailstones. Now that's putting the car inside and getting yourself ready for these severe thunderstorms to come through. Our Daybaroo storm is very strong, and it is dropping potentially giant hailstones. Now it appears to be tracking in this direction here, which will throw Strathpine into the mix of things. And I think we can comfortably say at this point in time that around the Caboolture area, you're going to be all clear from these thunderstorms. Caboolture is going to be fine, and potentially Deception Bay and Redcliffe as well. But Strathpine will be in the mix of things. Yeah, just looking at the movement of these thunderstorms. Maybe they are moving across towards the Okay, I think the more likely track of these thunderstorms, it's very difficult to tell right now. I know it looks easy, but just given the fact that there's a lot of factors in the environment that have an impact on this, it is quite difficult. I don't want to say Deception Bay just yet, but Narangba, North Lakes, and Strathpine and all adjacent suburbs, get yourself ready. Nick, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Yeah, these storms normally split around Gympie. Gympie Dome is one of the most powerful domes in Queensland. Ooh, look at this one here just outside of Yarraman and Moore. This is going to be a storm to watch. I need to keep close tabs on that one as well. Now we're beginning to see storm activity training over the Wivenhoe outlook. We have a cell here that's out just outside of Lowood. This is probably going to pass close to Ipswich, but just given the current track and trajectory of these thunderstorms, I think Ipswich and all surrounding areas are going to be spared. But it also looks like it's struggling to get off the ground as well. We would need to have a look at some of the satellite imagery to say for sure here. That would need to develop substantially more to be an Ipswich threat, but it may also become a Brisbane threat eventually. So Hill, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. Yeah, right, okay, so this is an ongoing situation for Brisbane, that's for sure. Of course, if you haven't already, please do consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel as well. If you haven't, massively appreciate. I think we're nearing on 70,000 followers or something on YouTube. It's absolutely crazy. So if you want to be one of the 70,000, then please do consider clicking the subscribe button. Yeah, that Wivenhoe storm, that's going to be one to watch. Look at this one here, Nobble Creek, hunker down now, 65 or 66.5 decibels. That's some big hail in this one, 4 centimeters plus. So yeah, Rush Creek, Narangba, and then basically everyone up to the M1, and then down to Strathpine and Kermside, kind of within or on the western edge of this blue line here. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell again because we just aren't sure exactly where these storms are headed. They're being pushed around by all of the severe thunderstorm development around them. I mean, we've got another storm developing down here over Mount Nebo, and then a good storm here around the Lowood area. Brisbane, you may be on notice once again in about an hour for severe thunderstorms. This is now becoming a very convectively favourable area. Again, it looks like it's going to pass just north of Ipswich, but that could really throw Brisbane into the mix of things. And yeah, just in terms of getting a close look at all of the suburbs around here, or all of the regions, still a bit difficult to tell. I mean, this one looks like it's got a bit of a hook echo. We should probably check out the Marburg radar for this one, actually. The Lowood cell, oh, it's just outside of the Marburg radar, so it's a terrible option. What about Toowoomba? It's not strong or anything, but it's got a bit of rotation to it, all things considered. This one up here is pretty gusty as well. Yeah, this is... I don't like this. I don't like this for Brisbane's northern suburbs. This is becoming a bit of this is an interesting feature now, and it looks like we might be in for another round of potentially powerful severe thunderstorms shortly. Yeah, I don't... Oh, not a fan. Not a fan. And we've definitely got a good mesocyclone now developing just outside of Nobble Creek. That'd be an impressive sight to see. Nobble Creek, how are we faring? Rush Creek as well, how are we faring as this severe thunderstorm come through? Yeah, that Gold Coast cell is really dropping some hail. But it also appears to be mostly offshore. Yeah, some large hailstones developing in this one, but again, mostly offshore. This one, though, this one that's about to move into the Springbrook area, this is one to be worried about, I reckon. Then again, that rotation also really looks to be weakening off right now. It's got some big hailstones in it, it's got a pretty good hail core, and that's going to go straight over Springbrook, and then out to, I would say, Coolangatta eventually, but it'll probably be upscaled by the time it gets towards Tally or Coolangatta. I called it Tally, do you see? Oh, Cobble Creek, thank you. Yeah, righto, okay. So 64 decibels, still got some pretty good stuff. Or pretty good hail in it. Hmm. Yeah, and that Logan shower has moved off now towards Beanley. Hmm. Look at these. There's 6 individual storms here. Well, this one, our Cobble Creek, which is the strongest. Then we've got our basically Strathpine storm now. I've got another one through here, one that's moving over the Wivenhoe, and then our Lowood storm. That's an interesting one. But again, I expected Lowood to be a little bit stronger than what it is right now. Catherine, thank you for the generous donation. Okay, let's talk about Strathpine now. Warner, Bray Park, Eaton's Hill, under the influence, under the impacts of this hailstorm, likely some smallish hailstones, 2 to 3 centimetres. Strathpine is going to be imminently impacted by hailstones of about 2 to 3, maybe 3.5 centimetres. Now, Bald Hills, Bracken Ridge and Brighton, we're talking about a small hail threat. I don't think it's one that you need to be panicked about right now, but it's still something to be keeping in the back of your head and monitoring quite closely now. Further north, up to Kalangua, North Lakes, Mango Hill, and then eventually Redcliffe, we're going to be seeing these thunderstorms track out into this area. And basically anywhere south of, I would say, or just the areas of northern Deception Bay, through Redcliffe, and then down to about the Brisbane Airport, all along the coastline through here, we could be talking about the risk of hailstones in the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. And this includes Deception Bay, Narangba, North Lakes, Strathpine, Redcliffe, Bramble Bay, and then, yeah, basically down to the Brisbane Airport and some of those immediate inner northern suburbs of Brisbane. Now, keep in mind, these thunderstorms are moving out towards the east. All these cells are tracking towards pretty much the due east. Storms that are worth the watch, that's for sure. Yeah, Lockyer Valley's been smashed this storm season. Alright, this is an interesting one now. So this is our Lowood cell here over the Lockyer Creek. It's not that strong. It's really not that strong, actually. But we may be talking about eventually a hail risk into some of the areas towards the north of the Brisbane River, which would include Upper Brookfield, Kenmore Hills, Chapel Hills, and Kenmore. And there's a bit of an if and but as to whether or not Pine Mountain and Mount Crosby will be impacted by this storm. Honestly, it looks like it's a little bit too far. Oh, it's developed now over Lowood. Yeah, this one's tracking off towards this direction here. So that basically throws the risk for these areas here, Kenmore and Mount Crosby, out the window. Yeah, I really don't think there's much of a risk for those areas. But yeah, for Brisbane, it's going to move just north. Alright, let's have a look at this Brisbane camera now. You can see those anvils coming through. Brisbane now in the shade. How am I doing this without coffee? Because I love this. I love making weather videos and streams, so do anything. Right, so this is going to be a place to watch the Brisbane webcam eventually, well, pretty soon. And yeah, just back to the radar, scope radar here, the high resolution stuff. We now have hail in the Lowood cell. That's just north of Marburg right now. This is going to be really touch and go for some of those extreme northern suburbs of Ipswich, because chances are this moves into the Diagla National Park, but it's not going to miss you guys by much, that's for sure. Cobble, I don't know how I call that Nobble Creek. Cobble Creek. Still got some pretty good hail in that one as well, 62, 63, 64 decibels. And a pretty good rotation couplet in there as well, so we've likely got some pretty strong inflow. That's a pretty good thunderstorm, that's a healthy thunderstorm there. And like I said, some small hailstones likely around the Strathpine area right now too. Well, let us know what's actually developing around the Strathpine area. Yeah. And same with Redcliffe as well, bit of a bit of a wild card as to whether or not we're actually going to see hail there. It's possible, but it's not overly likely. Gold Coast storm is now moving offshore, still dropping some big hailstones though, and it's got some pretty good rotation in it too. And then this one here, so this one's going for the Gold Coast, Red Vista. But again, if we have a look at our radar frames as well, not only does that Springbrook one look like it's on the way out, but it's also kind of diving towards the south, so it's going to head in towards Tally, and then it's probably going to end up crossing the border in towards the Tweed Heads area. So I don't think this is too much of a concern for the Gold Coast. Greenish clouds in Narangba. Green is a sign of hail, so we take that very seriously. Oh, so yeah, you'd be looking at the Cobble Creek storm. That's definitely got some good hail in it. Yeah, basically everyone now, I'm going to say it just to be safe than to be sorry, everyone south of Caboolture down to north of Ferny Hills and Wavell Heights and the airport, the Brisbane airport. This includes Redcliffe, it includes Deception Bay, it includes Narangba, it includes Strathpine, and it includes Dayboro. Just expect some hailstones now. I would say put the car inside, make sure you're ready for some hailstones. I'm saying it as a blanket term because there's a lot of thunderstorms in this vicinity here. There's only going to be a few people that end up with hail and end up with significant impacts, but I would say just best to be safe than sorry. It would be quicker for me to say this and easier for me to say this than to go through every single suburb every couple of minutes, which I would have to do as an alternative. Lowood, that's going to be a cell worth watching now. Very much a cell worth watching. Oh, and it's got some good rotation in it as well. Okay, that's a strong rotation couplet developing there. But again, if we are to extrapolate some of this imagery here, this radar imagery, moving through the Lowood area, this thunderstorm is, for the most part, appearing to move. Even at a worst case scenario, I mean, the hail doesn't really get anywhere further south this line here. Storms tonight, Brisbane south. Oh, difficult question. It really does depend on if we do see upscaled thunderstorms, which is possible, but it's not overly likely at this point in time. Yeah, I'm using radar scope. So I think after about 6 o'clock, Brisbane is going to be more on that drier and calmer side, which will be good. Very warm still, 34 degrees back, or back up to 35 into the Brisbane area. An updated severe thunderstorm warning. As expected, our Springbrook storm diving south into New South Wales, but has been tagged as very dangerous for giant hailstones, destructive winds, and heavy rainfall. And this is a very dangerous thunderstorm approaching Springbrook and Beechmont. Let's zoom in on this one here. Our first very dangerous severe thunderstorm of the day, Springbrook, and then that's going to end up down through Murraywarrambah, or just north of Murraywarrambah. Chindera and Kingscliff will be in the firing line of that one. Same with Fingal. And basically, people around the Tweed River need to be prepared for a very dangerous severe thunderstorm. We've also got our Strathpine cluster of storms as well. That's an imminent threat for Redcliffe for some large hailstones. And then, as mentioned, south of the Brisbane airport. And we've got another storm behind that, which is that Lowood storm. But BOM have tagged that as moving north, which means it's going to miss Ipswich and the suburbs of Ipswich. Noosa Hinterland, we have a strong thunderstorm up there. That's going to roll through Jimna, and that is this thunderstorm here. This is a good line of storms that's going to be pushing up in this direction here, and that in about an hour could approach the Noosa Hinterland. And also this good cluster of storms that's moving up towards, as mentioned, Hervey Bay and Maryborough could also give them a pretty good impact up there too. Right, let's go and see. Let's check in on our friends down here. Still some good hail in the Bramble Bay area. So Strathpine, Bald Hills, Brighton, Sandgate, got some hail coming in there. Mostly north of Zilmere and Nudgee. Thank you, Lord Tube Steak, for becoming a channel sponsor. And again, the majority of this thunderstorm here still over sparsely populated Diagla National Park around the Pine River and the Lake Sampson Vale area. But that's going to roll around the Hayes Inlet area, around North Lakes and Callingar, and then in towards Redcliffe. And especially the southern side of Redcliffe may see some pretty significant activity. Definitely a lot of small hail in these storms up here. Yeah, so really developing. Wow. They've really got their act together. And that Marburg storm, well, this one here is going to move towards the north of Ipswich. So no threat for Ipswich. It could end up, though, in about half an hour being a threat for some of the immediate northern suburbs of Brisbane. So again, we will have to keep close tabs on that situation too. We've got another thunderstorm developing. Of course we do, out here, north of Gatton. Honestly, this one looks like it's going to train up with the rest of them and head up towards the Wivenhoe Outlook and Mount Nebo. But yeah, this corridor here between Caboolture and Brisbane, they've got another hour of thunderstorms coming through, and they're going to be pretty persistent for these locations as well. Yeah, Deception Bay is imminently going to be seeing some heavy rainfall and potentially some large hailstones as well. So buckle up in Deception Bay. Storms are coming. Right. Still got that storm thing here. In fact, we're beginning to see some of this cloud activity train through the Logan area. So we may see further storm activity around the Logan and the Beenleigh area in the next hour or so. But keep in mind that that dry line is now pushing through these areas here. So behind our Springbrook storm here, behind our Logan stuff, and behind this Gatton storm, maybe there's one more behind the Gatton storm, but behind this black line here, there's not going to be much thunderstorm activity. The gap should be clear right now. Yeah, for the most part, the gap is clear. This one here may go into the gap. Honestly, it looks like it's on a bit of a track for the gap. But I would say until you get out to about the inner western suburbs of Brisbane and then north of the Brisbane River, these are kind of the hot seats for these thunderstorms. But yeah, a bit difficult to say right now. Interesting. Wow, the chat is going very, very fast. And hello to all of the new names as well. I've seen a lot of new names in here, which is refreshing as well, and a lot of new faces as well. Rain intensifying at Albany Creek. Yeah, it's very, very warm. Very, very warm, that's for sure. For Manly. Manly is south of Brisbane. No, I'm going to say no for Manly. Right now, at least. Hello, Ella. Macleay Island. Possible. I mean, we've got a bit of rainfall now moving out in towards the Macleay Island area. Afternoon, Elizabeth. Yeah, so a little bit of rainfall now moving out into the Macleay Island area. Do I lift? What? Please elaborate. Ipswich safe? Yeah, I'm going to say Ipswich and the greater Ipswich area is probably on the safer side. No one's going to die today from these severe thunderstorms. That's one of the most important things to remember in a severe thunderstorm outbreak, is to not panic. Everything will be okay. Let's get a bit of an update going. It's been a while since we've talked about what's going on, particularly up into the Caboolture area. Let's get a better radar up as well, preferably the Brisbane one. It definitely looks like our storms around the Samford Valley area and pushing in towards Lake Sampsonvale are still strong. We've actually got some pretty big hailstones developing here around the Bracken Ridge area, moving just towards the east of Bald Hills, across towards Sandgate, Shorncliffe and Brighton. So bunker down if you are south of Redcliffe down to the airport, including Nudgee Beach, Shorncliffe, Sandgate and surrounding and adjacent suburbs. That's a pretty good thunderstorm moving through there. Likely some large hailstones and some strong winds. Yuga, a bit of a hailstorm moving through there. That's on a collision course with Strathpine. So again, for the next hour, just make sure you are hunkered down between Deception Bay down to the airport. Big thunderstorms moving through. Fernvale, Lowood, a good storm moving in that area as well. And I definitely reckon we're going to be seeing some pretty significant thunderstorm activity. Again, training up into the Wivenhoe outlook north, well to the north of Ipswich. So Ipswich, look north. You should have a pretty good view of these thunderstorms. Macleay Island, we've got a good thunderstorm, or good shower storm, I guess, moving through there. And again, nothing too significant. Yugar, 5 centimetre hailstones, I believe that as well. That's a pretty good hail core in there. And our Springbrook storm moving over the mountains is being ripped apart, so it's likely to be dropped from very dangerous as it moves over towards New South Wales. However, south of Tweed Heads to, I'm going to call it as far south as Hastings Point, along the coastline here, anywhere in this blue circle, watch out for some potentially large hailstones. Definitely a possibility to see some large hailstones there in the next hour, or next half an hour or so. That Springbrook storm's really weakening off, actually. Oh, look at this one out here. That's crazy. That Toowoomba cell. That's just blown up as well. Millers, thank you for the nice words and the kind donation as well. Yeah, look at this one. 67 decibels in there. That's really picking up. Okay, and there's some good rotation in this one as well. In fact, multi-vortex rotation. Oh, this one's very, very tightly rotating as well. Very tightly rotating. That's looking really, really good. Baz, thank you very much for the kind words. Oh, okay, so this is going to be something we need to be watching quite closely. This storm may actually throw out, when we see rotation like this, and again, I mentioned this on the stream the other day, the Monday stream, when we see such tight rotation like this, we are looking out for potential vortexes and maybe even tornadoes. This is extreme. This is a strong thunderstorm. This is one to be watching now very closely. Tornadoes are not likely today, but they can be developed in supercell thunderstorms. So this one here moving around, we're going to be keeping an eye on this storm. I'm not saying that there's a tornado in this one. This is definitely a storm, though, that we need to be watching. Lord Tube Steak, thank you for the kind words and the generous tip as well. All right, courtesy car, hailstone dent, whereabouts, Torble across the passage from Bribie. Mate, honestly, just get the car inside if you can. Get the car into an underground parking spot. Anywhere kind of... Oh, Torble is a little bit too far north, but we're going to be seeing these thunderstorms train up there over the next hour or so. So, yeah, I'm going to say, Torble, you're on the vicinity of potentially being significantly impacted with hail. I'm going to say get the car inside just to be safe. It'd be cheaper to get the car inside somewhere than it would be to pay $1,000 for a hailstone dent. Donna, Bly on the Sunshine Coast, I sure can do that. I just have to remember where Bly was. It's just outside of Maroochydore, isn't it? Later tonight, we've got a bit of a thunderstorm now moving through there. Upscaled versions of thunderstorms into the Bly area. Likely some heavy rainfall, damaging winds, and maybe some hailstones as well. Thank you very much, Aqua, for the kind tip as well. Coomera. Coomera should be clear. I don't really see much happening in the Coomera area from this point onwards. Okay, back down to these thunderstorms here. Or this thunderstorm here, that's a storm that we need to be keeping very close tabs on. Now we're really beginning to pick up now our precipitation through the Brisbane area. Have a look at all of this stuff here. Very quickly beginning to pick up. And all the while I do this, I'm trying to get through some of the messages and the videos and photos that are coming in as well. We've got one here just from the north of Ipswich, I believe. That's our thunderstorm that's moving around here, I believe. So this is our developing storm around the Lowood area. I believe it's this thunderstorm here. Very impressive structure. Again, just not anviling out as significantly as I expected. So wind shear may become a problem for some of these thunderstorms up here. 1 to 2 centimetre hailstones in Eaton's, low-ish winds. Right. Hail in Albany Creek, hail in Apsley. Gap is getting a lot of lightning, as I can see from the chat right now. Right. hail at Eaton. So yeah, lots of reports of hail now coming out of this area. So Eaton's Hill, we've had 2 to 4 centimetre hailstones reported now. LCPL Cat, thank you very much for that. The name that I haven't seen in a while as well, Kelvin Grove. Great to have you watching again. Thank you very, very much for that kind of tip. Okay, so Ipswich, I can pretty confidently say we're in the all clear now for Ipswich. These thunderstorms are training towards the north of Ipswich, which means they're moving through this corridor here. Now that, of course, throws in our Redcliffe area, Strathpine, Caboolture into the firing line. But wow. Jeez, that storm blew up from nothing, that Gatton one. I'm going to say, for those in Cuminya, north of Lowood, but only just north of Lowood, up to the Lake Wivenhoe area, up to Esk, if you are in this area here, you need to be hunkered down immediately. This is a dangerous thunderstorm that's moving into your area. It's an untagged dangerous thunderstorm. It's got some large, potentially giant hailstones, and we've already talked about the risk of a potential tornado in there. Again, I would just like to see one more radar frame here. Yeah, the rotation is really, really strong in this one. Okay. This one may be throwing down a tornado. I hate to say this because it does incite a lot of panic, and I do not just know that I do not use this lightly. I do not say this lightly at all. But you see all of this pink stuff here on the northern side and the pink stuff here on the southern side, but then you've got that dip in intensity through the middle of this storm here. The fact that the rotation is also incredibly strong and concentrated around one spot in this thunderstorm. This is a very strong rotation couplet. This is a very strong mesocyclone on the ground, which is those clouds that come very close to the ground. This is a very nasty thunderstorm that's rolling through. Again, I don't like to incite fear or panic. I like to give answers. The velocities are not supportive of a tornado yet, but just the structure of this storm and the way that it's performing right now, this may have a tornado in it. This may have a brief, weak tornado in it. This is very much a storm that we need to be watching very, very closely. Becoming a very significant threat, that's for sure. All right, so let's keep very close tabs on this one. Convective available potential energy values are just through the roof. They are absolutely through the roof right now. If this one here moves around the Brisbane area, tornadoes do not last that long. So if it's throwing down a tornado, there's no risk to Brisbane or southeast Queensland. But the Wivenhoe outlook is next in the firing line. All right. That's by far the strongest rotation couplet that I've seen since Monday on that. I think it was a confirmed tornado, actually, around Tin Can Bay. All right, checking in on our friends up around the Redcliffe and the Deception Bay area. They are underwater by the looks of things. I'll just outline the coastline for you guys because I imagine it's pretty hard to see, but we've got Deception Bay here, we've got Redcliffe through here, Strathpine is here, Zilmere is here. We've got some very heavy rainfall moving through these areas here, so expect some pretty significant precipitation in the next couple of minutes. It's going to get pretty hectic there. Raining in Redcliffe, righto. Yeah, I would say just considering the size of that rotation couplet and that rotation on the radar imagery that we did have a tornado. No, this is an extreme storm season. This has been nuts so far. This storm season has been absolutely mind-blowing. It's been by far my most active. We may also have a bit of a rotation couplet here. No, not at Mount Crosby. That's not going to roll into Mount Crosby. That cell is not going to go near a major population centre, such as Mount Crosby. It's going to impact relatively underpopulated areas around Cuminya and the Wivenhoe Dam area. But still very much a storm that we need to keep watching very closely. Hailing in Bracken Ridge. How big are we seeing these hailstones? Because I reckon there's sporadic pea-sized hail, or pretty persistent pea-sized hail, right through this area, which includes Narangba, Deception Bay, parts of Redcliffe, Bracken Ridge, Zilmere, and then down towards Wavell Heights, and even as far south as potentially the Gap, I would say. But in terms of hail, we're probably looking at a mix of between pea-sized and then increasing to about 3 centimetres at times. Raining in Deception Bay. Deception Bay, some thunder but zero hail. This is radar scope. This radar imagery is radar scope, and it's excellent. Couldn't recommend it enough. All right, let's go and check back in on our cell down here. This is our Wyvenhoe cell. That's what I'm going to call it from this point onwards. That's got some pretty solid rotation in it. It's not our typical looking supercell thunderstorm, that's for sure. So there's no hook echo in this, but there is a solid rotation couplet, that's for sure. Wow. Very much a storm that I want to keep close tabs on. There's a very much a storm that I want to keep watching over the next hour. Now, of course, if you are brand new to the channel, please do consider subscribing, and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it. Peter, thank you very much. Pea-sized hail in Bracken Ridge. Yeah, okay, so this storm is not overly concerning, or this cluster of storms is not overly concerning. It's a pretty typical southeast Queensland severe thunderstorm. But there is still the risk of some large hailstones in here. Good idea to keep the car inside for the remainder of this thunderstorm outbreak, which will be the next hour or so for these areas. Okay. Let's get an update on the radar imagery in just a second. Actually, do we have an update from BOM? This is very dangerous. Really? Strathpine, do we have a very dangerous severe thunderstorm over you? Because we've got this, it's warned as being a very dangerous thunderstorm, but I think the worst that it's going to be is rainfall, which is kind of the minimal tag right now. Pea-sized hail, yeah, righto. Momentus above you and Sam. Development near Alara. How bad is this thunderstorm, really? I mean, I know there's some strong winds down on the southern side. We're probably looking at winds around the 100km/h mark. And hail, again, through here has been between that 2 to 3 centimetre size. Very, very heavy rainfall. But it's not warned for very heavy rainfall, which is interesting. Right, definitely a storm, very dangerous storm, that's for sure, but heavy rainfall appears to be the main threat from this one here, probably talking about 20 to 50 millimetres as this storm bears down. Our Lowood cell is really struggling right now. Still a bit of hail in that one. Yeah, this one is holding, that Toowoomba cell is holding that rotation. What does our latest update say on this one? Look, this is what the Americans look for when they're looking for tornadoes. Very persistent this is. Big hail in there as well. It's a pretty small storm, all things considered, but yeah, that is one to be looking. If we do have anyone around the Gatton area that can chuck us a look north, or around the Lowood area that can chuck us a look northwest, what does it look like? Are we looking green or are we looking black? Picked up in Brisbane, very cold. Yeah, that thunderstorm is blowing around the Brisbane area. It's really blowing those strong winds around the Brisbane area. That Toowoomba one is not going to be a threat for Ipswich or any of the suburbs just north of Ipswich. For Hervey Bay later tonight, definitely the risk of some strong thunderstorm activity later tonight. I'll talk about that as it begins to develop. Alright, just back to the Brisbane radar right now. Kind of appears that the thunderstorms are developing progressively further south as well. So back to the Brisbane webcam. Oh, look at that. So when we see clouds swirling around in their, I guess, underbellies like they are right now. Wow, okay, so this indicates very strong winds. How long am I going to be streaming for? We're probably looking at another 2 or 3 hours until my voice gives out, which is normally about 4 to 5 hours of coverage I can do. Dark blue, alright. Green means hail, so dark blue is a bit of a relief. Still not great, but it is a bit of a relief. So yeah, this is likely producing some very strong winds around the Brisbane CBD area. And again, that's a pretty good wall cloud that they're under right now. Do we have our chaser on the ground? Trent, surely you are back on the ground. Unfortunately not. The storm train has now eased off through the Logan area, and I don't think that's going to become a problem any longer. But yeah, wow, look at this. So now moving into the Brisbane airport area, and these thunderstorms are actually heading progressively further south as well. So I would say anywhere, again, north of the Brisbane City area. Remember that thunderstorm about an hour ago that rolled through? I think it's going to be a very similar area that is going to be impacted by this. We're seeing these thunderstorms make a turn through the Brisbane area, and this could throw the Bayside suburbs of Manly and Wynnum into the mix as well. But definitely around the Bramble Bay area up towards Redcliffe, rainfall is beginning to ease off a little bit for for locations further north of Strathpine. These thunderstorms begun moving towards the northwest. Northeast. They're now moving further out towards the east at this point in time. Interesting. 33, it feels like 38 in Logan City. Wow, that must be uncomfortable. Hail in Boondall. Gusty in the Brisbane CBD. Wind north of the CBD is wild. Half the stuff from your balcony almost took flight. Yeah, we're looking at these wind gusts. So this is a gust front developing on this thunderstorm here. So you've got all your heavy rainfall here where it's a little bit calmer, and you've got your hail as well embedded within this. But along the gust front of this severe thunderstorm, you're talking about these winds coming out, I believe, from the east, but probably from the northeast. These wind gusts are approaching 100 to 110 kilometres an hour. Very, very strong indeed. Small hail in Kermside. Beaudesert, clear right now, all clear, and we're seeing some of the training cloud developing out in this part of Queensland here, but that's going to head out towards the east. So Beaudesert should remain clear for the remainder of the night, and then, Blackbutt as well as we head further north. They've had their storm today. I just need to remember where Blackbutt is. I think it's just outside of Chinchilla. Okay, I know it's in this general vicinity here. We've got a good storm now moving up towards Gayndah, and this storm here moving it then across towards Big Endon, Maryborough, and then this will throw Hervey Bay under the firing line eventually. But yeah, I believe Blackbutt is still going to get a couple more storms as we head out throughout the night. I vaguely know where Blackbutt is, but I can't pull it up on this stream right now. Canungra still at 38 degrees. Wow. It is very, very warm. Very, very warm, that's for sure. Alright, Toowoomba radar. Let's go back and have a look at our storm out here. Okay, that rotation's dropped off just a little bit in the core of this storm here. We do have a little bit of a hook echo now developing on this side. A bit of a, I guess you could call it an RFD or something. This is not as much of a concern now. I think we're done for storm development, honestly, at this point in time. West Brisbane, I think we're done for storm development. Yeah. Because behind this, there's some cloud activity, but it's really not getting itself going properly. And it's also heading a bit further out towards the north as well, so really doesn't throw Ipswich and surrounding areas under much of a threat, which is good. Thank you for all of the questions, guys, as well. Keeping me on my toes, keeping me busy. Now, what are we looking at in terms of winds here? Oh, wow, yeah, okay, so gusty winds pushing close to 100 kilometres an hour in a few spots. Yeah, okay, that Marburg storm, just as quickly as it's intensified, it's now weakened up a little bit. Mount Nebo still got a good storm flowing through into the Mount Nebo area. In fact, if we were to annotate this one, there's a little bit of a slot there where the rotation is still pretty strong. Yeah, wow. No, you don't want the storms that are coming through tonight, that's for sure. I can guarantee you nobody wants the storms that are coming through tonight. These are very, very strong storms. Alright, just playing through the Marburg radar right now. Looking pretty good still. Lots of thunderstorm activity. But again, it looks like it is now beginning to weaken off. We're at 5 o'clock now, so conditions are still looking good for thunderstorms, but they're not as good as what they were a couple of hours ago. What's an RFD? An RFD stands for rear flank downdraft, and that's what happens in supercell thunderstorms. So you've got, how do I annotate this? So you've got your thunderstorm structure that looks like this. I can, again, draw on this, but that doesn't look like it wants me to do it. You've got your thunderstorm structure that looks like this. You've got your anvil that comes out here, and then you've got your corkscrew updraft here, and then your wall clouds down here, and then your rear flank downdraft is your rear downdraft that comes out of the storm here. Gusty winds, very heavy rainfall, intense precipitation, and that's where your tornadoes can develop. I hope that annotation kind of covers it. Bit of a complex one, and also one that I'm not overly familiar with myself either. Uh, 2 centimetre hail at Zilmere. Steve, thank you very much. It also looks like things are beginning to calm down now into the Brisbane area or just towards the north of Brisbane. Precipitation is not as intense right now. Still some very strong winds, but it's not as intense. Hervey Bay storm will weaken, and an ETA on it probably about 7 o'clock, I would say, local time. Yeah, maybe about 7 o'clock. Righto, now, where... Okay, let's see what we can see here. These thunderstorms, if we just roll this back and forth a little bit, they are creeping down to the south, but it also looks like they've made their move off towards the east now. Yeah, I don't think that this is actually going to go into the Brisbane CBD area. I think that this is actually going to track just towards the north into the Bayside suburbs, but in terms of the Brisbane CBD area, strong winds, that's going to be it by the looks of things from this severe thunderstorm. Heaps of trees down in Palm Beach, wow. Palm Beach is Gold Coast, I know that much. Oh yeah, they had that massive storm that rolled through about half an hour ago. Yeah, there would have been pretty good trees down there. No, this is not an overhyped afternoon, I can tell you that right now. We've had some pretty wild storms so far, but they've been faced with some very strong capping they have, which makes these thunderstorms struggle to get off the ground. So no, these thunderstorms have not been overhyped. We've had destructive winds. We've had giant hailstones already confirmed up to 5 centimetres. Haven't had anything... There were some people saying 10 to 12 centimetre hailstones today. That hasn't happened. And I personally didn't think that was ever going to happen as well. We've also had some really big thunderstorms out here inland. So on this part of Queensland, some very big thunderstorms out here. And we've had a couple of these storms track through and drop 5+ centimetre hailstones. So a little bit further inland compared to the Sunshine Coast. So if you're thinking that maybe this has been an overcooked forecast for the Sunshine Coast, it wasn't. But these thunderstorms developed further inland because that dry line actually ended up being a lot further inland. But yeah, for the most part, this has pulled off exactly as expected. And minus a couple of location discrepancies. Now really beginning to calm down into the Brisbane area. Our Lowood storm, just as quickly as that got going, has completely carked it. Mount Nebo as well, still holding strong. A bit of hail as well, still around I guess you would be through the Bramble Bay area around Boondall here. And that'll be moving into the airport as well. Yeah, Brisbane should be okay. Stormy in Wynnum West right now. It'd be pretty gusty out there, that's for sure. Now, do we have an update from BOM? Not yet. So yeah, very dangerous severe thunderstorm still ongoing into the Strathpine area, but it's not an emergency situation. I imagine they've had some pretty good rainfall actually around Strathpine. Let's go and see if we can check out how much rainfall they've had. I don't think there's any up-to-date observations here. Oh, Pine Dam would be an interesting one to check. I know that one gets some pretty good falls here and there. definitely a station that I want to keep an eye on. So yeah, these storms still training through. Again, like as quickly as they've developed, they've kind of calmed down, which is good. Yeah, the forecast for the week ahead, I believe they've got the Ashes in Brisbane at the Gabba looking pretty good, all things considered. I'm not sure why there's still a warning for Logan. Logan's not going to be seeing anything much. In Bracken Ridge next to Strathpine had a wave of hail pea-sized to marble-sized. Yeah, that would have been pretty loud, that's for sure, but again, nothing too crazy. The inner northern Brisbane suburbs have definitely escaped some pretty significant impacts. It could have been a whole lot worse for those locations, so very, very happy that those thunderstorms were not as strong as the thunderstorms were further inland. I think what's really happened today is these thunderstorms have exploded and they've gotten really strong, but only over the really isolated areas. So this can be an interesting one, and it's definitely one where our prayers have been answered. I guess if you want to go all spiritual about it, is that these thunderstorms, they blew up further inland. I mean, this one here outside of Gatton got really strong really quickly. We had some good storms up here in the Wivenhoe outlook. That one that went through Brisbane was very strong over the Wivenhoe outlook. We've had some great storms up here outside of Moore and Yarraman. A couple of good storms that have rolled through here inland from Caboolture. And then, of course, down into the scenic rim, we've had about 3 or 4 powerful severe thunderstorms down here. One of them tracking in from Alara through Boona and then outside of Rathdowney. But again, dodging all of these population centres. Very, very good to see. Oh, no, not in the news. This page is more than enough for me. I do know the weather guys. Tony Auden from Channel 7, he's really, really good at what he does on the weather, and he's got a great Facebook page as well where he breaks down weather forecasts, so go and check him out. And Liz Cantor, who I believe does the Channel 10 weather as well, from what I've seen, she does an excellent job as well reporting on the weather and telling it how it is. CB Down's probably going to be on the receiving end of not a whole lot of much. So what's happening here with these thunderstorms is we're getting to see the one up here around the Gayndah area, which I believe my mug is blocking. This one's now tracking further north, so this one's actually going to go on towards Mount Perry, Gingin, Childers, Biggin, those locations. But we may see some good rainfall developing outside of these thunderstorms here, pushing into parts of the Tin Can Bay area and then into the Wide Bay area, and then eventually Harvey Bay by about 7:30 or 8 o'clock for sure. Nothing in Caboolture, good to hear. But yeah, for the Sunshine Coast right now, I definitely reckon areas north of Caboolture up to about Noosa and Tewantin inclusive are going to be fine. Honestly, going to be fine. Contrary to the forecast, they're going to be fine. But then locations further north later tonight may actually see a relatively strong squall line coming through. Nah, I don't think so for the Gold Coast. Again, if we pause this on the latest radar imagery right now, the latest radar and satellite imagery, our dry line is kind of following this line here. Now, our dry line is where these thunderstorms begin to develop, and they just won't have enough time developing around the Springbrook area to move into the Gold Coast as a severe storm. So I don't think it's going to be much for the Gold Coast at all. Yeah, the Mount Nebo one will get the northern suburbs of Brisbane, but again, it's strong right now. It's producing some big hailstones right now. But it's going to be a lot weaker by the time it gets itself into the inner northern suburbs of Brisbane. So, in other words, not a whole lot of concern regarding that thunderstorm either. Again, just seeing if we've got any videos or photos coming through. Big hailstones outside of Manly, actually, from that cell that went through earlier. Very big thunderstorm that dropped. That was that one that went through the Brisbane City area that we were just kind of shocked at, to be honest. It kind of took me off guard. But yeah, 5 centimetre plus hailstones here, so that was interesting. Nah, Ipswich should be clear. Yeah, I imagine the airport will be chaos. Absolutely chaos today. Lots of cancelled flights, lots of delays. It'd be chaos. Hmm. And again, like different to a traditional severe thunderstorm outbreak through southeast Queensland, as to that these ones developed earlier on in the day. So I imagine there's still some pretty strong winds around the Windsor area towards the north of Brisbane. We've definitely got some winds going into this thunderstorm here, likely of the 90 kilometre an hour variety or so. That should be taking the wind should be taking the edge off the hot air. Yeah, we've got another little bit of a surge up here around the Deception Bay area towards the north. That's got a bit of life in it as well. That will clip the northern side of Redcliffe up in towards the Scarborough area. In fact, this one here is actually pretty strong. Let's go and have a look at that one in a bit more detail. So this one here just towards the south of Caboolture, moving north of Deception Bay. So I imagine it's rumbling pretty good at Deception Bay right now. Thunder and dark sky at the gap. Yeah, that's that Mount Nebo storm that's crossing through the Samford Valley right now. This one here. And yeah, Nudgee Beach, as mentioned, having a bit of a second go at life as well. In fact, that's got some pretty good rotation in it as well. So likely a strong thunderstorm there. And we've now got a bit of a... This is another bit of a gust front that's rolling down into Wynnum and Manly right now. So the storms are likely to pick up into the Wynnum and the Manly area in the next 2 or 3 minutes or so. And that may make it down to Wellington Point, but likely just clip it further north in about 10 minutes. You may see some heavy rainfall and strong wind gusts there. And just back to the Toowoomba radar to make sure that the cell that we suspected may have some kind of tornadic activity in it is no longer much of a concern. I'm going to go on... It's still a supercell and it's still quite strong. We've still got some damaging winds and maybe some large hail in it as well. Threading the needle between Cominya and Esk and moving up towards Red Cedar and then eventually off towards the Brisbane River. But it is a lot weaker. Oh, that's not good. We're off. Very much off here. Yes. And then back into the Brisbane area, not Perth at all. Yeah, still looking pretty solid, these thunderstorms, that's for sure. Still looking pretty strong. As we roll through the... let's roll through a bit of a loop here and see what's actually cooking with some of these thunderstorms. Yeah, they all appear to be moving towards the north now. They all appear to be moving pretty quickly off towards the north. And that's, again, another feature that we talked about earlier on in the day. These thunderstorms were going to be developing and moving off towards the east, but then they're going to swing around a little bit later on and move towards the northeast, and that's exactly what we're beginning to see now. Nah, nothing out for Logan. Yeah, the Caboolture thing is really... the Caboolture storm system is really complex. There's a lot of stuff going on through here. Another storm developing out in the Toowoomba area. Barely. Whereabouts? Oh, I think you probably mean the Esk storm. We've been tracking that one for the last so and forth, yeah. Yeah, so the Deception Bay storm, the one towards the north of Deception Bay, looking pretty good. So this one here is going through Beachmere right now, just outside of the Caboolture River. Let us know what's happening up in Beachmere. Samford East, 30 millimetres, righto. Gained a storm, alright. Oh yeah, that's a strong one. I wonder what's actually going on in Gaynor right now, because that is a very powerful storm moving up there. So yeah, Beachmere, if we've got any more updates in the Beachmere area in terms of hail or strong winds, I'd be keen to hear. Definitely looks like something pretty significant's rolling around there. And of course, I would like to say, if you haven't already, then please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it as well. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, checking in on the Gympie radar. Holy moly. Alright, so this is a storm that's got some serious winds in it. And that's some solid rotation as well, just outside of Gayndah and moving up towards Big Endon. Oh, hang on, this one... Okay, Gayndah is a storm that we need to be watching very closely. This may have some kind of... If tornadoes were going to form today, this is where they were going to be. Now, the fact that this has got some really solid rotation in a place that we would expect it to be for a tornado, that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. And also the fact that it's very, very intense, this thunderstorm. I mean, for lack of a better word, it's incredibly intense right now, both in terms of rainfall and wind speeds. This is a very strong mesocyclone that's going on right now. Yeah, this one's got a bit of bite. This one's got a lot of bite. Peter Kirby, thank you very much. Sent through some photos. Let's have a look. From Yadina, looking east and west. Whoa, looking pretty turbulent out there. That's for sure. Wow, looking very, very turbulent out there on the Sunshine Coast. That Gympie storm, that's going to be one that we need to refer back to. We could be in for a strong one there. And now all of these Brisbane storms are now moving up towards the north. So what I now expect to happen is these storms to continue to upscale. And we're going to be seeing an increase in rainfall and precipitation now for parts of the Sunshine Coast, or increase in storm activity and precipitation for parts of the Sunshine Coast. Narangba is under a microburst. Right. It's pretty strong wording. Narangba is all clear by the looks of things, but out towards the Deception Bay area, it's beginning to get a little bit heavier, and then down south towards Strathpine, still got a bit of hail rolling through that area as well. And as expected, the Bayside suburbs as well, just outside of Brisbane, are getting taken to town with a pretty strong thunderstorm, and again, some pretty good rotation in here as well, just outside of Wynnum. We're seeing some very strong winds around here, so another mesocyclonic supercell thunderstorm. The Brisbane weather live camera's obviously not got anything on it. Clear as day once again. We should have a bomb update too. Okay, so they've dropped the very dangerous tag on it. Yeah, okay, so we've got one just outside of Esker, that's moving northwest, and it's just our Brisbane storm right now that's moving down towards the south, and they've severe warned this part of it here, and then the Deception Bay one has not been given a severe tag, which I don't think is fair. But this Brisbane cell here is going to be tracking down into the Bayside suburbs and then eventually out into the Moreton Bay area. It's not expected to be much of a problem or a concern out there. A pretty stock standard storm, but still could give us some pretty significant wind and maybe some hail as well. Ground is shaking in Wynnum. Yeah, it's a strong thunderstorm, that's for sure. But again, compared to what we've had earlier today, nothing significant. Mistus at Budroom, the cell is now to the north of Coolum. Yep, wind picking up in Coolum. Means the storm is imminent. So this thunderstorm here is expected to track slowly towards the southeast. So it should get itself offshore, but we're still expecting some impacts into the Redland City area, and then that will also move north, well, basically from Victoria Point through Alexandra Hills, Wellington Point, Redland, Thornside, and then over towards the Bayside suburbs as well, around Manly and Wynnum. This thunderstorm's not far away either, and it is quite strong, so stay safe and stay informed. It also looks like it is weakening off a little bit. A bit hard to say for sure, given the imagery, but it is also looking like it's weakening off just a little bit now. I do think that Caboolture may be in the firing line, though, shortly for that Toowoomba storm, but it's likely to be a little bit weaker by the time it gets there. So not as much of a major concern. Still a very complex picture through southeast Queensland right now with all these thunderstorms that are going on. Very, very confusing, that's for sure. There's just a lot to unpack. Not so much confusing, just a lot to unpack right now. Yeah, Gayndah is under a massive, massive, massive storm. And very, very impressive storm structure as well. Today, again, like just the last couple of days, the structure of these thunderstorms has been absolutely incredible. It's been beautiful, it has. So, been very, very lucky to see some of these thunderstorms. Have been extremely picturesque, extremely photogenic. Logan's fine. There's nothing going on in the Logan area right now. Yeah, so Big Thunder in Beenleigh is the Bayside suburb storm up here around the Wynnum and the Manly area. There's no microburst in Logan. Thunder in Mumbai. If you'd like to send a photo through, send it to my email or send it over to the Facebook page as well. We can check if it's a hook echo. It's a rotating thunderstorm. It's pretty impressive how it's rotating, but this is stock standard stuff. This is some strong winds, of course, but more or less pretty stock standard stuff for southeast Queensland. It's definitely a strong, severe thunderstorm, but it's not something to be overly concerned about right now. Windy in Ipswich. Maybe it does have a little bit of rotation in it still, this Toowoomba cell. It's got a nice hook echo to it. Really pretty storm. Not overly concerning though. Really not overly concerning. But yeah, that Gayndah storm is massive. That's really, really rocking things right now. And if we go back to the Gympie radar, it is a very, very strong thunderstorm. There's some drops in the precipitation through here though, so where it drops off there, very strong rotation here. Yes, this one's got some massive wind gusts. This is a dangerous thunderstorm for Digilbo, Dillanil, those locations around there. Definitely some big wind gusts are on the way for those locations. And in terms of winds, actually, the Brisbane airport's just copped a pretty good hit. 70 kilometres an hour. Pretty strong. Nothing crazy, of course, but still pretty strong indeed. And yeah, rainfall accumulation is beginning to pick up now, but again, nothing too crazy across the southeast of Queensland. No update to our severe thunderstorm warning just yet. No tornadoes. You haven't had any confirmation that there's tornadoes. A few suspect storms as you do normally get on an outbreak like this, but yeah, no tornadoes. Dillanil, emphasis on the up. Dillanil, thank you. No, Ipswich wasn't expected to get thunderstorms today, and they have passed north of Ipswich as expected. Probably not through. After this thunderstorm in the Brisbane area is done and dusted, I don't think there's going to be anything else tonight. Morayfield is copping... Oh, is Morayfield copping it? I believe Morayfield is, for the most part, in the clear. I just need to remember where Morayfield is. Again, I'm not familiar with suburb by suburb. I'm not sure about that one. If they're around the inner eastern suburbs of Brisbane, then we're probably talking about them getting some rainfall. Nothing in Caloundra and that. Caloundra will be all clear today. South of Caboolture. Yeah, all of this is very much south of Caboolture. And again, that strong thunderstorm... Oh, this is not good news, actually. This is going straight for Bribie. Okay, so Bribie Island, there's some strong winds. We completely overlooked that. And my apologies, Bribie Island, you've got about 5 minutes until some very strong wind gusts are going to be upon you. Well, maybe not very strong, but still some pretty gnarly wind gusts are going to be upon you. This thunderstorm here that's moving across the, or this part of, yeah, definitely expect some hail on the southern end of Bribie in the next 5 minutes or so. Alright, so Bribie Island, hunker down now, get the car inside and make final preparations ahead of wind gusts potentially between 70 to 100 kilometres an hour. And expect some large hailstones as well in the Bribie Island vicinity. We could be talking about hailstones between 2 to 4 centimetres in size. It's not going to be anywhere near as strong as that severe thunderstorm that came through on Monday, but it's still going to pack a decent punch, so Bribie, make sure you are ready. Begin at 120 km an hour gusts, wow. Yeah, Bribie's being smashed. This is not likely to be a massive thunderstorm by southeast Queensland standards, however, keep in mind Bribie was absolutely trolleyed on Monday. So for this to go into Bribie again is a pretty significant thing, and it's likely to cause some significant problems again and really hamper their, I guess, recovery efforts and really hurt them. They're having some pretty significant problems right now over in the Bribie Island area. That's an interesting feature as well. I believe that's our Mount Nebo storm though. We do actually have a developing thunderstorm here moving over Clear Mountain. So the risk is not over yet for Deception Bay and the northern edge of Redcliffe, and then eventually, by the looks of things, over into the Bribie area. Again, after this first storm comes through. Oh, and it is now moving through Bribie. So let me know what's going on in Bribie right now. It's a strong storm. It's nothing crazy, so stay calm. But hunker down because it is still a significant hit that's coming through. And again, because of the fact that Bribie was absolutely smashed on Monday, ripped apart on Monday, then they are likely to see a relatively significant impact. Yeah, that was a complete oversight. I didn't see that thunderstorm at all, so I apologise for the limited warning for the Bribie cell. Why is Mount Nebo popping off again? Oh man, so we've got another thunderstorm here south of that Toowoomba one that's got grand plans by the looks of things. Have a look at this one here. Decent hook echo as well on this one too. There's some strong rotation happening in this area here on the southern edge of that, and we've still got that good rotation in this part of the storm too, and some strong winds as these two thunderstorms move through into the Whites Mountain and Samford Valley area of the Diagla National Park. Again, no threat to Ipswich, but still interesting. Another storm developing right over the top of Logan right now. So it's absolutely pouring down in the Logan City area. And again, this has just popped up in the last 5 minutes. So these thunderstorms are just firing up extremely quickly. And this Logan storm, wow, that's got some rotation to it. Let's check back in on the Brisbane radar because that is some significant stuff. It is actually right over the radar, so it's a bit difficult to say for sure. Yeah, wow, look at that. That's got some hail as well. So Stapleton, Ormo Hills, Windaroo, what are you seeing right now? That could be... Yeah, thunderstorm developed very quickly at Beenleigh. That really blew up. 1 centimetre hail at Bribie, big lightning, big thunder. Yeah, Logan's in the clear. Logan City is in the clear, but the areas just towards the south of Logan, including Stapleton and Beenleigh, are not in the clear at all. Yeah. Wow, that just exploded, that did. Windaroo 2 centimetres, righto. And that makes sense because that is what it looks like right now. Let's check back in on the live cam and see what we can see into the Logan area. Wow, we checked on this 5 minutes ago and this cloud just went nuts. So still a lot of moisture feeding into these thunderstorms. It's all clear out in this part of Queensland, so I'm pretty confident to say that they're done and dusted. Looking over towards Ipswich, but wow, that just blew up. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Still going into the Bayside suburbs as well. Not as strong. Yeah, Ormo is building up really quickly. Again, a lot of the thunderstorms today have been kind of blow up and collapse in on themselves in about half an hour in a supercell variety, which is really strange. We don't see that much at all. But, far out, that just exploded. That erupted, that did. Absolutely erupted. Around the Beenleigh area. So this is not a major threat by the looks of things. But yeah, severe thunderstorms appear to be continuing to develop. Alright. And just to illustrate how quickly this thunderstorm's developing, it's already moving out of the screen right now. Alright, let's turn on this satellite imagery and actually see what we're seeing, because alright, just refresh that. Oh, we're seeing another convective tower begin blowing up. Okay, so I'm going to say this right now. Logan is probably going to end up seeing a developing thunderstorm very shortly. Maybe. We're seeing this convection begin to blow up into the Harrisville area. Far out. Okay. I'm going to have to retract a lot of what I've said now. I'm going to be saying, and this is, again, the beauty of being able to track these thunderstorms live, but for a lot of southeast Queensland, we're not talking about the all clear just yet. In the moment, the all clear can definitely be given. But for now, through much of southeastern Queensland, we've still got some pretty significant thunderstorm activity in the vicinity, and it's very important to remain vigilant over the next couple of hours, because these thunderstorms are continuing to develop, they're continuing to bubble away, and they're still very, very significant as they continue to blow up. Brisbane may see another thunderstorm later. It's not overly likely right now, but it's still a possibility. There's still just... what an incredible outbreak. And again, maybe another thunderstorm or two towards the north of Lowood. But the fact that we've got a little bit of convection now developing out here around the Harrisville area, that's going to track into the Jimboomba and then eventually south of Logan around the Beenleigh area, that may give us some thunderstorm activity down here. And of course, we've still got our storm train that's cranked up onto overdrive here, that's moving into the Caboolture area too. Gander Storm is on the way to Bundy, but it's likely to be a lot weaker by the time it gets up there. But thank you very much for the generous donation. In Eagle Bay, next to Beenleigh, and what was that? Yeah, that just exploded. This thunderstorm took 5 minutes to get off the ground. Crazy, crazy work. You're joking that the new radar doesn't actually exist on the... that Beenleigh storm doesn't actually exist on the radar. That's crazy. Very, very fitting, I guess. Alright, just going to see if I can pull up some rainfall data here so far. Nothing as of yet. Eagleby. Apologise for that. So we'll head back to the satellite imagery and just have a look at what these storms are doing. We've got some photos coming in now of the Beenleigh storm. Yep, a pretty impressive blow-up, that's for sure. Wow. And it's got some hail in it too. It's got some hail moving over Stapleton right now. It's now clearing out of the population areas, but that's going to move over towards Steiglitz and Jacobs Well, and then eventually out towards, by the looks of things, the top of South Stradbroke Island and the bottom edge of North Stradbroke Island. It's going to move north of Pimpama, which means Coomera and the upper Gold Coast are going to miss this. Possibly for Brisbane. I mean, it's a possibility, but the fact that we're seeing these thunderstorms now continue to develop so frequently is, yeah, really becoming a bit of a headache, that's for sure, let me tell you. Back to the Toowoomba radar. Nothing of note here on... yeah, nothing to note of all on the Mount Nebo cell. As expected as well. Gander Storm clips Harvey Bay. I'm going to need to clarify that one myself. Yeah, most likely it's going to clip Harvey Bay. I reckon you'll get a little bit of rainfall in the Harvey Bay area, but that's all. There's a hook on that storm, the Big Endon one. Let's go and have a look at that. Oh, the Taroom radar is awful. Let's go and have a look at the Gympie radar here. Oh yeah, there is. Looking at this one here. But there should be some very tight rotation in here, which there is, but it's definitely mesocyclonic. It's not tornadic in nature. And we've still got that very strong gust front as well moving through. So this is, it's a stock standard storm. It's not producing a tornado or anything nuts like that, which is good. Gympie's going to miss the storm as well. they'll get a little bit of rainfall from it. Maybe a thunderstorm or two into the Gympie area. But yeah, I don't expect much. Yeah, Gympie, it should be beginning to rain though, I would say. Yeah, humidity rising, dew point rising, same thing. Cleveland, loud thunder. I think northern New South Wales should be in the all clear now. Have a look at the Brisbane radar. Yeah, there's not much happening down there. God, and that Logan storm is still throwing out some lightning. Wow. That just shocked me, that did. That surprised me in every single way. The Bayside storm is now moving out into the Moreton Bay area. It still will clip Moreton Bay at the Wellington Point around the Redland area, but I don't expect anything major to occur there. Bit of hail now moving through Strathpine. I haven't given the all clear there, so make sure you do stay inside and out of harm's way. Some strong winds still expected, and maybe some heavy rainfall, damaging wind gusts, and some large hailstones are all possible. But conditions should begin to get a little bit better now for some of those locations, so here's hoping. Of course, if you are brand new to my channel, please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it. And go and check out our channel sponsors as well. Their names are on screen. Number One Computer Shop and Max Kill. Yeah, as we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes, Logan has been going off. Oh, we've got another storm now over the top of Logan. That's throwing out lightning. So this one here, that should move into the Ormeau Hills, I believe it's called. Oh no, Ormeau Hills is down here, but just inland from Thornlands and Cleveland. But yeah, let me know what goes on down there as well. Let's go and check out the Brisbane weather live cam. A little bit of brewing stuff. Very high based. I didn't expect that to be dropping heavy rainfall or anything like that, because that is very high based indeed. Wow. Yeah, it's forming right on top of people, that's for sure. It's catching a lot of people off guard. I can tell you that right now. Catching a lot of people off guard. Wow. All these storms are now beginning to push up towards the northwest though, so even the developing one that we're seeing out here at Mount Nebo, that's going to move off. It's not going to impact Brisbane directly, but it will still go up into the Redcliffe area and potentially up towards Deception Bay as well, so still something to be watching. 3 centimetre hailstones in Bribie, wow. Yeah, these storms are very photogenic. Very, very photogenic, and to think that we're pushing close to 6 o'clock now and seeing these thunderstorms. I mean, we knew that today was going to be an early afternoon outbreak, but so the fact that it's still going right now is pretty impressive. Yeah, something developing right over the top of Logan. That should move out of the Logan area before it becomes any kind of concern in Logan. Wow. But yeah, that will put Cleveland and Victoria Point in the firing line for a severe thunderstorm in the next 15 minutes or so. Then just at the Brisbane airport area, maximum wind gusts at 70 k's an hour. Dew points are still in the 20s though. Very, very warm indeed. So still conducive for severe thunderstorm activity. And out at Greenbank here, dew points early 20s, beginning to cool off a little bit. So severe thunderstorm potential is now dropping down a little bit. Still pretty good. So 1 centimetre hail at Bribie. Lots of planes in holding as well. Interesting. Cleveland, too early to say, but we could be talking about some heavy rainfall and maybe some hail as well. Small hail, but still a bit of hail. Lee, thank you very much for the kind donation and also your kind words as well. Much appreciated. Brisbane, yeah, it would be looking very impressive indeed, that's for sure. A lot calmer out there. Nice. Things, yeah, I just feel that things are going to begin to calm down now. But again, we're seeing that this cloud here around the Harrisville area, it hasn't really got itself going, but it's still, holding. And once it gets itself over this area here, who knows, maybe we see something around the Ormo Hills once again. But we're beginning to see that thunderstorm develop here, just outside of Logan. Wow. Yeah, once we see dew points drop below about 20 degrees, which they are now getting close to, conditions begin to ease off a little bit. So that should happen pretty soon. Well, it's already beginning to happen now, but it is going to happen pretty soon. A view of the storm at Pimpama, that is good to hear. Of course it's impressive. These thunderstorms have been very impressive throughout the course of today, that's for sure. Boring rain in Mango Hill. The old bomb site is reg.bomb.gov.au. So go and check that out. That's our best protest to the Bureau of Meteorology, by the way, is using the old Bureau of Meteorology website. So the Beanie one just got severe warned, but they're dropping the severe thunderstorm warnings now from the west. And I think this is quite a conservative one as well. I think we're going to be seeing that these thunderstorms are going to be dropped, or these thunderstorm warnings should be dropped from the west of the line, basically around the Logan area. I still reckon one or two more storms will develop just south of Logan down onto the northern parts of the Gold Coast. We've already got one developing right over the top of Logan right now, but another one around the Harrisville area inland. And we've still got strong storms over the Bribie area moving through Strathpine now as well. But for the most part, our dangerous severe thunderstorm threat is over. And through southeast Queensland, things are beginning to look a little bit calmer. But we're still going to be seeing more storms, so let's keep a close eye on things. Matt, thank you very much for your kind donation. And we have an update to the Brisbane forecast, because normally when they're giving severe thunderstorm warnings like this, they do give updates. Yes, they have. So they've issued the warning for large, potentially giant hailstones still. And that's fair enough. I mean, conditions until about 6:15 are going to be supportive of giant hailstones. And whilst the bomb warning doesn't actually say it, we have had actual confirmation and measurements that suggest giant hailstones have fallen, particularly around the Gap and then also around Manly and the Bayside suburbs and through parts of Brisbane itself. In that Beanley storm, there would be a bit of rotation in it. But yeah, it's moving out quickly, so it's not going to have that time to form. That's a good pickup there. We can look at the Marburg radar, but the Marburg radar is also pretty miserable. A pretty good hook echo, though, on this storm here. Again, the Marburg radar is absolutely miserable. And then our Logan storm here is trying to get itself going, but again, the environment is just becoming a little bit more unfavourable for severe thunderstorms right now. So, not as good. Now, Toowoomba radar sometimes gives us a much better picture. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of rotation in it. That's good to see. Tight rotation, couple it in a Gympie one. Righto. Let's go and have a look at Gympie. I need to organise these alphabetically, that's for sure. Oh, so the Gayndah storm up here around Dalarnil? Something like that. Yeah, good rotation in this one. Oh, hang on a second. Look at this. Far out. Okay, that could be thrown out. That could very well be thrown out a tornado. We have extremely strong gate-to-gate velocities here. Okay, I'm praying that the Toowoomba radar is able to see this far north. Wow, okay. Let's have a look at our correlation coefficient. It doesn't reach that far north. Okay, we're going to remember that spot there. If we go back to the Gympie radar... and then go to our velocity. Yeah, we may be looking at some very strong mesocyclonic activity there. That's very interesting. That's something we're going to have to keep close tabs on as well. Excellent pickup. That is scary. Mount Stapleton still looking pretty stormy down there around the Beanley area, and that Logan storm as well is still going pretty well too. Scott, thank you very much for those kind words too. Very much appreciated. Nothing in Narangba, everything is going around you. Yeah, it sort of has been throughout the course of today. Again, if you shouldn't be wishing for storms to impact your location. It's a good thing if storms are going around you, because these storms today, they have been strong. They've not been anything on Monday. We never expected them to be anything on Monday's storms, but they have been very strong indeed. That severe thunderstorm warning has now been dropped for the scenic rim as well, and I imagine it'll be dropped for the Gold Coast area too in its next update, which is good. And just to see if we've got any rainfall updates as well, because a lot of these storms have dropped some pretty heavy rainfall into those inner northern suburbs of Brisbane. We've had 25 millimetres at Cedar Creek here. That's the most, and that's, to be frank, quite disappointing. I would have thought we would have had some more rainfall than that. And that should do it. We do have a little bit of cloud activity developing here. This is our Harrisville cloud that's moving across, so we'll keep an eye on this. If this blows up, then we could be talking about another storm threat. But for now, it looks like our Brisbane cam is showing us that things are beginning to calm down a little bit, which is good. Very good news indeed. No relief in Ipswich? No. Beenleigh. Let's go check back in on our Beenleigh storm. Moving out now, it's still got some hail by the looks of things. A little bit of small hail, I would say, but it's moving through National Park, so it's not really a concern at this point in time. A bit of rotation as well, but nothing serious. Our Logan storm's likely dropping some small hailstones, and this may be a bit of a concern for some of the suburbs around here, or some of the more remote properties around here, just outside of Priestdale and Rochdale South. I'd say maybe through here, and then maybe in about 15-20 minutes, Victoria Point, Thornlands and Redlands may be in the firing line. Redland Bay, Redland Bay and Redland City, no, Redland City's further north, but Redland Bay may be a little bit less on the severe side. Send it through. If you've got any photos or videos, send it through. Logan River has had 4 centimetre hailstones. Really, that's insane. From a storm of this magnitude, that's really, really big. Thank you very much to all of the people sending in these kind words as well. Looks like they're now beginning to move out. This storm here is now moving out, and it's no longer a concern around the Beenleigh area. Conditions should be beginning to ease up there now as well. All right, let's just get an update here. Well, these clouds are blowing up. Of course they are. They're really beginning to blow up now. A little bit. I mean, they're not obviously shooting up for the sky like we saw in the last systems, but more development in these clouds will become a problem, an ongoing severe thunderstorm problem. So yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Looks like Trent is live again, actually. No, he's not, unfortunately. Let's go back to some radar imagery and see what's going on. Yeah, so that Beenleigh cell fired up. Logan cell's developing, but it's not really that strong. We've just had this storm blow through the Hope Banks beacon. That's probably produced an 80 or 90 kilometre an hour wind gust. And our storms further north as well through the Redcliffe area, which are being impacted right now. Redcliffe is being impacted right now, is definitely on the weaker side. Still though, a storm developing just outside of Toowoomba. They're continuing to train around. Oh, and we're seeing storms developing out here as well. And just remnants of today's activity. But another storm looks to be developing here as that kind of gust moves through, or that change in wind direction moves through. But again, still no threat to the Brisbane area. Tamborine is clear. Mount Tamborine is all clear, or Tamborine Mountain is all clear throughout the course of today. I'm pretty confident in that one as well. For southeast Queensland, our severe thunderstorm warning is just southeast coast and parts of the Wide Bay around the Gayndah area. Actually, that means we should have a pretty significant update here Yeah, oh, we've already looked at this one. But yeah, severe thunderstorms, if they're going to develop, they're going to move through these locations here. And then that's kind of it for tonight. And yeah, it's probably the next hour or so of severe thunderstorm risk. Now, the cell north of Toowoomba can't be a microburst. It only just got itself going. Nah, no way. Not with that type of reflectivity, that's for sure. That's pretty weak. All things considered, nothing to be concerned about. Yeah, Beatley Storm is very high clouds, very puffy. If we take off the cloud tops here and actually get an estimate of how big these clouds are, you can see that Strathpine Storm still producing some pretty tall thunderstorms, but they're nothing compared to those further north on the Sunshine Coast. These are big time, they are. But they're pretty different in comparison to what the rainfall is doing here. So this rainfall here moving through Gayndah, this is going to impact Bundaberg and Hervey Bay actually. So if we've got Bundaberg and Hervey Bay viewers, we're talking about an impact in about an hour or so. And then the southeast Queensland risk should peter out in the next hour, I'd say. I will watch this Toowoomba one though. It's not going to impact Brisbane, but it could go into the Wivenhoe again and be somewhat significant. And we've got a couple of stronger storms outside of Taroom here as well that are pushing across. But yeah, for the most part, not as big. Tomorrow's going to be clear. And then as we get out towards Saturday, severe thunderstorm chances increase again. And Saturday should be big severe thunderstorms as well. But mostly further inland as well by the looks of things, and also a bit further north. In fact, we've had a bit of a trend further north. And inland too. Saturday will be a very interesting day actually. I'm kind of looking at it right now. Very high moisture. Or very good moisture. Big wind shear. Yeah, definitely a repeat of November 8th, I'm going to say. But that is for tomorrow morning's forecast update. Not for now. 4 centimetre hail east Bribie. Wow, okay, that just blew a hail core up. Check it out. Look at this one here. Massive, massive hail. And again, some really strong rotation in this one here. So Bribie Island, what was that storm like? Still moving into Mango Hill. I've seen a few reports of hail in Mango Hill. How big are we talking? 2 centimetres is kind of my estimate based off this reflectivity here, but it could be a little bit bigger. It looks like our Logan storms are also beginning to weaken off a little bit. Oh, no, I'm not looking at the right radar. Still some hail in these Logan storms, but looks like they're beginning to weaken off just a little bit as well. So, yeah, 2 centimetres or so, righto. Caboolture should be clear for at least another hour, maybe a storm later today. Storm spawning in Cleveland, yeah, it's this one here that's developing. Chris, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your kind words as well. Still some pretty big hail in some of these storms as well, probably around 3 centimetres or so. So yeah, let us know how big the hail has been in your neck of the woods. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'd say probably another hour or so of these severe thunderstorms, so I'm aiming to stay live for another hour or so. What does the live camera say? Whoa, look at this one go. Okay, let's get ahead of this one. Let's actually make an update before the storm's actually upon us. The live cam is showing these thunderstorms here moving through Jimboomba. Now, this is tracking out towards Pimpama, and I reckon in about 20 minutes' time, as this thunderstorm moves somewhere between these parallel black lines, which will include north of Coomera up through Sanctuary Cove, especially through Pimpama and Oxenford, and then up towards the Ormeau Hills, we will be talking about an imminent thunderstorm threat and potentially a severe thunderstorm threat as well. So we'll be looking at that in the next, dare I say, 20 minutes or so. Definitely in this area here, Pimpama area, and surrounds down to Coomera and Upper Coomera, and then around Ormeau and the Ormeau Hills, up to Yatala, and then through these areas here, just between the Logan River and the Pimpama River. This will be an area to watch. These clouds are getting themselves going, and this will be an imminent thunderstorm developing there. Yeah, that's a glitch near Stapleton. Because it's right on top of the radar doesn't really know what to do with it. Bomber saying more severe thunderstorms. Really? They haven't updated just yet, so we'll wait and see what the update has to say. That's at 5:30, it's now 5:50. Yeah, thank you. Caboolture, I'm leaning on a no, but there are still some storms in the Caboolture area, and we're seeing the remnants of a thunderstorm here, so Caboolture can expect some strong wind gusts in about 20 minutes' time. And we've got a good storm here around the Highfields area that's moving in towards Hampton, then that will go up towards Esk and the Wivenhoe outlook, but it will likely be a bit weaker as we get out there as well. One centimetre hail on Russell Island, righto. Cleveland thunderstorm is on its weakening, or it's weakening a little bit right now, but I'd expect winds between 90 to 100 kilometres an hour at an absolute maximum, probably a bit weaker than that to be honest, and rainfall maybe about 10 millimetres of quick falling rainfall and hail between about 5 or 0.5 of a centimetre up to about 2 centimetres, really not big at all, nothing significant. Yeah, I'm using radar scope. Only small hail, exactly. Really nothing big is expected on the hail side of things now. Let's go and actually have a bit of a look at that Toowoomba cell. Ooh, it's getting itself rolling. Got a bit of rotation in there as well. Just through here. Yeah, maybe the Toowoomba cell's one to watch. Got a bit of bite that one as well. Harvey Bay probably about an hour away. Bundaberg as well, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. It's going to be a pretty strong storm. Bundaberg and Harvey Bay, if you're around Bundaberg and Harvey Bay, and this includes Gin, Childers, Howard, Maryborough, and then out towards even Tyro and across towards Rainbow Beach and Tin Can Bay, and even as far north as Agnes Water, I would say, get ready because this is going to be a strong thunderstorm when it rolls through. It really is going to be a strong thunderstorm. A lot of winds can be expected. Well, thank you very much. What, why, and who? Much appreciated. 20 mil in 30 minutes on the east side of Bribie, righto. Quite a bit. Yeah, still a couple of storms getting themselves going. I mean, the dry line's now way too close to the coastline. If this dry line at this time was further inland, say around Ipswich, if it was, because it's not, it would be an incredible, it'd be a monster outbreak through southeast Queensland because we'd have the whole day building up to it. So we're very, very lucky that that has not happened, and it's not going to happen because the dry line is now too close to the coastline, but it would be very, very significant if that did happen, that's for sure. Yeah, the Gander Supercell is rotating very quickly. It's quite a powerful one, that's for sure. Very, very significant storm up there. Looking stormy still. I mean, it's still looking very, very stormy through southeast Queensland. Let's go and check on that live camera, though. Yeah, that's really beginning to bubble up now. I reckon it's going to be about 5 minutes until that starts dropping a bit of rainfall. And we're talking about our Jimboomba storm here, or our developing Jimboomba storm. Nah, I don't think there's going to be anything for the Gold Coast now. We would need to be seeing cloud activity like this outside of the Gold Coast, and I mean, we're just not. This stuff here is high cloud. It's a completely different type of cloud. This is the low stuff that's moving in. And by the time this speckled stuff here gets itself out, it's going to be well out to sea from the Gold Coast. 2 centimetre hail in North Lakes, still haily up there. Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like I'm not stating this enough, but the northern suburbs of Brisbane, north of Strathpine up to Caboolture, you're not in an all clear yet, so stay inside, keep the car inside. It's going to continue to hail and storm for the next couple of minutes. But it is easing off now. You'll be pleased to know that it is now beginning to ease off up here. Now moving over Russell Island, 1 centimetre hailstones is about the biggest report that I've seen. Yeah, but that's not going to go onto the Gold Coast, the Rathdowney one. Saturday will be severe for rainfall. Mostly rainfall, but also for winds and maybe a bit of hail. But Saturday will be a mostly rainfall threat. Big lightning at Narangba. Yeah, and I'd recommend purchasing Pro on Radar Scope as it is anyway, because it is just such a good software. Let's go on to zoom in on this Bribie storm right now. Still producing some big hailstones, and that's got some good rotation in it as well. Bribie, again, getting the rough end of the stick, that's for sure. It's about to really calm down, though, for Deception Bay and Redcliffe and those surrounding locations. So whilst we've still got some small hailstones and heavy rainfall in that vicinity, it is going to begin to calm down very, very shortly. So stay safe, hang in there. Things are about to get a whole lot better. Not likely anything for the Maleni area. I don't think so at this point in time. I don't think anything significant at this point in time. Which would be a bit of a relief. Again, they've had some pretty rough thunderstorm luck up there as well as of late. North Lake Storm is rotating. Yeah, all of these thunderstorms are supercells, so they are rotating. But again, supercell doesn't mean tornado, so it's sometimes not worth worrying about whether or not they're rotating or not. Latest radar frames still don't suggest anything yet for the Pimpama storm. That's going to get itself developing. And our Toowoomba cell as well. I think the Marburg radar will be the best one to look at this one. We use different radars to look at these thunderstorms because this storm is developing right on top of the Toowoomba radar, which means that the signal from the Toowoomba radar is being all skewed. Yeah, it's not really that strong. And again, it's getting later on now, so it's not a massive concern. Taroom, I'm being told. They get some nasty storms through here. Nice bow echo as well, just outside of the Taroom storm. Whew, look at this one. That's got some mesocyclone activity in it as well. Some good rotation in this thunderstorm here, and some very strong winds pouring into this thunderstorm as well down through here. So that Taroom cell looking very, very healthy. A lot of these thunderstorms still looking very, very healthy. Yattley got 2 centimetre hailstones. Makes sense. Brisbane is likely to be clear now. The Brisbane CBD area, that is. And I think it's probably only going to be about 10 minutes until Deception Bay and the Redcliffe area is in the clear as well. Pipama, thank you. Got a good hook echo though, this Cleveland one. Not showing any signs of rotation on the Doppler. What's the difference here? Oh, nothing. There's no difference. So correlation coefficient isn't showing anything. Yeah, that's all good. Caloundra is looking clear as well. I just need to remember where Caloundra is. I think it's somewhere, yeah, it's just through here. Caloundra, yeah, it should be all clear. We do still have this thunderstorm out here outside of Toowoomba, but by the time that gets itself even up towards Caloundra, even if it makes it to the coastline, it's likely to be a lot weaker and probably on the non-severe side of things. I really don't think the Caloundra is in the mix of anything significant or serious tonight. No. Palm Beach, you've had your storm earlier today. I don't think there's anything coming for Palm Beach later. I've heard there's been some pretty big damage to trees around the Palm Beach area too, so let me know how everybody is faring down there. Oh, ZL, thank you for the kind words and also the donation as well. Alright, one last check on the Brisbane live cam before this storm heads out. It looks like it's now too late in the day. What a beautiful sunset, though. I mean, we could just sit that and watch that all together. All of you guys, we could watch this sunset together because it is beautiful, that's for sure. Oh, Brisbane Live is going offline. Oh, that's a shame. So it definitely is the last time we're going to be looking at the Brisbane Weather Live webcam for this coverage today. Well, that's been good. But yeah, we've still got this thunderstorm here just outside of Jimboomba, and then streaming in towards the Pimpama area. May drop a shower or two, but it's not likely to be a severe thunderstorm. Not likely. It's still possible, but it's not likely. Maryborough, I'm getting reports of thunder up there. We should turn the lightning on this one here. There we go. Less lightning in these storms, actually, compared to where they were earlier. But there is still lightning and thunder, still some pretty significant lightning and thunder. So what's going to happen here is this storm is going to head off. It's going to clip Hervey Bay. Bundaberg should get the rough end of the stick, though. I definitely think Bundaberg's going to get some pretty significant storm activity from this one here. And some very strong winds are expected for Bundaberg and Woodgate Beach. Childers and Gingin as well in about 5 minutes, both of you. Very strong wind gusts can be expected if they're not already occurring. I think that Toowoomba cell's just going to blow up and cark it. There's really not much out there for this Toowoomba cell to make the most of. No update from Bomb just yet. It'll be good to see if we can get an update shortly. Of course, if you are brand new to the channel as well, please do consider subscribing. Still some good lightning in this Redcliffe one, the Deception Bay storm, that's still going pretty strong as it stands. Be interesting to see what actually happens here. All right, let's have a look at the chat. Hailing in Redcliffe, righto. 2 centimetre hailstones in Redcliffe, right. Stay safe there. Humidity in Bundaberg is 87%, you poor, poor people. I think it was 27 when I just looked as well. That's awful. Wow, Gayndah had 35 millimetres of rainfall and winds only of 69 kilometres an hour. That's got to be wrong. They definitely had stronger wind gusts than that. It's over Gingin right now, but if we have a look at our Doppler wind on this radar here, it's still very, very strong, very powerful indeed. But looking at that Bundaberg, 87%, so the dew points are at 25. That is awful. I feel very, very sorry for you guys. And again, it's getting pretty gusty there as well. So that should take the edge off the heat, but wow. Let's check out Toowoomba. That Toowoomba storm's dying off now as well. Yeah, that looks like it's really beginning to wane down and dribble off as well. Beanley is now offshore. It's up Moreton Island. That's going to head up towards Point Lookout soon. Cleveland is about to be impacted by this thunderstorm, so we're going to be seeing some heavy rainfall and maybe some hailstones and damaging wind gusts into the Cleveland area momentarily. But again, I don't expect anything too crazy in the Cleveland area itself. So again, we'll keep an eye out, but I don't think it's going to be too nuts there. And temperatures are now really beginning to drop as well all round, which is very good news indeed. Down into the high 20s, which is much more preferable than the mid-30s with a feels-like temperature into the 40s. So very, very good to see, that's for sure. Still a couple of storms bubbling away on the burner. But yeah, that Pimpama one that we said that was going to head off doesn't look like it's going to get going, and if it does, it's going to happen offshore. Don't don't think there's too much of a concern there. Storm at Cleveland re-intensified a bit. Yeah, it has a little bit, but it's nothing crazy. 61 km/h winds at Bribie, that's nothing. I'm sure they would have had something a little bit stronger than that, that's for sure. Logan is now beginning to ease off. Grape-sized hail at Deception Bay. I read that as grapefruit and I was about to fall out of my chair, so I'm glad that that's not the case. But yeah, now for Redcliffe, the situation is beginning to ease off. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to be able to see it really ease off into the Deception Bay and the Redcliffe area, and that will be it for the night once that happens. And once these thunderstorms do pull out of the Brisbane area, which will be in about 20-25 minutes or so, I'll leave the live coverage. So 2 mil at Cleveland right now, actually. Let's go back and have a look at what we're seeing. We'll have to wait and see for an update there. Blake, I will do that as soon as the stream is done. Alright, so severe thunderstorm warning still current from the Bureau of Meteorology, but I imagine that will be cancelled next update. Still got some good lightning going on around the Deception Bay and the Redcliffe area, and even that Bribie storm's got some lightning in it, but no lightning for the Russell Island cell right now, and no lightning for the Toowoomba cell, so yeah, things really now beginning to calm down and settle down through southeast Queensland. Great to see. What has been another very significant severe thunderstorm outbreak for some, but for many it was a nothing burger, as expected. If more storms develop, I'll keep going live, that's for sure. Yeah, Blake, I definitely want to see that video, that's for sure. Very much want to see that video. So this thunderstorm up here, which is now moving up towards Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, this is now becoming the main focus here. This is definitely the strongest one that we're seeing right now. Yeah, so this is going up towards Childers, Gingin. Expect some strong winds, but they're going to be pretty isolated in nature along the gusty end of this front. And I think the strongest winds are going to be moving through this kind of corridor here, which should spare Hervey Bay from the worst of it, but it could still be pretty windy there, so we'll have to keep close tabs on that situation too. And we're going to be seeing ongoing thunderstorms and sporadic severe thunderstorms up here in central Queensland throughout the course of tonight, and that will of course as usual upscale into a Gladstone and Rockhampton storm later tonight as well, possibly. Chances are lower than usual for that, but they're still there, still a possibility, so worth a mention. Too cold for this thunderstorm here because it's now tracking over that Beanley storm that we had a couple of hours ago, or about half an hour ago. So the Coomera storm that was meant to get itself going moved too far north, and it's now no longer going to get itself going, which again is good news indeed. Burbank will get any more storms tonight. Let's have a look. Well, that's extremely helpful. Take us over to the EU. I apologise for that. Could you please tell me where Burbank is? Because apparently it doesn't want us to stay in Australia. 5 centimetre hail in Griffin. Really? That's got to be on Redcliffe somewhere. Wow, okay. Pretty extreme, that's for sure. Golf ball sized at Deception Bay, yeah. There's some big hailstones coming down from this thunderstorm. Been very, very big, some of these hailstones. South side of Brisbane. You should be clear. You should be all clear for the remainder of the day. I mean, this Logan storm is still trying to get itself going. It's still trying to make something of itself here, right over the Logan Village area as it moves out in towards the estuary, just outside of Coomera and South Stradbroke Island, but yeah, I don't think that we're going to be seeing anything else for that. Caboolture missed it all. As expected, Caboolture missed it all. We were dead on, honestly, just absolutely home run of the forecast with that corridor just north of Brisbane up to Caboolture. And that's where I was putting the forecast this morning, and that's exactly what's happened. So very, very happy with that. And yeah, this has been a storm corridor. It's been storm-filled through here. 3 centimetres in Redcliffe, 3 to 4 centimetres at North Lakes. So it's still going strong. This Deception Bay storm here, moving out into the Moreton Bay area, is still really going strong. Scott, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. And Mel, thank you for the kind words. And these storms are now beginning to move out. I'd be interested to see what we're seeing at Redlands and Thornlands right now. Probably some pea-sized hail, most likely some heavy rainfall. But this thunderstorm is now very much on its last legs as well. Now, infrared radar imagery suggests that that Pimpama one is now beginning to get itself going. But if this does become a thunderstorm, it's going to do so out in the Pacific Ocean. It's not going to get itself going close to the Queensland coastline or over the Queensland mainland. So again, nothing to really be concerned about right now. No tornadic supercells, no super tornadoes confirmed. Pea-sized hail southwest of Redland, golf ball sized in Redcliffe. Lots of reports of golf ball sized hail now coming out. Interesting. Very significant, very, very significant, that's for sure. Been a cracker day. And yeah, that looks to be it for the scenic rim as expected. And as we push things forward, it's going to be a dry night as well by the looks of things. There's no real sign of rainfall later tonight. We're not going to be seeing a late night squall develop, which is very good as well. We don't need any of those, that's for sure. Yeah, storms will only die from here. They're only going to be on the downside from here. Thank you very much, Scott. For Caloundra tonight, no, I don't think so. I really don't think so. Even this crow's nest storm here that's developed outside of Toowoomba, just 15 minutes ago it had some pretty big hailstones here, but as it moves up towards the Esk and the Brisbane River area, it's really beginning to weaken off. And it's on a collision course for Caloundra, but it's got an hour and a half till it gets there, so yeah, I don't think there's going to be much up in the Caloundra area. No need to worry. Yeah, Cleveland's still throwing out a bit of lightning and thunder, but it's now moving out. It's moving away. Yeah, okay, so dry as in there's no rainfall. It's going to be extremely humid, but we've got no trigger for these thunderstorms, and the Cape values are going to be 100, 200. Terrible Cape. I need to go up into the Kimberley, that's for sure. But that's not on the agenda anytime soon, unfortunately. It's going to be far north Queensland and southeast Queensland next. 4-inch hail, wow. So still very haily down here in the Redcliffe area. Let's go and check back in on our radar scope. Yeah, things are beginning to cool down. Still definitely got a bit of hail in it though. And some good rotation too. I mean, we're seeing some strong rotation through here. Nothing on the correlation coefficient, or nothing of suspect on the correlation coefficient. And if we just go and check our wind speeds here, we're seeing these winds approaching the 70 to 90 kilometre an hour mark. In other words, nothing too crazy. Tamborine Mountain's all good for tonight. Windy Radar's a good radar, there's nothing wrong with it, but BOM have a better radar on their old website, and Radarscope has arguably the best radar. The Pimpama clouds are throwing lightning, are they? Yes, they sure are. Just outside of the Ormeau Hills, we have a rogue lightning strike here in the centre of that swirl. So we are going to see a thunderstorm develop. Yeah, there's still a bit of clouds here. You can barely make them out. There we go. So we may see a bit of rotation, rainfall develop here. But that's going to be north of Pimpama again, just outside of the Logan River, and through this part of Queensland. I believe south of the Logan River, we're talking about rice country, but I could be wrong here. I could be very wrong, actually, and I probably am. Oh, this is not going to be much of a thunderstorm at all. Not by southeast Queensland standards at all. Nah, nothing tomorrow through southeast Queensland. It would take a miracle to get a storm off the ground tomorrow, so pretty confident to say that nothing's going to be happening tomorrow across southeast Queensland. Not a day to be worried about, that is for sure. I believe they're offline here. Yes, they're offline now. What a shame. What a beautiful sunset that is. Oh no, they're still online. What a beautiful sunset that was. Still though, a few clouds developing out here. Nothing of note, nothing very significant, that's for sure, but a few clouds. Christy Lee, thank you very much, and I'll see you on Saturday. I'm not going anywhere for the foreseeable future, just until I get all of these thunderstorms out of southeast Queensland, and then I'll call it a night. So still a few more minutes of live coverage, that's for sure, so stick around with me for that. But yeah, I really don't think there's going to be too much more. Small hail in Scarborough, and again, this thunderstorm now pushing into the Deception Bay and the northern parts of Redcliffe. So for the southern part of Redcliffe around Scotts Point, Bramble Bay, Strathpine, Narangba, Freshwater National Park, and then up towards Morayfield and of course Caboolture, you are now in the all clear for severe thunderstorm activity tonight. You can take your car out and you can go out and enjoy the remainder of your Thursday night as these severe thunderstorms now ease off. Bribie Island, you don't want me to say it, but I am going to say it. You're looking at a severe thunderstorm in the next 10, maybe 15 minutes or so. A pretty significant severe thunderstorm as well. Again, strong wind gusts, large hail, confirmed large hailstones, and some heavy rainfall coming through. Saturday is going to be rainfall based, so severe thunderstorms with heavy rainfall. Yeah, so there's going to be storms on Saturday. I'll have more details on that, my full forecast update tomorrow morning. So if you haven't already, then make sure you are subscribed and you'll get the first notification to that full forecast update tomorrow morning. And Pimpama is finally dropping a bit of rainfall. There we go. A few light showers in that Pimpama cell. They're still blowing up. I mean, that little head there is blown up pretty dramatically. So who knows, we may be in for a bit of a storm train through here in the next half an hour or so. I don't really think we're going to be talking about severe thunderstorms in this area, but I mean, we're seeing a storm developing here just outside of Pimpama as that heads out to the Pacific Ocean. No, I never said Bribie was clear for the rest of the night, and they're not right now. So we may be seeing a couple more storms move through the Jimboomba area. A bit difficult to say. I think that cloud actually that we just saw blew up was around the Harrisville area. Oh, the Childers one, yeah. I forget that that's kind of our main threat right now. Big bow echo, I guess we could call that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is now, pushing towards the north. This is really going to throw Bundaberg into the thick of things in about 45 minutes. But Harvey Bay is going to be spared. Woodgate Beach, though, Pine Creek, Childers happening right now, Avondale, all in the firing line for a potentially significant severe thunderstorm. Pimpama. Right, gotcha. I hope that's correct. Right, yeah, Sunshine Coast, mostly in the clear. There are a few spots that we're still watching out for thunderstorm activity, and that includes Bribie Island. But this Redcliffe cell is now moving offshore and is no longer expected to be a significant threat. Or a major threat to Bribie Island. It's still a possibility that we see some significant impacts on Bribie. Bomber's not updated just yet, but they will very shortly, I'm sure of it. Still got some hail in it though. This one's still definitely got some hail, and again, like I said, some strong wind gusts, and it is rotating. It's rotating pretty good as that heads up off towards Bribie Island, and it will clip again the southern edge of Bribie Island. So Moonlight, welcome back. Yeah, it would be warm in Ipswich, that's for sure. It would be very, very warm in Ipswich. I do feel sorry for everybody out there. Alright, let's go and see if we can find some photos of these storms real quick. Yeah, and that Redcliffe cell actually is really weakening off now. So for Ipswich, it's probably going to be a lot better than what I was just saying, actually. Just the fact that it's weakened off dramatically in the last radar frame, I think maybe for the southern side of Bribie Island. Still 4 centimetre hail though. I mean, we're still talking about a severe thunderstorm going over Bribie Island, but the first thunderstorm you had tonight is going to be a lot stronger. That's the big brother. Yeah, I wonder how many planes are still in holding around the Brisbane airport. Probably none, because it really wasn't. Really wasn't. Yeah. Down into the Pimpama area, we can have a look at the webcam. Oh, look at this go! Wow. Shout out to whoever spotted this. Man, look at that go. Look at the updraft coming in here, and look at the anvil, and far out. I know my mug is in the way of this thunderstorm, but look at that. That is incredible. Super impressive. Love it. Oh, Chunky Monkey. Thank you very, very much. Oh, man, that is incredible. Thank you so, so much, mate. And thank you for your massive support on the last stream as well. Thank you so, so much for that too. Have we lost the audio on the stream? I hope that we haven't. No, we shouldn't have. Alright. Sorry about that, just a few technical difficulties here. But we've got some pretty significant rainfall coming down here from the Pimpama one. That's really beginning to drop some rainfall. Okay, good. Thank you very much. But wow, the structure on this storm is just incredible. What a shot that is. And I believe there might be a better angle of it as well. This is Gold Coast City looking north. So it's kind of looking at the same thunderstorm here. It already looks like it's beginning to weaken off, to be honest. But yeah, back to the original one. Far out. Look at that one go. That is impressive. That is absolutely mind-blowing, that is. That's one of the most beautiful storms that I've seen today. Oh, man. Oh, Chunky Monkey, mate, you did not have to. Thank you so, so much. That is incredible. That's very, very generous. So thank you very, very much for that. And I do remember it. That actually went a long way. That did a lot of good. So I'm very, very grateful for that. Feel free to reach out to me on email. I'll get in touch with you. Very grateful. But back to the coverage. I mean, this is that Pimpama cell. I mean, that's what they've been today. They've blown up. They've shocked us. They have absolutely shocked us. And this Pimpama cell is no different. I mean, look at the structure on this one here. Very quickly getting itself together. Wow. Gorgeous, gorgeous storm. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, that thunderstorm. Severe thunderstorm warning still yet to be updated by Bob. Still, it's on. Oh, it's now moving out. Redcliffe, you're going to love to hear this, but you are all clear. Redcliffe is now all in the clear. Severe thunderstorm activity is no longer occurring in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, and that should be it for severe thunderstorm activity today as well. I'm not seeing any signs that severe thunderstorm activity is going to continue for the north of Brisbane. And then for the southern side of Bribie, you've still got some pretty significant thunderstorm activity coming through. Across the southern side of Bribie, there's still some pretty significant rainfall in this thunderstorm here, and likely a little bit of hail as well. And then, yeah, across the Relentless City area as well, these thunderstorms are now moving offshore. So again, you should be in the all clear. The good news is you should be in the all clear, which is very, very good. I'm very happy to be able to say that. But wow, look at this Pimpama cell go. That's awesome, that is. Or over the top of Yatala. Absolutely awesome, moving over the Logan River area right now. So, and this thunderstorm, considering the time of the day, I don't think it's actually going to get severe at any one point. So if we were to have a look at the latest radar imagery here, it's still strong, but I don't think it's expected to get any stronger. Just because it is, later on into the day. I would just like to say that's a very, very generous donation right there, and you absolutely top person, mate. So thank you so much, and please get in touch with me. I'd love to get you on the phone to talk about things. 2 centimeter hail in Yatala. Small thunder in Logan, righto. The broader severe thunderstorm threat is now over. It's now just very concentrated severe thunderstorm activity. We've still got our Bribie storm up here, which is now moving offshore from Redcliffe, 60-ish decibels or so. Yeah, that's really not much to be worried about at this point in time. Of course, you're able to shoot some pictures to me on Facebook, please. Email, Facebook, whatever it is. I mean, I get hundreds of messages a day, so I try and get back to as many people as possible. But if I don't, rest assured, I at least saw it. So just south of Russell Island, if you're on Russell Island right now, look south. I mean, you could probably hear it, but look south because this is a significant thunderstorm. Really, really pretty looking. And also it's producing some pretty heavy rainfall as well, so there is that too. And let's go and check up on our Gympie radar as well. Still very, very windy in the centre of these thunderstorms. Still very, very powerful. But it is beginning to weaken off. The gust front, at least, of this thunderstorm is beginning to weaken off. Childers has got this really weird, and I'm pretty sure it's just a radar glitch, but it's still in a suspect area. We've probably got a mesocyclone in here, which is quite powerful. Still, it's an interesting feature that we need to have a look at. So I'll do a bit of reanalysis on this one here. You're 1 kilometre away from Russell Island. Yeah, make sure that you are protected, because if the storms do move over, you'll be looking at some pretty significant winds in your area. But yeah, Bundaberg, definitely sometime in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so, you're going to be in the thick of things. Now, through southeast Queensland, as we've already mentioned, the risk is almost over, bar a few locations. So we've still got, obviously, our Logan River cell that's moving south of Russell Island right now. But for the most part, that's kind of the only place that's being impacted by these severe thunderstorms, apart from Bribie Island, which is still continuing to get this thunderstorm here. Now, the severe thunderstorm risk for Bribie Island is still pretty minimal. I don't think Bribie Island is going to get a full-blown severe thunderstorm blow, but we will still be talking about some pretty strong wind gusts, some heavy rainfall. It's still severe warned, so it's definitely worth a mention, that's for sure. And they reckon it's got some large hailstones in it too. I'm more in the ballpark of about 1 to 2 centimetres or so. Yeah, bombs just updated. But yeah, for the Bribie area, this is going to be one of our weaker thunderstorms today, and it's also not expected to be a wild blow. Definitely nothing in comparison to what we saw on Monday. And just as quickly as it blew up, it's now gone. Crazy how these thunderstorms work. That was incredible, that was. Absolutely incredible. Very lucky to be able to see that. That is amazing. And that thunderstorm would be beginning to push offshore now as well, or getting closer to the coastline. Very sparsely populated part of Queensland here, or southeast Queensland, so we're going to continue to see this push offshore. Noosa. Alright, sure thing. Well, I mean, you've got that little kind of rainfall coming through right now from that squall line. But yeah, there's nothing behind you guys through here. So Honestly, I'd be surprised if Noosa picked up anything in the way of thunderstorm activity beyond what they're seeing right now, which is very, very limited. So yeah, I don't think anything for Noosa. Thunder in Harvey Bay now. Webcam south of Mackay. Alright, let's go and have a look. I'm obsessed with these webcams. Oh, look at that wall cloud. Holy moly. In Serena. 1 hour and 7 minutes ago, though, so it's not really current. Wow, that was from that thunderstorm down here. Very impressive. Thank you for pointing that one out. Still looking pretty potent as we head up towards Bundaberg, though. They're going to get some strong winds. Bundaberg, you're going to get some pretty strong wind gusts. So stay safe, stay inside, make sure you're ready for these strong wind gusts to blow through. Banner was covering it, I apologise. Yeah, the rainfall's now beginning to drop off into the Noosa area as well, and that also includes Tin Can Bay and parts of the Wide Bay area. There's still lots of thunderstorm activity out here, and all of this is going to eventually upscale and then push in towards the Harvey Bay and the Bundaberg area as well. So it's going to be a stormy couple of hours for locations kind of in this outline here, and that could extend up towards Gladstone and Agnes Water. I'm expecting on and off storm activity here and there through these locations over the next couple of hours. But I don't expect anything too crazy from this point onwards. And again, that Bribie storm is still strong, but it is now weakening off quite substantially too. Logan area, you've still got this Logan river cell here that's moving south of, let's see, Redland Bay. It's kind of the closest population area, but it's moving just south of the Logan River and out towards Mosquito Island and Cobby Island, for example, and then out towards the Stradbroke Islands eventually. But this one's also going to weaken off very soon. Still a bit of convective development around the... That looks to be around the Rathdoney area. So we've got a little bit down here. Oh, and lightning is now beginning to develop through here as well. Look, honestly, we may still see a storm or two moving through north of the Gold Coast in the next, I guess, half an hour. Yeah, seriously, we may be talking about a storm going through the northern part of the Gold Coast. And could be a strong one as well. So, again, definitely another feature worth keeping close tabs on at this point in time. Bit of lightning there. And again, our cloud coverage is beginning to build up across Jimboomba. So this could thread in towards the Coomera area. And it will be around the Coomera area. Hope Island, Paradise Point, Oxenford, sorry. Just missing Tamborine. We're not expecting severe thunderstorm activity there. And as mentioned as well, I mean, I know that's been a bit of a talking point. I feel like I should make this a little bit clearer. When I say all clear for a location, unless I say all clear for the rest of the night, I'm talking about an all clear for right now. But I will tighten up. I'll make that a little bit more cohesive because that's got a few people stuck today, so I do apologise for that. Yeah, excellent lightning around the Brisbane City. Thunderstorm warning for Cleveland has been cancelled, yeah. All dropped, all gone. This Bribie storm is kind of breathing in and out. It's really not making much of its situation. It's very, very slow moving. I'll give it to that. It's really not got much of a destination in mind, that's for sure. Really, really slow moving. And of course our storms out here around Toowoomba, this one that was looking like it could have became something, now moving across the Esk area as a lot weaker, very much weaker. Oh, they're not giving up, but they're not going really crazy, that's for sure. Yeah, Jimboomba, you've already got that rainfall now beginning to develop now. In fact, the radar will give a very good picture. Yeah, bit of radar, bit of lightning activity now around Cedar Creek, moving just south of the Ormeau Hills. Rainfall now easing off around the Russell Island area. Still a bit of hail in that, but nothing much. And our Bribie storm still remaining quite strong, though. This is a part of the thunderstorm that I'm actually quite concerned about. This is very, very gusty, that mesocyclone that I've just circled and outlined. But it's going to skim the south of Bribie, which means winds will get strong on Bribie, but they're not going to be as strong, to be honest. Southeast Storm Media in the live chat. Thank you very much, Trent, for letting me use your live coverage as well. I'm very, very grateful. Yeah, okay, so this Bribie storm is strong, and if it was actually headed for Bribie or headed for the communities on Bribie, I'd be very, very concerned about it, but it's not, and it's not expected to make it up to Bribie, or that mesocyclone type rotation is not expected to make it to Bribie as any significant threat right now. God, I'm itching to see what we see here in Pimpama. Alright, what's this live camera show? Yeah, okay, so we used to be seeing these clouds going, like, blowing up significantly. Now they're just kind of getting themselves going, and that's kind of it. And that's because it's beginning to cool down now, so that's good to see. Yeah, all I saw was a local Macca's, eh? Yeah, new cell development just outside of Pimpama. Bit of lightning activity now there, and I imagine that's going to translate to a little bit of rainfall very shortly, but a bit hard to say. A little bit hard to say. It's, yeah, just south of Logan Village. Like, just south of Logan Village. Honestly, I don't want to be ruling anything out because these thunderstorms are still developing. Oh, we're seeing clouds developing between Harrisville here. Yeah, I'm leaning towards no for Brisbane tonight, but I'm not saying no just yet, just given how today has gone. Today has been a headache. It has been an absolute headache to forecast, so thank you very much for sticking by me throughout this entire forecasting ordeal, because that's what it is. But yeah, it's been an absolute headache. It's been nothing but a headache, and I've not had the most amount of fun ever tracking some of these thunderstorms. They've been an absolute pain, so thank you for sticking by me. Okay, so we should have some webcam footage as well again on this thunderstorm here. We've got some great webcams out in this part of Queensland. This one here was very impressive not too long ago. Oh, okay, so this is looking west Pimpama. Let's have a look at this cell here. Pretty high, very high based. It's not that tall either. Not very good, but also not bad. It's not the worst cell that I've ever seen. It's not the worst thunderstorm I've ever seen. Interesting on that Pimpama cell that's beginning to develop now. Doesn't look like there's much else in the local area either. But yeah, keen to see what actually comes of that. We'll have to wait for the next radar update. Oh, look at that. It's just exploded with rainfall. Look at that. Just, wow, lots of rainfall here going for the Ormo Hills and Pimpama. You're now at a risk of hail. Maybe some small hailstones coming through there. Yeah, well, it sure has had a mind of its own today. It's been a difficult forecast. Very difficult forecast. Our Bribie storm remaining strong. But pretty confident to say that the worst of it is going to pass south of Bribie. Just south, though. Wooreen may be on the edge of seeing something significant, though. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one. I don't have a degree, no meteorology degree. But I like to think doing it for nearly a decade is enough of a qualification. Not enough, but, you know, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, that Pimpama cell has just erupted, it has. It's absolutely erupted. So be keen to see what the radar has on the next frame, but have a look at this. Yep, just south of Logan Village. Very similar vein to what we've been seeing for some of these other storms in the Logan area as well. Helen Fire, thank you for being a channel sponsor. Thank you for being a valued supporter as well. But yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on the area around Harrisville. Okay, we've now, of course we have. This cloud's now beginning to push up a little bit. Now, it's a little bit difficult to say exactly what's going to come of this, but with this cloud now pushing upwards and developing, and we've also got this cloud here, it's likely that we're going to be seeing some more thunderstorm development just south of Brisbane. So, oh, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Ms. Try, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor as well. Yeah, I mean, the radar's always delayed by a couple of minutes. A lot of lightning in that one. That's just erupted with a ton of lightning. So yeah, our next spot to be watching for these thunderstorms is this cloud here around the Harrisville area that the webcam, which is located here, is looking at. Now, as that heads out towards the east, that may throw Logan in the firing line. So I'm not saying, for now, I'm not saying Logan is all clear. But if that can develop, which it's possible, Logan may be in the firing line for a severe thunderstorm, not a severe thunderstorm, for a thunderstorm sometime shortly. And I don't think Logan will be in for anything too strong either, if it does actually head to the Logan area. Lucky you, Jeremy, you got lunch. Well, because those clouds that are developing in the Harrisville area. So watch, this is an out-of-date image here on these clouds in the Harrisville area. But watch as I click the live, which is just a minute or 2 minutes old. Those clouds have just gotten a bit taller. Now, it may be a matter of perspective because they are moving slightly towards the webcam, but with growing clouds and growing convective coverage, and we're seeing this growing convective coverage here, that increases our chances of storm development and rainfall, basically, and storms as we move in towards the Logan area. So, keen to see what happens in Pimpama. It looks like southern Bribie is still going to get impacted by these thunderstorms, but it's not likely to be as strong. Oh, and our latest radar imagery suggests that it's now trying to drop a bit of hail. So these storms, they're making the most of these massive moisture values in the atmosphere, and what they're doing, they're developing and they're just dropping. They are dropping their heavens. They're dropping the rainfall, and they're dropping it like crazy, and we're seeing these storms develop and drop very heavy rainfall. And this one's actually headed straight for Ormo, actually. So Pimpama, anywhere south of Stapleton, down towards the Ormo Hills and Pimpama, and then in towards Upper Coomera and Cedar Creek is in the firing line of this thunderstorm. Again, then as it moves out further off, it's going to be in a more sparsely populated part of Queensland, so I'm not expecting as much in the way of impacts. Just to reload the radar imagery here. Still a bit difficult because it is a tad delayed. These thunderstorms are, I mean, you can now tell that it's late at night because these thunderstorms are not going bang up. This one here just threw out a lightning bolt though, and that's separate to the Pimpama cell that's now beginning to develop. Yeah, I imagine that Oxenford cell, the Pimpama cell that we've been tracking, is throwing out some impressive lightning. So that's this cell here, I believe, that the Brisbane webcam is looking at, that we just saw the lightning, because this one here is not actually in view, and this one here is most certainly not in view. Interesting. It's still going on. Impressive lightning there. Yeah, really throwing out a lot of lightning. The next 20 minutes could be interesting. Half a centimetre hail, that's nothing. So pea-sized hailstones. Yeah, these storms have got some incredible structure, so we're going to be seeing some impressive wall cloud activity, some very impressive storm structure on these storms as they develop. Still looking pretty impressive, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a big rainfall now developing here. So this is moving over the Albert River, just outside of Wallstein, and then that's going to go into the Ormo Hills and Kingsholm, and then eventually out towards Pimpama in not too long, probably about 15 minutes or so for Pimpama. Lots of loud thunder, yeah. And there we go, we got some rainfall down the Harrisville storm, just as we were talking about. One to watch, this may actually be on a line for Brisbane. It should pass south of Ipswich, but it may be in a line, online, for the Brisbane area. So again, definitely a cell that is worth keeping tabs on. Gee, it's been a long one here, that's for sure. It's been a long, long day. Yep, Harrisville lightning strike there. Keen to see if any precipitation does actually develop out of that one, but we've still got some pretty good lightning here moving into the Ormo Hills right now. Hervey Bay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh man, I know Hervey Bayers like a good storm, but gee, you're going to hate this on the Capricornia coastline and into the Wide Bay area. It's fallen apart. It's all fallen apart. I don't know why it's fallen apart. It shouldn't have, because the conditions are very, very favourable for these storms. This thunderstorm it's ran out of grunt, it has. It's just completely ran out of grunt. So Hervey Bay is going to get very little. Bundaberg will get some strong wind gusts, but that's kind of it. Just looks like it's ran out of steam completely. That's very disappointing. And that would be because the sun is now set. Normally, once the sun sets, we do get a reduction in convective available potential energy values, of course, and that's happened now. So, whoo, okay, hunkered down immediately. Pimpama, Ormo Hills, car inside. Okay, everybody, listen up. We have 67 decibels now on the reflectivity readings. A lot of lightning as well. There's a very healthy thunderstorm. Pimpama, hunker down immediately. I need to stress that there is some big hail coming your way. Potentially golf ball size, could be a little bit bigger. We're probably talking 3 to 5 centimetres here. And whilst it's not going to last for long, 10, 15 minutes tops, this thunderstorm before it carks it, Pimpama is close enough as to where it is concerningly in the firing line for this. So stay inside and get ready. This is going to be a big thunderstorm impact in about 10 minutes' time. Anywhere north of Oxenford, including Upper Coomera and Pimpama, and then up towards the Ormo Hills and adjacent suburbs, a big, big thunderstorm with a lot of big hail as well. Yo, I hope this is the last severe thunderstorm, but that's just exploded, that has. That's gone nuts. Absolutely nuts. And again, Harrisville now beginning to drop a little bit of rainfall here just outside of Ipswich, but that should be of no concern to the Ipswich area. A lot more fresh lightning in this area too. In terms of a severe thunderstorm update, none yet. We're only 20 minutes away from the last one though, so... yeah, wow, okay. That just took off, that did. But yes, we've got now a bit of a storm developing here. That's going to move up towards Brisbane, but it's doubtful as to whether or not it'll make it into Brisbane. And then our Pimpama storm here is going to track due eastward and be a pretty significant one. I will have a bit of a segment on the severe thunderstorm activity, because I understand why people are disappointed at the lack of activity today at the end of the stream. I'll talk about that. But, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I need to do a little bit of looking into that one. Yeah, and you can see it. This Ipswich one here is just blown up. Got some good rainfall developing down here. And yeah, this thunderstorm's just blown up. Now, it's likely to just skim the Brisbane area, but we're going to watch this storm very closely. That is getting going now. Maybe the Gympie radar is not showing the Maryborough storm properly, because it sounds like it's a strong one just looking at the chat. Yeah, wow, look at this one here for Ipswich. It's very isolated, but out around the Amberley area, there's a lot of lightning in this one, and that's just got itself going. That's rocketed onto the screen. Wow, very interesting. And yeah, we've got some big hailstones now developing in the Pimpama cell, and I mean, obviously we're talking about much heavier than rainfall than what the radar is suggesting right now, because I mean, it's just pitch black here under the thunderstorm, and it's throwing out some impressive lightning as well. Very impressive lightning. Super impressive, actually. Incredible stuff. Look at it. That's gone nuts. Very, very impressive, that's for sure. I'm expecting this thunderstorm to keep itself going as well for at least a little bit, probably long enough to actually get into the Brisbane City area or in the region of Brisbane. So yeah, Ripley, you've got a strong thunderstorm heading your way. And then by extension, that will also throw Flinders View, potentially Redbank Plains, Collingwood Park, Goodna, Riverview in about 30 minutes or so. But Ripley, Yamanto and Flinders View in probably about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, it'd be pouring south of Ipswich. Wow. That is... Geez, that exploded, that erupted very, very quickly. Impressive. Very impressive, I have to say. Yeah, some big hail in this Ipswich one. Not Ipswich, this Pimpama one. Bribie Island, that storm is now moving over, and it is now weakening off pretty quickly. Bit of heavy rainfall, but Bribie Island, let us know if you've got any hail activity there. So 2 thunderstorms to watch. The Pimpama one's not overly concerning because it's not going to be impacting too many people, apart from Pimpama, which is a bit more of a concern because there is some population there. But cars inside for Pimpama and adjacent suburbs and town sites. Ipswich, monitor this situation closely. If you are north of the Brisbane or the Bremer rivers, you should be fine. I don't think there's any concern for those locations. And same with north of the M2, you should also be fine from these severe thunderstorms. But Ripley, Ipswich's southern suburbs, and then as we move out towards the Collingwood Park, Redbank Plains area, we may be talking about some heavy rainfall developing in those areas too. But yeah, wow, okay, so Ipswich very quickly developing 57 decibels. That would be absolutely pouring. And look at this one here, down into the 68 decibels, 68.5 decibels. Very, very strong, some big hailstones developing there. This is one of the strongest storms that we've seen of the night so far. Let's check back in on our live cam. Wow, look at that. Look at that go, and look at the anvil on that thing as well. That's beginning to get itself going. Lots and lots of lightning on this one. This is very, very impressive stuff. And this is going straight for southern Brisbane. Crazy. This is very unexpected. Very, very, very unexpected. Heavy rain and small hail in Upper Coomera. Yeah, we're going to keep watching this one for a while. This is Ipswich cell here. That's got some impressive lightning, so get out there and have a look at what's going on. Doing so in a safe manner, but it is very black down here on the base of this thunderstorm. A lot of very heavy rainfall likely falling down there. Super impressive. And that lightning is going crazy. Wow. Surely Bomb's going to have an update. Okay. I mean, thunderstorms should not be developing in the Ipswich area. They just flat out shouldn't be developing in Ipswich, full stop. That Pimpama cell's about to get itself out into the... Hang on. I'm very confused because Bomb have issued that severe thunderstorm warning for here. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe our radar imagery is old. But that Pimpama cell, yeah, that's dropping some pretty big stones. Look at that one go. 64 decibels on this imagery here. And again, we're getting close to 68 decibels on this imagery. Very, very impressive. But yeah, Ipswich is... Now let's go and give a bit of an outlook as to what we're looking at here with this Ipswich thunderstorm. Okay, so it's not actually going to get Ipswich. This thunderstorm's going to head through this corridor here for the Greenbank military training area. Now, what it does after that is still a bit unknown, but areas south of Ipswich are going to get a good light show. Now, the suburbs that are likely to be impacted by hail include South Ripley, Deebing Heights, Swanbank, and Redbank Plains. Now, if I've said your suburb, and also Spring Mountain as well, if I've said your suburb, make sure you put your car inside now, make sure you get ready for some hailstones, and make sure that you remain inside throughout the duration of this severe thunderstorm's passage through. Now, by extension, as we head further out into the suburbs adjacent to the Greenbank military training area, including Springfield, and then up towards Carroll Park, Ellen Grove, Forest Lake, and then across towards Forestdale and Hillcrest, the chances are a little bit more minimal for hailstones, considering that by the time this thunderstorm moves into the Greenbank area, it's getting close to 8 o'clock, and this will definitely be on the wind down. This is also likely just a pulse thunderstorm as well, which means it's not going to get itself going for too much longer. Still very much a storm that needs to be watched, and it's developed from absolutely nothing. So let's go back to our satellite imagery and see what else we can see. We've got another storm developing south of Jimboomba and another one around the Bow Desert area, so we're going to be seeing more storm activity into the northern side of the Gold Coast, as mentioned, over the next couple, or next hour or so. Surely, this can't be right. I think this is going to be our last look at the Brisbane webcam before it gets too dark. Already this thunderstorm begins to appear that it is upscaling in nature, so it's definitely at its mature stage right now. We've still got very heavy rainfall and potential hail down here, as I said, moving towards the Ripley area. But this thunderstorm is not presenting very well on imagery right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm eating my hat right now with these storms. This is a surprise storm in the Ipswich area. It's not something I expected to be looking at this hour. This is not on the forecast either at all. This was not a feature on the forecast modelling, so big letdown there. But yeah, lots and lots of lightning. This is giving Ipswich a great light show, I imagine. And if you're around the Ivanhoe Outlook, that'd be a very, very impressive look, that's for sure. Sometimes it is on the ground reports mean everybody was saying today, big storm day, and this is what we've gotten. That Pimpama cell is now moving properly over the Pimpama. In fact, it looks like it's going to go in towards Upper Coomera, Hope Island, and around the Coomera Island area, also including Paradise Point, as mentioned, down to Runaway Bay and adjacent suburbs, and then inland to Oxenford and Helensvale. Make sure that you've got your cars inside and you are severe thunderstorm ready as this thunderstorm moves through. Now, Crab Island and South Stradbroke Island, you're also looking at severe thunderstorm activity, but again, I don't believe there is to be anyone on those islands right now, or any significant population at all. Northern Gold Coast likely to see a light show, but that's probably going to be the extent of it at this point in time. Very, very impressive. That is very, very impressive, that's for sure. I am almost lost for words as these thunderstorms continue to develop, that's for sure. Alright, latest radar imagery. Another fresh storm developing around the... Whereabouts is this? This is just towards the east of Cedarvale. Already our Pimpama storm blown up, dropped its tail, and it's now beginning to weaken off a little bit. Still got some strong wind gusts and small hailstones in its core, likely up to about 3 centimetres. Ipswich cell is already, as mentioned, showing signs of weakening down and winding down a little bit. It's still throwing out lightning, but it's definitely on the upper edge. Now, what this tells me about these thunderstorms is that they develop very, very quickly, they blow up, and then they collapse in on themselves basically as quick as they blow up. So the Ipswich storm is not much of a concern, and then as we head out towards Springfield area, whilst hail is possible, it's likely to be of the smaller variety. And then as we head out towards the Brisbane area, there's a very minimal risk right now from this severe thunderstorm. But still busy through southeast Queensland. Very, very busy, keeping us on our toes, that's for sure. Cedar Creek, we've got this thunderstorm here moving through. And it's going to move just towards the north of Tamborine Mountain. But again, not expecting anything on Tamborine Mountain as of now. Whew. And then that Bribie storm is now moving up Bribie, but again, it is now a lot weaker than where it was not too long ago. So that's good news indeed. Light rain, no hail in Upper Coomera. Yeah, this is very isolated, the impacts from Upper Coomera. There's some people saying that they're getting some hail and some sizable hail at that, and then others that are saying that there is very little in the way of hail and rainfall. Kind of a case-by-case situation here. Just to refresh the radar imagery here. Looks like it's going to pass just south of Ripley, like just south, but still through Ripley expecting something there. And I honestly think this is going to cark it by the time it gets to Greenbank. I don't think we're going to be seeing this storm roll through Greenbank as a significant thunderstorm. Pittsworth. Whereabouts is Pittsworth? Yeah, and that Pimpama storm now beginning to calm down a little bit. Still, this one towards the north of Tambourine Mountain has got a little bit of grunt to it. Got a little bit of bites. We'll be watching that one closely. Wow, very, very impressive. Looking good. That's for sure. Just any update to the severe thunderstorm warning would be very helpful, but it doesn't look like that. And honestly, I don't think that these thunderstorms warrant severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Logan, you should be clear. But again, I've said that already, and we've seen storms develop in and around the Logan area, so it doesn't really matter what I say, because storms have a mind of their own, and they're continuing to develop. And we're likely to see another one develop down here around the Jimboomba area pretty soon, but that should move into the Logan Village area if it goes anywhere near Logan at all. God, what an awful day to be a tracker, that's for sure. Already happening? Yeah. That's the thing, the images that I'm looking at, whilst live coverage is definitely the best way to track these thunderstorms, it's still a couple of minutes old, so... Yeah, and that's really upscaled now. So rainfall's still pretty heavy in this thunderstorm, but it is going to begin to weaken off now. We're beginning to see some cloud coverage build through here too. So that's going to result in another thunderstorm developing as well by the looks of things, but I, again, wouldn't get my hopes up for anything significant. And where that one develops is likely to be around here. But yeah, I think these thunderstorms are now going to drop on down a little bit. Small hail sanctuary curve, righto. Oh, I mean, if you want to be safe, if you really love your car, then yeah, I'd say so. But again, that's just me being overly cautious. I reckon that it might actually be overkill, considering that this thunderstorm here is already beginning to wind down. Hail core on that Ipswich storm. Oh, that's not a big hail core. 62 decibels is P2 grape sized. Lightning show, Parkwood and the Gold Coast, nice, very nice. But yeah, just south of Ripley, we do have a bit of hail here, but again, it's not overly big. And we've got no rotation in these thunderstorms as well. We've got no kind of spin, which tells me that they're not supercells. I mean, it was pretty obvious that they're not supercells in the first place, but no supercell thunderstorm activity means very limited giant hail risks, and even large hailstones. To be honest, large hailstones, they are concerning, but they're not going to smash up your car. They're not going to cause massive damage, so they're not overly concerning in that sense. I would still probably put my car inside, though. Okay, that has to be a glitch. There's no way we're looking at 72 decibels here. Yeah, that's definitely a glitch. But yeah, just around this part of the Gold Coast here, so Pimpama, Upper Coomera, Willow Vale, Hope Island, Coomera Island, those kind of locations, down towards Paradise Point. Still got some good thunderstorm activity moving into your area, and that's expected to continue for a little while. Pea-sized, yeah. So yeah, let's not worry about these thunderstorms. We need to keep tracking them and keep an eye on them, but let's not worry about them, because panicking about thunderstorms that we can't control is pointless. There's no point in doing so. So let's keep an eye on these thunderstorms. Let's see what they do. But for now, that they're not overly concerning. Just to check back in on the live camera. And it's pitch black now, so this live camera is going to be pretty useless to us. Yeah, still quite a bit of lightning, though. Still quite a bit of lightning. And of course, once this stream is done, make sure to go and check out the Brisbane Live YouTube channel as well for this live camera, and give them a bit of love. They're very close to 10,000 subscribers. They'd very much appreciate hitting it. So go over there and check them out. It'll mean a lot to them as well, and they do a great service. I don't know why. Oh, I've got the pen tool on. Yeah, still a bit of hail in this one, but yeah, again, not overly concerning. If this does jump up, if these numbers do jump up, then it will become a little bit of a concern, but I don't really think that's going to be the case. Wow, 2018 in Upper Coomera. Was that in May? Because I remember a hailstorm in Coomera in May 2018, I believe it was. Or, yeah, it was about May 2018 when I was staying there. Raining in Ipswich. Yeah, nothing of concern. Yeah, these storms have blown up, they have. Yeah, really not much of a concern. It's a stretch to call these severe thunderstorms by southeast Queensland. Oh, hang on, no. Of course. Alright, well, they just keep surprising us. They just keep changing. 69 decibels here. I'm hoping that that's just because the Stapleton radar is looking quite high up in this thunderstorm here, and that the Marburg radar will show us something with a little bit more, I guess, reason. But we're still looking at some hailstones developing here. And whilst it is moving south of densely populated locations, for areas towards the south of Ripley and or south of Ipswich, including Ripley to Spring Mountain and then across towards Springfield Central, keep that car inside. It's still some pretty big hailstones, and I don't know why this thunderstorm here is just blowing up like nuts, because that's what it is. It's just continuing to blow up here, and right when we thought that it was going to weaken, it's continuing to really explode in nature. So yeah, significant. It's still going, and we're likely to see some large hailstones still. And it's been severe thunderstorm warned as well by the Bureau of Meteorology for large hailstones, damaging winds and heavy rainfall. And that's going to go straight for the Logan City area. I'd be pretty speculative as to whether or not that's going to go straight for Logan. To be honest, with the way that it's headed, it looks like it's going to pass just north of Logan, actually. But it's going to be a lot weaker by the time it gets through here by the looks of things. It's a lot more stable in the atmosphere through southeast Queensland right now. But yeah, what a headache these storms are. Bow Desert, another cell developing just down there. Yeah, they're making an absolute mockery of us. We shouldn't be riding off the night. No, not at all. We'll be looking at the lightning here to see if we can get a bit of a structure estimate on these thunderstorms, but these are exceeding expectations by an order of magnitude. Looking very impressive on this lightning capture here. Very, very impressive indeed. Crazy. Just, beautiful thunderstorms as well, might I add. So yeah, we've had some confirmations of giant hailstones as well here and there through southeast Queensland from these thunderstorms. So very, very significant hail still occurring through some of these areas, which is a bit of a concern. And yeah, still, I mean, that's producing some pretty significant reflectivities coming out here. 64 plus decibels. Wow. That's going to go over into the Oxley Creek. Bow Desert is about to develop as well. Back to the satellite imagery. We're still seeing some cells developing, and it looks like we might actually see something developing here that could go into the Gold Coast area too. So we're not riding off the Gold Coast yet either for thunderstorm activity, even though we did about 3 hours ago. That is crazy, that is. We did not foresee severe thunderstorms developing like this, that's for sure. Just rolling it back and forth, it'd be interesting to see what's actually going to happen. But if we contrast what's happening right now to the forecast models, this is what the forecast is for right now, and then this is what the extremely high resolution and very capable forecast is right now as well for rainfall. It's nothing. No major forecast model has anything through southeast Queensland, rainfall or storm-wise. So these thunderstorms are developing completely on their own. There was nothing to suggest that these thunderstorms would develop like this. So I've got a massive reanalysis job here later today. In terms of trying to crack as to why these thunderstorms are behaving like they are. Latest radar frame on the Ipswich storm here. Wow. That's dropping some big hailstones now moving into the Springfield region. So again, Springfield Central, Springfield Lakes, Springfield in general, Red Bank Plains, and then across towards Greenbank and the Greenbank Military Training Area, and all adjacent communities. Make sure you are ready for some large, potentially even giant hailstones. There's some big stuff developing in this thunderstorm here. And this Ipswich storm has taken off like it's nobody's business to become a very powerful severe thunderstorm. So we'll be watching this one very closely. It's got a bit of a hook echo developing as well, so we're going to have to keep close tabs on this one too. 6 centimetres south of Ripley. It'll be interesting to see if we can get some confirmation as towards hail. So many photos coming in regards to these severe thunderstorms as well. Gee, and that's throwing out some pretty incredible amounts of lightning as well. So winds are approaching 50 to 70 kilometres an hour. Gusts probably getting closer to about 100 kilometres an hour in this Ipswich storm. Very much a cell that we need to be watching, because this is continuing to build. And it's powerful. This is a powerful storm. It's not pulsing in and out like we thought that it was. It's really beginning to build right now. And this is a storm that we need to be watching quite closely. And it's headed straight for Logan as well. It's likely to be a little bit weaker by the time it gets towards Logan. Yeah, there's another one here right over the top of Amberley. Oh man, and as that line sweeps in. So we've got an Amberley storm now that we need to be watching out for. This is going crazy. Again, this is just completely different to what the forecast was. This is just so different to what the forecast was. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff, these thunderstorms. We've got more thunderstorms developing here just outside of Tamborine Mountain. Lots of lightning in them, and even a little bit of rotation too. It looks like they're going to pass over Tamborine Mountain actually, and then into the northern parts of the Gold Coast. But we may also see another thunderstorm develop south of the Bow Desert area. So over the next hour, we're probably talking about thunderstorm activity moving into the Gold Coast itself. Another cell developing here just outside of Jimboomba. That's going to ramp up. Yeah, this Ipswich cell is really big though. Really continuing to ramp up. Wow. Maybe just to the north of Logan, but probably right through it. So yeah, we're going to be keeping very close tabs on this situation. Again, it's evolving once again through southeast Queensland. It's really quickly evolving once again through southeast Queensland. Of course, if you haven't already and you've enjoyed my live coverage, please do consider subscribing. I'm going to have a full analysis on this storm outbreak, because it's been an interesting one, that's for sure, that I'll have in tomorrow morning's forecast update. So let me know if you want that, and subscribe if you haven't already, and you get the first notification tomorrow morning. But we're remaining live here as these thunderstorms continue to build. Been a marathon so far. Golf ball sized, huge hail in Red Bank Plains. I can imagine that there is. So again, that means that there is a warning right now. Red Bank Plains, we've hammered it in. Red Bank Plains, Collingwood Park, Bellbird Park, Kimera, Springfield, Brookwater, Augustine Heights, Springfield Central, White Rock and Swanbank, including Ripley as well. Make sure that you are severe thunderstorm ready. Car inside, pets inside, everybody ready and in the know of severe thunderstorms in the region. There's some big thunderstorm activity in this area right now, and we're looking at this being an ongoing concern. And there is some big hailstones now beginning to develop as well. In fact, we're looking at hailstones of probably the 2 to 5 centimetre mark. Wow. Jimboomba beginning to develop as well. More cells down here around the Bow Desert area. Oh, it's all happening, and we've got one just inland from the Gold Coast as well that's beginning to develop too. The Ipswich one is severe thunderstorm warned, but I think even the severe thunderstorm warning is a little bit of a a little bit weak, to be honest. I think this is getting close to very dangerous thresholds. But stay safe, stay inside, and don't panic. You'll have nothing to worry about from these severe thunderstorms. Which is very, very important that we don't panic during a severe thunderstorm situation like this. Yeah, wow, that is a strong thunderstorm. That's really, really quickly developed, and we've likely got some large-ish hail in there, like around that 2 centimetre size at least. If we can get an estimate of how big the hail is beginning to fall in the Red Bank area, that'd be very helpful, but I believe we're looking at about 2 to maybe 3 or 4 centimetres. Green Bank hook echo. No, there's no hook echo in this one. Very keen to see what the next update is on this Annalise storm here, because that's one that's also very quickly developed too. Now, Brisbane Weather Live, let's have a look at this one here. Should just be a light show, just an absolute bomb of lightning. Very much is. I'm seeing a little bit of green, actually, in the clouds. That supports large hail. Oh no, there's no green. Disregard that. Maybe the slightest tinge of green, but again, it's got hail. We know that it's got hail. Gee, what a light show as well. That is incredibly, incredibly beautiful. Very, very beautiful indeed. And let's get a bit of an update on the radar imagery here. Be interesting to see if Amberley can get itself going. It's trying to. It doesn't look like it's getting itself going too strong. And the hail risk is now dropping in that Ipswich cell, which is just making these forecasts an absolute pain, because as quickly as these thunderstorms are developing, they're also weakening off. They're pulse thunderstorms at the end of the day, which is not what we're used to in southeast Queensland. Well, not at this time of the year at least. Yeah, 64 decibels, now beginning to drop off a little bit. But yeah, right over the top of Amberley right now. And then that's going to move into some of the northern suburbs towards the immediate west of Brisbane. So it looks like this thunderstorm here, if it gets itself going, will go through North Ipswich. It shouldn't cross the M2. We may still see something in around the Barrellan Point area and then across towards Mogill. But then I'm looking at our northern suburbs up here at Pine Mountain, Colo, and Mount Crosby. They should be on the okay side up here. They've had more than their fair share of thunderstorms as well lately, so it'd be good to see that they're done and dusted with their severe thunderstorms up there. Yeah, pulse thunderstorms are more common into the later months of storm season. I just don't know what to make of the situation when you've got the forecast models telling you nothing is going to develop, and then something, develops like this. It's crazy, it is. It's absolutely crazy. Oxenford being hammered. Sure would be. We've also got some pretty strong thunderstorm activity. This is not dropping hail out here, but it's getting pretty close too. And if it is, it's pea-sized hail, so barely. And then this looks like it's on track for Southport and Main Beach towards the north of Gold Coast and adjacent suburbs. Hailing in Helensvale, righto. Maybe outside of Tambourine Mountain, we may see a bit of hail here as well, but again, pretty small in size. It also looks like that thunderstorm's headed towards the north, which means it's going to miss Tambourine Mountain. Whereas if we look at this thunderstorm here, so yeah, hammering down in Oxenford, that's right. And then this will move just to the north of Southport, but adjacent suburbs towards the north of Southport could be in for some hail. Oxenford, couple of golf ball sized hailstones. Pretty big. Far out. This is just crazy. Again, forecast models did not have this. Miguel, thank you. The forecast models did not have this on the forecast at all. Not at all. Not a drop of rainfall after 6 o'clock through southeast Queensland, and we've had this. Now, I believe that's because it didn't get as warm through southeast Queensland today, so that energy still built up, but it took a lot longer to do so, and we didn't have one massive thunderstorm earlier in the day like we did on Monday to sap everything. That's kind of my theory behind it right now. But far out, this is a massive surprise, that's for sure. Massive, massive surprise. Yeah, massive lightning, that's for sure. And we saw that on the Brisbane weather cam as well. There was just incredible lightning on these thunderstorms, just incredible lightning developing on these thunderstorms. So very, very impressive, that's for sure. Very, very impressive. What an outbreak. And again, it's just continuing to roll on as well. It's relentless, it is. It's been absolutely relentless. But yeah, this Ipswich storm is still a serious one, and it's going to move south of Brisbane, but it could still bring some heavy rainfall towards Logan and just towards the north of Logan. Yeah, no wonder something's developed. That's what we're going to have to take more of as we enter storm season. And again, it's just a learning curve that what we do need to do now is take more eyewitness accounts. Very unpredictable, that's for sure. Helensvale getting it bad. Yeah, they should be right under it. I forget whereabouts Helensvale is. Maybe it's back here a little bit. I can already hear all of the comments. Is it even in the Ipswich area? But yeah, definitely some pretty nasty stuff occurring under this thunderstorm here. And let's just check back in with the live camera. Still a lot of lightning in this one. Not as much as before, though, by the looks of things. Because before it was just... Oh, near Oxenford. Okay. Helensvale near Oxenford. Okay. Oh, that's right. Of course. And they would be getting absolutely smashed right now. They'd be getting absolutely pelted with hail and rain. Not likely anything too crazy, but still some decent sized stuff. Yeah, the lightning's just not as constant on this Ipswich one as before. I mean, it was very, very persistent earlier, and it's still relatively persistent as it moves in towards the Greenbank region, but it is just not as significant as what it was. And that Amberley cell is now joined up with the original Ipswich one. That will probably continue to develop and, who knows, might become something a little bit later on. Our latest radar imagery is suggesting that Ipswich cell is, we can confirm, still gusty, still got some hail in it, but it is now also beginning to die off a little bit. Oxenford still beginning to roll on as well. Got a strong storm now moving over the Russell Island area once again. Just to check up a little bit further, I mean, we've probably got to zoom out so we don't get anything catching us off guard once again. But it also looks like everything is going to be calming down from about this point onwards. But we said that about 2 hours ago, and look at where we are right now, still on air with severe thunderstorms. Yeah, and this thunderstorm up here has just completely carked it. However, there's no shortage of strong thunderstorms out here in this part of central Queensland, so I'm still expecting something for Bundaberg and Hervey Bay later tonight. And maybe by extension, Agnes Water too. But again, we'll take that one as it rolls on in. Far out though. So good thing is it is beginning to weaken off here. Reflectivity is dropping a little bit. It's not like weak yet, but it is beginning to weaken off a little bit. And then, yeah, moving through Oxenford right now, and then as well through Helensvale. In the next couple of minutes, that thunderstorm's going to move out into the Pacific Ocean, where it will then be of no concern. Yeah, still got some pretty good, I'd say some medium-sized hailstones in this ones. Debbie, thank you very much. I would love to be able to answer that question, but it's not a question I can answer right now. For North Brisbane, it's looking very likely that nothing is going to develop, but over the last 2.5 hours, we've seen thunderstorms developing all through this part of Queensland that have got parts of Brisbane in their firing line. So I can't answer that for sure right now. I'm inclined to say no, but it could change. It could very well change, so we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. Hail in Coomera 10 minutes ago. Small hailstones, 1 centimetres, righto. What's the biggest hail that we've seen around the Oxenford area? Because that's been our strongest cell so far. Even the Ipswich one, when it was at its peak, it was over national park, so we're probably looking at hailstones of around the 1 to 2 centimetres in the populated areas. Yeah, still rolling along nicely, this Oxenford cell, though. Yeah, Jimbooma's got another one. I think the reason these thunderstorms have been so powerful, late today, is because, like we talked about just before, that dry line being further inland where those thunderstorms could develop along meant that temperatures didn't shoot up as fast through southeast Queensland. So with it being a little bit colder, the thunderstorms that begun earlier were not as big or not as severe as what was initially expected. And as a result, we didn't get all of that energy sapped from the environment initially like we saw on Monday. And we left a lot of energy in the environment for thunderstorms later tonight. So that's kind of my theory behind it. Wow. If you have enjoyed the coverage today, please consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream as well whilst you're at it. But yeah, it'd be good to see another update here from the Oxenford cell. It's still quite a strong one. I don't know why it's glitching out like this. And it looks like that Ipswich one, that Greenbank one, is weakening off maybe, but it's got a lot of lightning in it. It looks like it's going to pass just south of Logan, to be honest. We may get it split in half and have a separate cell towards north of Logan, but Logan itself might actually miss it, which is good. But it's still a bit too early to say at this point in time. I'll keep tabs on it. Saturday, lots and lots of rainfall coming through. It's going to be a busy one on the rainfall front, that's for sure. Very busy one on the rainfall front. Yeah, even Oxenford looks to be weakening off a little bit right now. It's a bit difficult to say, I mean, again, because we've been saying this for so long. I mean, it's getting to the point where I'm not even believing myself. But yeah, still pretty significant stuff going on. It does look a little bit green still, so I wouldn't be surprised if we still had a bit of hail in this one. It would not shock me if we still had a little bit of hail. But again, that lightning frequency, if you've been watching for the past half an hour, you'll see that the lightning has really dropped off. There's still some big flashes, of course. I mean, it's a severe thunderstorm at the end of the day, but the lightning frequency has dropped off a little bit. It's not as extreme as what it was a little bit earlier on, so that's good news. And yeah, rainfall now beginning to drop out of that one. We've still got some pretty heavy stuff here around the Helensvale area that's moving across towards Hope Island and Paradise Point. This cell here over Tambourine Mountain is beginning to weaken off. For the Gold Coast, that likely means it's going to be a little bit weaker down there, if it even makes it into the Gold Coast, which isn't looking overly likely right now. But all these storms through here appear to be breaking up just a little bit. A separate one in Greenbank, though. Interesting. It continues, it does. We've got two separate cells here now on the Ipswich one. One that's moving north of Springfield, and the other one that's going to move into the Logan City area, or just towards the north of Logan City. And Bria, thank you for the generous donation. Hail in Springfield Lakes. How big are we talking? I imagine 1 centimetre, maybe 2 centimetres at the tops. Yeah, there is another cell developing around the Jimboomba area down here. That's going to be another system. But it's developing again in a very similar area to where other severe thunderstorms have developed, so it is also going to be a little bit cooler in those regions too. Which means those thunderstorms are not going to get themselves going as significantly or as hard as what they did earlier on. Yeah, wow. Significant. It's been a long, long day, that's for sure. Really, really significant. Jody, thank you very, very much. Yeah, Zeus is around, that's for sure. So I think the memo tonight is there's going to be some more thunderstorm activity, and it's going to be really scattered, and to be honest, it's going to continue for a significant amount of time. It's impossible to say where these storms are going to develop right now because they are just bubbling away everywhere. We're seeing these storms blow up, and then as quick as they blow up, they collapse in on themselves. So it really throws anywhere in southeast Queensland into the mix of potentially severe thunderstorm activity. But then it's also like, well, what do you class as severe thunderstorm activity? Because this is reasonably weak and tame severe thunderstorm stuff. We're talking about these thunderstorms here potentially bringing some large hailstones, but no bigger than 3 centimeters. So even if you leave your car out tonight and you do get a hailstorm and you do get 2 to 3 centimeter hailstones, this is not a guarantee, by the way. This is not a certainty because severe thunderstorms are unpredictable and things can change, but you should be fine. I would definitely recommend, though, tonight, keeping the car inside, keeping things away, keeping out of harm's way as these severe thunderstorms continue to develop. But for now, it looks like it may be on the better side of severe. It's definitely on the lower side of severe, which means that the risk to property and the risk to homes and stuff, for example, is relatively minimal. Alex, how's it looking for the Bayside suburbs? Pretty tame for now, but again, we've got a couple of thunderstorms bubbling away around the Logan City area, and that may bring a storm or two into the Bayside suburbs later tonight. But I wouldn't be overly supportive of severe thunderstorm activity out there. And in fact, to be honest, I think that honestly the severe thunderstorm warning will be dropped next update. These are pretty stock standard storms through southeast Queensland. Not a major concern. But their latest update actually suggests severe thunderstorms now crossing into the Logan area. 3 centimetre hail south of Ipswich, 3 centimetre in the inner northern Brisbane suburbs. Oh, that was earlier today. So what this all means is 3 centimetre hailstones are still significant, but the hail is going to get progressively smaller and smaller throughout the day, throughout the night rather, because if we have a look at Cape values right now, they're still pretty high through southeast Queensland, but they're going to continue to drop throughout the course of tonight. And you can see as these Cape values dwindle down into the thousands, as opposed to where they are right now at about 2,000, it's going to become a lot less favourable for severe thunderstorm activity and for large hailstones in general. But have a look at the forecast. This is a look right now at 8 p.m. Queensland time. Where's the rainfall? This is the forecast right now. There's no rainfall on the forecast. It's absolutely crazy. So these thunderstorms have came out of nowhere. They've surprised us. They've surprised everyone. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Extra build-up from the bomb radar. Well, we are still seeing these thunderstorms continue to push in, so that would be why they're calling for some extra build-up. But again, these thunderstorms, they get themselves going and then they collapse in on themselves pretty quickly. Coomera, you've got another thunderstorm with hail coming in about 15 minutes or so. Now, if we see another thunderstorm develop, it's going to be around Bow Desert, I reckon. That's the only place that hasn't seen powerful thunderstorms today, and it's a bit cooler out there as well. But all of the dew points through southeast Queensland are now dropping below 22, which is my threshold for severe thunderstorm activity. There's still a few. I mean, we've got out here at Gatton dew points into the mid-20s at 23, but again, still dropping right now. Gain just had 2 inches of rainfall. Wow, 50 millimetres up there. That's pretty good. Yeah, these dew points are now beginning to drop. That's good news. I'll take the edge off out of the Greenbank area. Archfield as well, that should take the edge off too. This is Port, thank you very much for the generous donation. Wow. Wow. That's been a really big shocker of an outbreak, this afternoon stuff. There's been a massive shocker, I have to say. Didn't expect thunderstorms to be like this, that's for sure. Oh. But yeah, it looks like that Archfield storm is now also beginning to weaken off as well. So, and I mean, these storms, it'd be a stretch to call them severe. It would really be a stretch to call these thunderstorms severe. Bit of an update here would be nice. Yeah, moving over Hope Island and Coomera Island right now. Likely some heavy rainfall through there. If you feel like you'd like to donate, you can click the dollar note button in the bottom right hand side of the chat. I do appreciate all of the donations, but this stream is free for everybody, so thank you to all of those that are donating. What about the Sydney storms yesterday? Complete bust, complete fizzer. Mostly because, I believe, of dry air, but I haven't actually looked properly. Bombers updated, alright, let's have a look. But yeah, for Sydney it was it was a big fizzer. Giant hailstones. Really? Okay, so we've got a very dangerous thunderstorm now through up the Coomera area. God, I struggle to believe that that's dropping giant hailstones. We've had the isolated 5 centimetre stone, but that was about an hour ago. And that was outside of Beenleigh, that was. That was nowhere near... yeah, that was nowhere near Coomera. So, okay, let's just go back to the warning right now. We've got a very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning outside of Coomera, or moving through Coomera right now. We've also got a separate severe thunderstorm warning for that Logan Central storm that's about to move through Logan Central and then out towards the Moreton Bay area, but it's it's very much borderline severe right now. Yeah, there's no giant hailstones. Is there anyone in Coomera or on Hope Island? I know that's a gated community in Hope Island, but is there anyone in that gated community that can tell us if we're seeing giant hailstones 5 centimetres or greater? I really don't see it. I mean, let's pause the radar imagery here. Latest radar imagery is suggesting reflectivity readings around the 60 to 62 decibel mark. I mean, that's barely hail. That's really, really barely hail. Troy, thank you very much. Concert Saturday south of Brisbane. Storms highly likely. Yeah, storms are quite likely on Saturday. It's a bit difficult to say where they're going to be, but I definitely expect there to be some good thunderstorms inland through the Granite Belt, the Darling Downs out here, but also some good thunderstorms basically developing along this dry line, and some great thunderstorms forecast up north. Now, if the concert's at night, you're likely to suffer a little bit of rainfall, because we will likely see a little bit of rainfall roll into southeast Queensland later on at night, but things should clear up after about 10 or 11 o'clock. If you're in the southeast of Queensland, I'm just trying to see whereabouts that was, south of Brisbane, storms are likely, but we're not talking about anything nuts south of Brisbane at this point in time, though. I would like to say just keep checking in on the updates, because that can and probably will change. Right, what does our Brisbane Weather Live camera say? It should have that thunderstorm. Oh, look at the dumping rain here. You can really see it, and it looks like it is a little bit green. So we've still got a bit of hail in this thunderstorm here. Let's see if we can pause this on a bit of a snapshot and really hammer home and analyse what this is looking like. Oh, raining heavily at Rockley. But yeah, there's some very heavy rainfall. This is probably undergoing a bit of a microburst right now, and given the wind speeds over the Logan area, wouldn't be surprised. I don't expect it to be too severe though, so Logan, let me know what's actually going on. If there is some heavy rainfall around there, but definitely could be a little bit of heavy rainfall, maybe some small hailstones as well, but I don't expect anything too crazy to be ongoing in the Logan area, just a pretty stock standard thunderstorm coming in. Sudden heavy rain near Beenleigh, righto. Hope Island, 2 centimetres max. That's... Logan is fine, righto. Agent, thank you very much for that generous donation. Flogging down in Archfield, yeah. This has got some really heavy rainfall in it, actually. I don't think it's got hail as it moves through Archerfield, but it's got some very heavy rainfall. Yeah, I don't think there's no hail, and if there is hail, we're talking about 1, maybe 2 centimeters in diameter. But the rainfall is the real threat here. Well, not threat, but the real problem with this thunderstorm is going to be the rainfall. There's also less lightning in this thunderstorm than where it was before, so it is also beginning to weaken off a little bit. Moving up towards Brisbane, though, so we may be looking at Brisbane in the firing line shortly. But again, not overly keen on Brisbane's chances up there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Very, very interesting, that's for sure. What are we looking at? Just a light show basically by the looks of things, but no hail in Archfield, just rain, righto. 1 centimetre outside of Bogue Desert, pea-sized. Not at all, Logan is fine. Small hail in the Coomera waters. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave this live coverage here. My voice is beginning to pack it in now, and there's not going to be much longer that I can talk about these storms until I can't actually make a video update tomorrow. So I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that's joined in today on the live coverage, helped out, sent in a message, sent in a donation, all of this massive thank yous to the donations in the chat as well. We've still got an ongoing severe thunderstorm risk through southeast Queensland that I'll continue to monitor over on the Facebook page. And this will be an ongoing thread, I imagine, for the next hour or two, but there's just no way that I'm going to be able to talk for another hour or two. Nearly 6 hours here of talking, so thank you very much to everybody that has sat through it, suffered through it. Brisbane, there is a chance of severe thunderstorm activity in the next couple of... or thunderstorm activity, rather, in the next 30 minutes or so. But I wouldn't be expecting too much. And again, the main risk right now is just rainfall coming down. And we're seeing a lot of that rainfall coming through in the Archfield area. They're just towards the north of Logan. But the risk is very minimal now through southeast Queensland. Storms are now on their last legs. They're beginning to peter out, and we're beginning to see a return to calmer conditions. It was a significant day, an absolute marathon day. So if you haven't already, consider subscribing, and I'll have a full review of these thunderstorms in tomorrow morning's forecast update Friday for some more thunderstorms ahead of this weekend. Helen Fire, thank you very much, and thank you to our principal partners on the screen right now, Number One Computer Shop in Ipswich and Max Kill. Go and check them out. There is a link, I believe, in the description somewhere. A massive thank you to both of them, and also a massive thank you to all of those that have sent in a super chat or a donation and bought a channel membership. Massively appreciated. In terms of the risk, though, it is on its way out, and that's going to do it for the live coverage for me today. I do hope you've enjoyed it, and if you have, then subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next storm. Goodbye.